All right. Well, we're back here again. Why are we here again?
I'm pretty sure it's your fault this time.
It's my
We've already
fault this
discussed
time.
this. Yeah.
We've already discussed that it's my fault. It's always my fault. I always take full responsibility. Honest, I do. Yeah. So, ComfyCon 2022. Who would have thought 2 years after the first one that we'd be running a third one, and also that we would still be dealing with COVID and all the fun and people still canceling conferences. And I don't know, like the world has gone pretty insane the last couple of years, I think.
It has, and we both had a close call this week. I was a very close contact. For 2 years, and we're still going.
Are we going to mention the name and give them shit?
No,
No, we'll be nice.
No names, no names.
Okay. But yes, both of us have had close calls this week, which somewhat ruined some of the ComfyCon plans. But anyway, we're now live. We're now ready to go. As always, we've got some amazing speakers to talk through a whole bunch. You can sit down again. To talk through a bunch of cybersecurity stuff from Australia and New Zealand and anything cybersecurity adjacent as well. I apologize in advance that I'm slightly croaky, even though I don't have COVID, I still have a cold. I am accompanied at ComfyCon HQ by Hoodie and Alex as well, who have decided to come round. But Shanna, what are your thoughts for the weekend first?
I'm pretty excited. I've gotten some sneak previews into some of the presentations, and they are pretty damn awesome. So I think there is going to be a lot going on. I am going to make sure that everyone goes away with the knowledge that tendies are superior to nuggies. It's just my number one.
Are we going to have to ask every speaker, do they prefer tendies or nuggies?
Yeah, I think so. Let's do a poll. Let's get this going so we know who not to invite back next year.
Oh, spicy.
Big call, big call. Spicy. No, I think it's going to be a pretty amazing weekend, and super grateful for everyone that's offering up their time to either help set the conference up and or present for everyone. It's pretty amazing that people are so willing to give up some of their time, especially on a weekend, to share their knowledge and share a few things that they enjoy doing. So I'm super humbled and grateful that this is being able to go ahead again 2 years later, even though everyone is still a little bit over the virtual thing. I think that even still, people are pretty grateful that they can do this. So hopefully you've got us on your big TV, nice and huge, and get your family in. We'll try and be family friendly. Said no one ever at ComfyCon. There will be swearing. Just FYI, not just myself, but there is some presentations that we know that will have some swearing.
There are some specific people who wouldn't come unless we said they could swear.
Yeah, so yeah, just there is your warning. We might do some language warnings later on.
And there is some alcohol as well.
There will definitely be alcohol. Every time I think, oh no, I'm not going to drink this time. Yeah, good luck with that. I'm having green tea right now.
Get yourself prepared. I like it.
Yeah, getting prepared. So are you going to run through your
slides? Yes. So first of all, beginning today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, pay our respects to their elders past and present. We extend that respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders peoples who are here today. I apologize, I don't know the appropriate form of wording for New Zealand as well, but we also welcome those Aboriginal and Maori people from New Zealand as well. For those who don't know what ComfyCon is, where have you been? But basically, this was started because we were crazy and we wanted to run a conference when a whole bunch of conferences were getting cancelled. And now we run it roughly every year and have the Discord community, which hopefully you're a member of. And you can join in and chat through that community. Not only do I love our community, but I love our sponsors. Our sponsors, Nuka-Cola, Aperture Science, Arasaka, and LTTstore.com. Just because I'm kidding. This is because someone annoyed me this week, so I'm just proving a point. ComfyCon has no sponsors. We are not corporately driven. We explicitly asked that all of our speakers do not present on their companies. They're allowed to talk about who they work for in the first couple of slides, and that's about it. We accept no money from corporates. We accept no bribes. Even my own company is trying to give me some money. You know, it's 100% community driven and community run. So what you can hear today is some amazing talks, and it's about having the sharing of knowledge no matter what company you work for, and we're here to show off that amazing cyber talent in Australia and New Zealand. Doesn't cost us any money either. I think we're not even paying for StreamYard, are we? We're paying for a trial. You're not. It's a trial, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay. Dan's paying for StreamYard, so we love Dan. But that's probably about the only expense that we have, which is and alcohol and caffeine. How do we interact? So for those who are watching on YouTube, the YouTube chat is turned off. The reason the YouTube chat is turned off is because we want everyone to join Discord. That is so that A, we can have a single point of conversation, and B, so that we don't have to moderate 3 different things, which is a bit of a pain in the ass for those people who have volunteered to moderate. So there is a link on the webpage. You can also scan the QR code if you're feeling willing to scan QR codes. Although I think after contact tracing, everyone's kind of used to the idea of scanning things they don't trust anymore. So that's probably helpful. Code of conduct, very quickly. There's a full code of conduct on the webpage, but simply put, don't be a dick. It is not up to you to decide what constitutes being a dick. It's up to us to constitute what is a dick. And if we decide that it's being a dick, then we will kick you out. It's as simple as that. We're lucky in that we've had no issues, bar one in the last 2 conferences. So we don't anticipate any this time, but just everyone is here to enjoy themselves. Everyone is here to learn new things and just help with that atmosphere of learning and supporting. And there's some people who are speakers today, who it's the first time speaking, or there's people who've been here a while and are still nervous. We just encourage you to think positively about what they're saying. It's taken a lot of effort for a lot of people to speak today, and so therefore it's to be appreciative to them as well. One thing we haven't announced that I will announce now, that all the speakers and all the helpers will be getting a badge, a digital badge that's available on, I believe it's called Badger. Basically, this will say that you were a speaker at ComfyCon, and you can use it in a whole bunch of different places, and all the volunteers will get one as well. I haven't told Brian and Hoodie yet, but they're also getting a special one because they are our amazing admins running the entire thing as well. So they will be getting one too. But we will probably at some point also be extending this backwards to the previous ComfyCon speakers. But this is our way of saying thank you to all the amazing speakers who are coming forward and are giving up their time. Which leads me on to our first wonderful, amazing speaker, who is joining the same theme that Shanna has, and has come in with mermaid wig as well, which I was wearing a wig earlier, but I can't justify wearing a wig now. So hello, Laura. How are you today?
I am fabulous. How are you?
Fantastic. Where do you sit on the nuggies versus tendies debate?
Oh, it's you know, there have been conflicts started over such things, but because I'm physically on a different island, I'm going to go nuggies.
Oh, Shanna,
My heart,
spicy
my heart.
already.
Not cool. All right. Yep.
So
I've spoken to New Zealand people at this point.
Fantastic. So I'll just do a bit of an intro to Laura, though most of you should know who she is. So Laura is the founder and CEO of SafeStack, with over 20. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Awesome.
Okay.
Phew. All right.
Go for it.
All right, cool. Just kind of oriented myself a little bit on this. Right, cool. Hello, everyone. I don't normally have such flowing, luscious red hair, nor do I have a mermaid tail, but I was encouraged to join wholeheartedly into today's proceedings. My name's Laura. You may have seen me from other such talks in other such places, but that's not why we're here today. We're here to talk about amazing things. Now, this talk and the position in the conference is more of a keynote type slot, which means I get the luxury of talking in kind of high level terms and trying to get you to think a bit differently. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into something. So some bits about me. I
I do lots of businessy professional stuff, but that's not why I'm here. I'm an engineer. I'm a connector of people and of things, and I'm a storyteller. I am the type of nerd that sits and restores old technology from 100 years ago, makes it work, because I love the way that how we have done things before is connected to how we do things now. And I also love that things that are overlooked and forgotten have so much value. But I've also had a really interesting path. And it's an interesting path not to kind of go, oh, I did lots of things. My mum's proud of me. You don't need to care. But it's taken me through some really, really interesting technologies and interesting technical challenges. Now, I think that's important as a security person right now, because I want us to change the way that we think of ourselves. Forgive me, it's going to be that kind of talk. I've been lucky enough to be involved in all sorts of things, from space robots that unfortunately kind of never made it to Mars, through to CERN and the Large Hadron Collider, and to penetration testing awesome systems that will literally change the world someday. But the wonderful thing about this amazing invention, and in fact about all of the technology we're building today, is it's a goddamn awful mess. Every last bit of it. And building amazing things is messy. It's not the case that we go, you know what would be really cool? I'm going to go and put a space rocket and put it on another planet. That'll be cool. We don't just go from A to B and have a glorious adventure. We blow stuff up on the way. We destroy them. We make mistakes. Now, our careers as security people largely are profiting off other people's mistakes. We're there to find them in the name of staying safe. Now, I want us to focus less on the mistakes, though, and hopefully through the course of this talk, how our role works in conjunction with these amazing things, which, let's face it, are the main event. Now, this picture here, for those of you who haven't been traveling much, so all of us, is part of the roof at a very famous, what's called minor cathedral in Barcelona called Sagrada Familia. And it's still not finished. It's been in progress now for 130 years. And it is a beautiful thing. In its time, it was going to be revolutionary, breathtaking, Gaudi light art, essentially, but, you know, in religious icon form. Now, they're still working on it now. Now, why is this relevant to a security conference? Well, because it's imperfect. It's something that we are going to look back at, and we have already been looking at for 100 years now, as an engineering masterwork that, even though it's not done, we still think it's amazing. Even though it literally has holes in the walls, we still think it's amazing. And we don't tell the story from the perspective of the structural engineer who said to Gaudi, hey, that's a really dumb idea, you should perhaps not do that. We tell it because of the inspiration and because of the new things it brought with it. Now, these are three people you've probably never heard of. So I want you to just think for a second of what they could have in common. And I'm kind of going to give you the story and why it's important that we're sharing it today. So Marie Van Bitten Brown, she was famous in 1969, her big achievement. Niels Bohlin, about the same time, and Maria Beasley earlier than that. Now, these are three incredible inventors you've probably never heard of. Marie Van Bitten Brown in 1969 was the first person to invent spy holes that came with security cameras. So she was really paranoid about being attacked in her home in New York, and she literally drilled holes in her door, inserted small cameras into them so that she could see who was outside. There was also a microphone involved, so she could have a talk with them. So for us all going around saying that Nest and all of these home alarm systems are new and novel, bullshit. Marie was doing it in 1969 with the tech that was around then. She was arguably a security person. Niels Bohlin, I will have mispronounced that name, I do apologize for anyone of Scandinavian origin, is the person who invented the seatbelt, the invention that we all use every time we're in a vehicle to stay safe, that has saved literally millions of lives around the planet. But we don't talk about him. We talk about Teslas, and we talk about fast cars, and we talk about, you know, what's Bond driving this year? Not the seatbelt. And Maria Beasley was one of the pioneers that redesigned the lifeboat. So whenever we've had a large-scale ocean misadventure where people have been saved because of those lifeboats. Maria was actually one of the pivotal people in that. They are all safety and security people. And they are all people you've never heard of and will probably never hear of again. You can go read about them. They're fascinating people. But the point here is their job was still important, even though they're not the people we talk about. The important part of the story that persisted, was the excitement. It was new technologies that spawned surveillance systems, albeit not all of those are good. The technology that made cars something that could go faster and kill less people, which was a really important thing for mass adoption, and could keep us safe on large voyages, whether we're shipping big things around the world, like vehicles, or people. Now, when you look at building amazing things today, I am genuinely super excited about the technology we're building today, and I'm a security person. I am the type of person like most of you who goes to a party and can tell you the 15 ways that this is going to go horribly wrong, because I'm wired that way. But at the same time, I think it is an incredible time to be in technology. We are building amazing things that are taking us to space, that are changing the way we deal with money, sex, food, education, friendships, games, every element of our life. Now, some of it's not great. I'm not going to say all technology is wonderful, but if you are like me and you were ever a sci-fi nerd and you've read those books from, Arthur C. Clarke, and even way before then, the technologies that they predicted were going to change the world are now becoming real things. Now, as security people, we're not famed for being involved in this. We're not the people who are going to build a digital cathedral. We're not the modern day Gaudi. But we are the modern day inventor of a seatbelt, or of a life jacket, or of a security system. We are the people who are going to turn this amazing digital legacy, this transformational age we're in, into something safe. And in the process of it, we're going to be forgotten. And that's okay. I want to tell you a little bit of story about this talk today. Today's talk's a bit interesting to me. And you can't tell because I'm wearing a dodgy wig. And under that, you still can't tell. But I'm wearing hearing aids. I have what's called low frequency hearing loss. So sorry, guys who are listening, I can't hear you. It's not just an excuse. Genuinely can't physically hear the frequency of your voice, which is kind of a bit of a pain when you're like one of 20 women in 3,000 men in security. But anyway, that's a side story. I got new hearing aids on Wednesday. Now, hearing aids have come a long way from, sticking a little cone in your ear and shouting obnoxiously at people. The hearing aids that are in my ears today are the reason I'm talking to you. The microphone that I'm using is built into my hearing aids, not into the computer. The speakers that I can hear the other presenters, that I can hear the talks, that I can arrange myself with the conference organizers, that's going directly into my ears, into my head. And in fact, so is at the same time the TV in the house and my phone and about 5 other devices. Now, on a cool technology kind of sense, this is amazing. This tiny little thing, they are literally 4 centimeters long. They weigh less than 50 grams, is revolutionizing how I hear. But then I put my security nerd hat on, because what I've just told you is that there are 2 baby microphones deeply embedded in my ears and little headphones that are recording and listening to absolutely everything in my world right now. Now, for those of us who freaked out about an Amazon Echo or the Google thing sticking in our living rooms, or Siri listening to your every move on a phone, now welcome to my world. It's not my phone that's listening to me. Literally in my ear, there is a device I need that is listening to everything too. Now, is it right for me to then freak out and say, hey, well, dangerous future, we shouldn't do this? No. My job as a security person is to try and figure out how we do this, understand how it could go wrong, and then still do it anyway. And that terrifies me as a security person, I'll be really honest. It's what the future needs us to do, but it's the most uncomfortable thing for us to do. We need to see these amazing inventions and how they could all go wrong, swallow that fear, and figure out how we make it happen. So when it comes to my hearing aids, for example, what's the worst thing that could happen? Well, I go into a lot of rooms with a lot of people. And this is a microphone and recording device that's connected to computing devices. So either you could torture me by sending, horrific songs my direction. Please don't do that. It's really unkind. or you could listen to whatever else is going on in the room. Now, if this sounds like spy tech, well, it really is. This is exactly the same technology, just on a different scale and a different way, that is used in close surveillance. I think that's amazing, but also terrifying. What is this world we're living in? This is way beyond AppSec security. And, is there a SQL injection in your ears? This is a really cool picture. This is taken this year because COVID has brought many, many new uses of technology. And in fact, there's an Australian company that's helping in this space. But we're using drones, autonomous drones, to deliver medical supplies to areas that need them. Now, those medical supplies can be masks, they can be vaccines, they can be any kind of medical equipment to places like Pacific Islands, where it's not the case that you can just drive to your local hospital and get help. Now, exciting technology, right? We've got drones, instead of being used to hurt each other or hurt other people, they're getting things to where they're needed. Now, this is way beyond Amazon drops goodies on your doorstep. This is helpful tech, right? How could it go wrong, though? Well, you've got medical supplies. These are valuable. They're going to at-risk regions. These drones, to do what they do, the technology on them is surveillance equipment. We've got cameras, we've got sensors, we've got over-the-wire transmissions going on. So as a community, our job, again, is to feel that excitement and the need, and then figure out how to do it safely. And that feels uncomfortable, because what if we get it wrong? What if we screw up and that drone doesn't do what it needs to do? What if somebody breaks in and hacks it? And that's what we're seeing in companies now. We see a reluctance to do innovation because, well, if it goes wrong, then people will get hurt. And I agree, that's terrifying. But what if we don't do it? What's the repercussion if we don't? We've got computer systems that are diagnosing cancer quicker than humans because, well, let's face it, this is pattern recognition. And it's literally what we build computers to do. There are currently 1.9 million people per year in America alone diagnosed with cancer. Now, that's 1.9 million people's worth of data that needs to be looked at in great detail to see if there are traces still of cancer after treatment. But 1.9 million is the diagnosed version. Now, that means that there was a much bigger set that had their data looked at but weren't diagnosed with cancer. Now, this is talking about scaling medicine to entire populations, global populations, rather than those who can get in front of a specialist. But what could go wrong? Well, this is health information, right? This is super sensitive health information. And not every type of health situation is data that you'd want to share. And yet we see in the news, we don't see the stories of this. We see the stories of ransomware against hospitals. And we see how this is being disrupted by cybercrime, when what we need to be doing is focusing how we help this go faster and be more secure. And that's not going to look like patching some Windows boxes. That's going to look like a type of security we've never done before. Finally, Lego. Now, I can't talk about the future and not have a Back to the Future car and talk about Lego at the same time. Why not? So fun fact, Lego produced 350 million minifigures last year. They sell millions of sets each year, and they employ 20,000 people around the world. Now, is it as important as somebody diagnosing cancer? Well, depends who you are, really. I'm probably not going to argue that. But what I am going to say is, to those 20,000 people who work there, it is. And to those 350 million people who might buy a minifigure this year, that's important, because fun and play and games are also part of what we do to survive. They're part of how we relax and connect and find joy. And so security and securing the future is going to be about how we embrace finding these amazing things and keeping them safe. So what goes wrong if someone hacks Lego? Well, is the world going to end? Well, no, clearly not. But there are lots of designs out there that they are sharing in the background, like many other product companies. And there's 20,000 people who rely on that company existing and thriving to have a job. And there's companies all around the world, whether they're 2 people or 20,000 or 2 million, who all need that sense of safety and security so that they can do their bit of amazing in the world. History long after we are gone, is going to remember these amazing things, not the people who helped protect them. My legacy isn't going to be, on a monument or a web page somewhere. I help companies go really, really fast and put security through what they do. And many of you do the same thing. And I don't need to be remembered, and neither do you. What we need to focus on as a community is how we help more of these amazing creations happen in a way that's constructive and not getting in their way. And that's really hard for us, because what we're saying is we know there's vulnerability and we know there's risk, and we've got to do it anyway. That means we need to change what we're doing. Now, fun fact again, there are 3,000 security product companies in the world right now. There is a nice man in America called Richard Steinen who creates a yearbook of security product companies. And he will show you, you can actually read about every single one of them, and he's putting together the family tree of them. People will disagree with me on this, but none of those companies are going to be remembered. Not really. Because what we do is supporting cast. What we do is the background thing that lets amazing things happen. What we need to do is focusing on giving a different group of people some skills and some ability. Now, I'm not here to sell you anything, I absolutely promise you. There's 32 million software developers in the world right now. That's a phenomenal figure. And it grows at 1.2 million per year. Now, those engineers, not all of them are building amazing things. Some of them are, building the same systems we've been building for 40 years. But a number of them are. Our job as a security community is not to stand aside and say, hey, your baby is ugly and you should feel bad. Don't build that amazing thing. It's to actually swallow the fear that we fear sometimes and go, hey, 32 million software engineers, how can we help? How can we help you go faster? Tell me about your world. Now, we tend to think in security that everything is equal on the other side of the divide. So when we look at application security engineering, for example, now we've done a survey, me and my team, in the last year. We found that less than 2% of companies globally are actually what we call cutting edge in terms of application security and protecting their amazing things. They're actively doing DevOps. They're building an application security team that can actually protect it for them. Another 15% are in what we call fragmented exploration. That means that they're doing bits and pieces. They're trying it, but they're not really sure if it's working. And I'm going to raise my hand. I've seen way, way more of these than I have the cutting edge. And in fact, for some of you, you might work for somewhere that's more in that stage than the cutting edge, and that's okay too. The biggest group by far, however, is emerging. Now, please don't get me wrong here. This isn't people building amazing things who don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They're building amazing things. But finding a way to balance innovation and security is really hard. And so they haven't got the support around them. They don't have a community like us who's helping them find their amazing things and do something with it. Now, if this is the case and this is the breakdown, then we have to rethink the way we do security. Because those 2% of people up there are the ones buying the fancy tools, who are employing the teams of people. That 83% down the bottom aren't. And it's those 83% who are, going to be doing the crazy systems we can't even imagine of right now. Now, how are we going to do this? Well, my mission in life, and I say this publicly, and I hope you will too, is to make myself redundant. Maybe I'm not a mermaid. I do have a gloriously sparkly tail here today. But my aim is to go live on a beach. Not because I'm rich and famous, but because people don't need me to exist anymore as a professional. I'm the type of person you bring in to, in the nicest possible love-filled way, tell you everything is screwed in your world and you should probably do something about it. And if we succeed at this, if we give the teams building amazing things, all of the things they need, whether it's tooling, whether it's just support when they need it, whether it's education, whether it is just a different way of protecting our borders, whatever we give them, however we do this, is a step towards us not needing to do it anymore. I was a penetration tester for a number of years, probably most part of a decade, and it's boring. I'm going to be that person who says, we have a lot of people who want to be pen testers, but in reality, what we see every single time is the same issues. And it's because if you do the same process again and again and again without changing it, you get the same results. We have to change the process. And that's at every stage. If you've got one of those friends who is the ideas person in your group, who is saying, hey, I really, really want to do this amazing thing, it's going to change the world. Some of us, myself included, we've been known to be the people who'll sit down and go, let me buy you a beer and tell you how this is going to fail. If that's you, we need to reverse that. We need to say, all right, this is a crazy idea. I'll give you that. And it could fail in many ways, but here's how we can make it a bit safer. Can I help you? We need to protect our legacy systems. The amazing systems that were built 30 years ago really were amazing. You know, mainframe computers may not be sexy to us anymore, but they're still going. They're still underpinning our banking systems. They're still handling millions of transactions a day. But there's nobody left to protect them. There's literally such a shortage of the skilled engineers to look after them that people are hoping that the equipment doesn't fail. In some cases, they don't even manufacture the physical infrastructure that goes on anymore. So it's literally emulators on top of emulators on top of emulators. We need to find a way as a community to protect that too. But that's not a sexy problem. It's not cutting edge. It's not, you know, DevSecOps. It's old school. Every little bit of this has something you can help with, whether you are listening to this and you're a pen tester, or you're a security architect, or you're a designer, or you are the type of person who runs around the edges doing the monitoring. I want you to find a piece of your job that you can give away to someone who's not in security. And I really don't mean shifting left. If you keep shifting left infinitely, everything ends up in the ocean. I mean collaborate and support somebody to do what you're doing. And hopefully that somebody will be somebody who's building something amazing. The final thing I want to leave you with before I kind of wrap this up and open if there's any questions out there is to remind you that the world is very big and there is a lot of amazing technology being built right now. If you're currently protecting a piece of software or equipment or that you're not excited about, that you don't go to work every day and go, oh my goodness, this is going to change the world, or hey, this did change the world, look what it's doing to help people, then find a new job. There are so many roles available all around New Zealand, Australia, and the wider world right now. And I'm not talking about, SOC analyst level 1 jobs. I'm talking about security jobs where you are helping secure the drones of the future. There's a drone security company in Australia that's doing just that. It's got a track and trace system for drones so you can track its activities after it's stolen from you. There are companies out there that are helping to create digital listening maps for people who are visually impaired. So they will scan the plans of a building and navigate you silently in your head through the building so you can find the bathroom. Now, from a crime perspective, it's amazing because none of this faffing around with maps thing. But be excited about the technology. If you are the type of kid who, when you were 5, you wanted to go to space and be an astronaut, then why the hell aren't you working in security in the space industry? Because that's the time we live in. If we are going to build the amazing systems of the future that are going to solve problems like climate change, that are going to get us to other planets, that are going to make life accessible for people who are finding it difficult, like me, who, needs help to hear, then we're going to need security people who are excited about that in roles that excite them. So go find those roles. You will never regret having a mission where you truly believe in what you're trying to do. That's it from me. I think I'm just a little under on time. If there are any questions, then please do reach out either here via email or on the Twitters at lady_nerd. I'm happy to discuss, to debate, and to hear any feedback. And thanks for having me.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you very much, Lora. There's a lot of people commenting and speaking in the Discord. I think one of the main comments is mainframe is sexy. That was a significant number. I guess a question from me before we go, and feel free also to not answer. I guess when you were looking for, the technology for yourself, the hearing aids, if I was in that situation, I would ask, what is the security of those? Was that a question that someone was able to answer for you, or did they just look blankly at you going, I have no idea what you're talking about?
In all honesty, your audiologist will never understand what you're talking about. And mainly because I'm 25 years younger than most of their clients. So, I'm not the type of person who normally walks in their door. It's certainly not the type of question. But they do actually enjoy thinking about it. So what I would say is, while they weren't able to give great answers, that they are curious. And I find that in a lot of places. They've just never been asked before. And yes, mainframes are sexy. We've got a question in the channel too.
Yeah. So there's a question from Tim. Heaps of outsourced. Am I on mute? No, I'm not. Sorry,
No,
this
you're
is
good.
how wonderful we go. Heaps of outsourcing and responsibilities and us versus their mentality with security and developers. How do we empower developers?
Awesome. Yeah. Now, in all honesty, I don't just want to empower developers. I really do want to give them the keys and just step out the vehicle entirely. I'm not there to go, hey, I'm rooting for you. I'll do this thing for you. I really just want to get out of their way. I think we need to just stop with the bullshit bingo, if I'm honest. Excuse the language to anyone who has small people listening at home. If you're hearing people talking about great digital transformation shifting left into development, all of it is nonsense. All of it is buzzwords. The best thing you can do is go and actually sit down with your engineering teams, buy them a cup of tea, coffee, whatever it is that beverage of choice, and listen. Listen to what's hurting, because most of the problems that come between the disconnect between security and engineering when it comes to making changes, because when we give them something to do and we give them a suggestion, we've just added pain to their world. And their world is already really complex. We've already got performance and scaling and usability and all of these other things going on, let alone making sure that the product actually does what it needs to do. So sit down and listen and see that. Now, in terms of the outsourced responsibility and us versus them, it's a cultural thing. So call it out. If you're finding people who are dividing between the two areas, don't pick a side. You don't need to go pick a side. Go be with the devs. That's your side. They are your people. They're our people. So it really is going to take all of us moving, not just closer, but standing in with the devs and just going back. There's no difference here. We are all engineers together.
I think it's one of the important things. And it's one thing that I know that when I'm hiring people or I'm interviewing them is quite important is there is no such thing as no from a security perspective, or there should not be a no from a security perspective. It always should be a yes, but you can do something, but we need to do this sort of mitigating control, or we need to do this in there. Because the moment that security stops the business from doing anything, whether that's a developer or an accountant or whatever, then you've basically failed as a security person. You haven't actually implemented something to support the business.
And it's a very human thing, right? This isn't about security even. It's about humans. Yep. We are stubborn jerks underneath it all, every single one of us. And from a young age, when someone says no to us in any way, shape, or form, there is a stubborn toddler that lives in everyone's head that goes, well, screw you. I'm going to show you I'm going to do it anyway. Now, that's not novel in security. That's just how we're wired. Same as we'll never stop criminals happening. That's wired into us too. So we just have to remember that people and systems, we're like water. We will find the path to do what we want to do. So the best thing you can do is try and make that a safe path rather than trying to get them to do something more creative to avoid you.
So there's one more question, which is from Katniss, who is one of our speakers later. When I used to do SOC work, I kept seeing insecure stuff done by devs, and I wonder whether it's just a lack of security training in the software engineering side. What are your thoughts on this?
So I'm going to put the big bias warning. I'm not going to talk about what I do professionally. So there we go. Walking away from that. Look at me go. I'm a grown-up. No. So there's a lack of education in some areas. And also, there's also an expectation. So I hate the phrase, one of my least favorite phrases in the whole wide world is common sense. Where someone goes, oh, this is common sense. So everyone knows how to do it. Or I'm a senior engineer. I know how to do it. Or even I'm a security person, I know how to do it. Even if your background was in network engineering and you've never actually touched a software stack in your life. We need to stop assuming that people come with the same set of moving parts. We don't all have the same experiences. And so we don't make it safe at the moment for people to say, I don't know what I'm doing. What should I be doing here? Because in security, saying I don't know what I'm doing is admitting vulnerability. And of all things we don't do, we don't talk about vulnerabilities. So we need to make it okay for teams to ask questions. We need to make it okay to have that open dialogue when we see issues. And also find ways, if we're seeing repeated problems, to make those problems go away in a different form, because repeated problems are normally systematic. There's something else you can do that would solve it in many places at once.
No, that's absolutely fantastic. And I will do the sponsorship for you. But yeah, if you are interested, then Lora does have SafeStack. Go have a look. It is Australia, New Zealand. I'm happy to say that. We've done this before. So that was fantastic. Shanna, do you want to add anything?
No, other than it was a fantastic talk. I really, really enjoyed it. And the perspectives, really awesome.
So
Yeah,
can I ask one question to your audience, just really
sure.
cheekily? So aside from businesses, not related to that, I'm started a podcast, God help me. And it's called Build Amazing Things. And I'm literally sitting down and collecting the stories of the people who do security for Lego and for NASA and all of these amazing companies. So if there is a company around the world doing something, you're like, oh my God, that is going to change the world, help me spot that, because I wanted to talk to not just their engineers, but their security person, because I want to know how you figure out how to protect something that is so breathtakingly mind-blowing. So follow along. The rough and ready first episodes will be out with you soon. But if there's any kind of stories you want to dig into, how do you secure some of these crazy things being built in the world, then let me know, because I think it will be quite an adventure to go explore it together.
Absolutely, that's fantastic. And look, if you put out a tweet, we'll retweet it as well. So that sounds fantastic.
Sweet.
Look, thank you very
All
much,
right.
Lora. I know it was really short notice, but you've been an amazing storyteller and speaker, so it's really happy to have you. And everyone else, please feel free to follow Lora on Twitter and ask her questions. I'm sure she's more than happy to help and answer those as well. So thank you very much, Lora.
Thank you. Bye now.
No worries. Shanna, what are your thoughts so far? Like, we've got lots of chat in the con. I think Tendies versus Nuggies has started again.
To be honest, I've been just keeping myself busy adding this Twitter feed to Discord, so I've not been watching the conversation just yet.
Oh, disappointing.
I will catch up, and I'm just going to test this. Look, I've just
hopefully
now.
You watch the next talk, because the next talk's going to be
I was
really
watching.
interesting.
No, I was watching and listening to Lora. No, I really loved it. Yeah, no, I really loved
I'm just
that
checking.
Talk.
So the next talk, I'm just going to bring in Mike. So Mike, you're now live. How are you doing today?
Very good, thank you.
Fantastic. Where do you fall on the Tendies versus Nuggies debate?
Oh, good Lord. I'm an Oporto's kind of person. It's got to go on the
Oh,
barbecue.
there we go. Well, see, taking a neutral stance. I like it.
It's closer to Tendies than Nuggets, though.
Oh, no, they do both.
It's more kind of oppositional defiant.
Yeah. So Mike, you've got an amazing talk coming. Your bio is quite short, so I'll just quickly read through it. So 10 plus years in cybersecurity, a lifetime in nerdy collecting, which we love, and the sand is running out fast, but hopefully not too fast, because I'm going to bring your presentation up now, and it's an amazing presentation. So for history for people, Mike came and saw me when I was at Milsys and said, I've got this collection of stuff, and I want to do something with it. What can I do? And I'm like, I want to see you give a talk at ComfyCon on it. And Shanna heard about it as well, and she's like, yes, absolutely. So, Mike, I won't give it away, but please feel free to get started and introduce us to your collection.
I'll do that. Can I just say what an honor it is to follow Laura Bell? Laura, if you're still listening, it was your talk at KiwiCon a few years ago that encouraged me to go out and buy a couple of Nintendos for the encrypted Picto chat functionality. Fabulous. Look, in a nutshell, yes, I've been collecting things for many years. I started with telephones. Don't ever do that. They're a gateway drug, because once you start playing with telephones, you then start wondering what's upstream. That will take you into telephone exchanges where you find these wonderful things called rotary uni-selectors, which were used to build cryptanalytic bombs, and the Japanese used them to make their own cipher machines. And then from there, you start getting interested in kind of control systems for phones and things. So you might guess, and it's true, I kind of predate a bit of cyber. And the reason I wanted to build this collection was because it's been my experience in cyber that a huge number of people in the general public can't really get their heads around cyber and intelligence because it doesn't manifest in a physical way. Plus, I've been hugely inspired by going to some of these museums overseas. So I hope you like this talk. That's kind of where it's coming from. So if you're interested in this kind of stuff, I tweet occasionally on Loop Disconnect. So here's just a little snapshot of some of the stuff. I obviously collect cipher machines, cameras, recorders, bugs, enhanced listening systems, and what I call kind of the birth of cyber items, so I'll show you a couple of those later. I sort of specialize, and an area where I specialize that's quite different is I know that there's a couple of collections in basements in Canberra, and one day I'm hoping, guys, please do give me an invite. I'd love to come and see what you've got and compare notes. I specialize in Warsaw Pact because, if you're a Star Wars fan, I always thought the Empire had the most evil and coolest stuff. And so I go happily hunting across, Belarus, Romania, Poland, the former East Germany, but I've also got gear from, Finland, the US, UK, etc., etc. I collect across 4 top-level, broad sort of categories. Top right, you'll see the Cypher machine. That's a CX52. It was the one that first freaked out the NSA when they realized if it was properly configured, it was uncrackable. And I love it. All the wheels are based on different primes and stuff. So if you've got kind of an interest in the nerdy aspects of crypto, I've got a few things that relate to that. The middle one at the top, espionage. So that's, your bugs, your recorders, your cameras, your spy radios, your intercept equipment, your TSCM equipment, all that kind of stuff. Plus, the bit that I actually think is most interesting is tradecraft equipment. So, lock breaking, forensic type equipment, all those kind of interesting tradecrafty bits of gear. I mentioned kind of really early cyber. So this little toy came from the estate of an NSA hardware developer, and it's an early module for Beau to digital type conversion. And interesting little toys like this, which is an Enigma emulator on an Atari 2600 cartridge. I just think that's a fabulous little item. Right through to kind of, modern crypto machines. And then finally, cultural. When I look at our industry and compare it to other industries, I think we could do with snapshotting our history as we go. So eventually we build up with a kind of a historical archive of kind of who we are and where we've been and milestones that mattered. And here's a fabulous thing I found recently. It's a 1685 edition of Cryptomenesis Artefacts. And I've got a number of kind of old crypto books like that and things that when they first came out were very controversial. Sometimes they were banned and there's very few surviving copies, that kind of stuff. When people find out about this collection, the first reaction is, you're doing what? Why would you do that? Isn't that the role of the government? Well, it kind of is and it kind of isn't. We as industry owe it to ourselves and to future generations to also tell the story of why we're here and why it's significant. And I'm a pretty humble person. And, for a long time, I kind of felt like I think a lot of people do in this industry, where you're sort of a bit cowed by the power of the intellect of all the technical people. You're very smart people and I honor you for what you do. But I sit in the audiences at these conferences and I hear people talking about how it's just terrible that we're struggling to educate people on cyber and get people to enter the industry. And I was thinking, what can I do within the span of my capability to be able to make a difference? So I think about the 2 quotes. Clint Eastwood famously said, a man's got to know his limitations, but Turing said, sometimes it's the people that we imagine the least of who do the things that nobody imagines. And I thought somewhere between those two, I'll find something. And the other thing that was weighing on me was the importance of really doing something for our country and kind of sovereign cyber. And so I came up with 2 things. The first one was to go and join a local sovereign cyber crew, and I'm very happy there. And they're hiring like crazy if that's sort of if you're in the market for a job. And the other thing was to build this historical resource or museum. I can tell you it's a ludicrously expensive hobby. I'm doing this late in career, and that's a good thing. And my wife is the real hero behind the scenes because she's let me kind of take a pause on mortgages and renovations and stuff to be able to get this thing off the ground. Again, my objectives are, 1, start with physical objects because I think they're relatable and they bring cyber into the real world. And also, of necessity, it will create a physical place. And I want that place to become a backdrop or a platform, if you like, where the really smart people in our industry can come and give talks. It could be Lora Bell. It could be the cryptanalyst Richard Bean from Brisbane. It could be a lady I've only just discovered in Melbourne called Alison Lewis, who's written a fabulous book about the Stasi. And through that, I want to create context and depth to our industry and for it to be a source of pride. I want it, as I said, to be able to explain cyber and intelligence to the wider public. And I really want it to encourage kids to get into STEM and cyber. Because if we leave that conversation until they're late in high school or uni, I kind of think it's too late. When I went to Bletchley and the NSA Museum, I was so inspired by the stories there. I thought, we owe it to ourselves to have something like that in Australia. And I thought, I could do that. Why don't I just get it off the ground and we'll see where it goes, And then finally, I thought, I can see retirement on the horizon. And I don't know about you, but I'm going to die of boredom if it comes down to bingo and lawn bowls. So I thought I'll kind of build a retirement shed for hackers and spooks. So there you go. That's kind of what I'm doing. So as a case study, one of these narrative arcs through the collection, I find it really interesting to look at East Germany. It's a safe space to talk about because the country collapsed 30 years ago. So they're not going to whack me if I go around telling stories about them. And they were there on the cusp of digital, and they've got really, really cool gear. Can I recommend, if this talk's of interest to you, go and have a look at the movie called The Lives of Others, Das Leben der Anderen. It's an incredible film for its technical accuracy and its description of the methodology, and all of the stuff on it is spot on. I've got a bunch of stuff that comes that was kind of highlighted in that film. It's a very, very accurate movie. So let's just wind back the clock briefly to give you a little bit of the context. So the Berlin Wall was kind of really built. They said it was to keep the evil West out, but actually they had a massive problem with the brain drain. There were so many people escaping from the East into the West. They would have all been the people like you. They were, doctors, teachers, lawyers, anyone with an education was doing what they could to escape, same as they are from Ukraine today. They put up an initial wall in 1952 across most of Germany, with the exception of Berlin. So Berlin became a magnet for people to escape to the West. There were popular uprisings in 1953, and you can see people chucking rocks at tanks there. Very, very brave people stood up. And then finally in 1961, the real wall went up. And there's the famous photo of Konrad Schumann jumping over the fence as it was going up a couple of days later. The guards had orders to shoot to kill. Whether there were women or children in the crowd, they would do so. So it was pretty ruthlessly enforced. I always wondered, though, what was life like behind that wall, and how did they enforce that regime? And this is the monster that drove it. This is the headquarters of the Stasi in Berlin, and it is literally that entire complex. It's not one building, it's a vast, vast apparatus. They had 90,000 full-time staff, 200,000 informers. They controlled the mail system, all the phone exchanges. They had partial control of the justice systems. They had secret jails. They had their own guards divisions that would turn on the army if need be, and they were backed by, the criminal police, the Volkspolice, the workers' battalions, and they had the KGB and the Soviet army behind them. So they were very, very formidable. And this is them. I got to say, what a bunch of dorks or malignant incels. So on the right, you've kind of got a staff photo, and on the left, you've got some photos from a fabulous book called Top Secret by Simon Menon, where he went to the Stasi archives and he collected a whole bunch of photos from their training programs. And, there really was a Stasi university. This is one of their badges, and they learned their tradecraft and would write dissertations on how to spy on people and all that kind of stuff. And this is them trying on different disguises. And the bottom pictures, they're trying to imitate what they thought Western tourists look like. Kind of funny. But there was a serious side, of course. And, you're talking about the risk of, constant risk of arrest, constant surveillance into your life at all levels, rendition potentially even to the USSR, where they executed some people, something called Zersetzung, which is a form of psychological pressure and discrediting people in such a way that they would just kind of emotionally collapse. So all of this stuff was a risk. And all of this was backed by the KGB. Now, some people know it, some don't, but Vladimir Putin was actually there in Germany when the wall came down, and he was seconded to the Stasi as a KGB officer. And some years later, a member of the Red Army faction, otherwise known as the Baader-Meinhof, confessed that they were actually meeting regularly with the KGB in Dresden and were armed and supported by that group. So, for all of Russia's talk about being anti-terrorist, they were actually backing the Red Army faction at the time. Now, with all those risks, who were they really up against? Believe it or not, they were really anti-gang and anti-punk. They spent a lot of time surveilling people who looked kind of like us, right? The crazy pink hair. The third one across there from the left looks remarkably like me back in the 80s. These are the kind of people they were going for. And also, believe it or not, early hackers. So there was kind of a group of computer enthusiasts in East Germany back in the early 80s, HDJT, and they were bringing in Commodore 64s from the West. The Stasi started getting worried that this was the birth of a kind of a counterculture, and they were surveilling this group, and they weren't trying to shut it down, but they were actively monitoring it because they were worried about what these freedoms would grow into. Interestingly, it wasn't so much the hardware that they were worried about, it was the software that they didn't have control of, because there were games like Kremlin and Counter-Strike and stuff like that, and they were worried about it being anti-socialist. Top right, you've got a parade through the streets of computers from Robotron, and I've been hunting down some of this kind of equipment. They had really bizarre equipment architectures and stuff back in the day. So onto pervasive surveillance. So to give you an idea of what you're up against, all of the streets in the main cities were kind of covered in video surveillance, as they are today, decades later. They monitored mail, telephone calls, telexes, all of those sorts of things. And if they thought you were even remotely suspicious, they would photograph you using things like post boxes, telephone boxes, etc., etc. So the first one, just to talk about video, I don't know a lot about this area. I don't actually have equipment from this area, but obviously I'm still sourcing. They had literally thousands of cameras in the big cities, and it's quite interesting for the 1980s. So, for example, one railway station, Friedrichs, there were 400 cameras in that station alone. And a lot of it was just kind of hassling people. You know, here's a guy with long hair who's being dragged off by the Stasi just for kind of sitting around. Any group that was like, you know, punks or looked a bit counterculture, they would hassle as well. Interestingly, all of the equipment was Western, and they were buying it with hard currency, which was a struggle for a country that was basically going broke. And that's one of the perverse things about autocratic regimes, right, is they put so much money into keeping control over a dwindling economy and population. So an example from the Stasi files, decades after, when the wall came down, the Stasi tried to burn and destroy everything. The Russians were far more successful. There are very, very few documents surviving that prove that Putin was in East Germany, but he was there. We know that. There's a few things that survived. But here's an example of a fellow, Henning Frunder, who was arrested in the late 60s because he wrote a letter to somebody expressing how he'd like to go to the West. He was arrested, had no idea how it happened or why it happened. But many decades later, as people are sticky taping all of the Stasi files back together, they found the name of this fellow and also the person who snitched on him, and they were able to explain to him how it happened. So 50 years after the fact, people are finding out who informed on them. They say that the torn up Stasi files are the biggest puzzle in the world. There are billions of pieces, and they're still trying to slowly put some of it back together to come to terms with the past. Post. This is a really interesting one. Obviously, this still kind of happens today. The Stasi basically perfected through postal surveillance how to take enormous volumes of post out of the system, open it, and then return it to the postal stream in, believe it or not, only 12 hours. They had it down to a fine art, and this is one of the resealing machines that is in one of the Stasi facilities that's been turned into a museum. To give you an idea of the type of equipment, on the left you see something that's kind of been jerry-rigged out of a vacuum cleaner and a heater, and it's called a Heißluftgeblasen. We're going to have some fun with German compound words today. So a Heißluftgeblasen is obviously a warm air blower, and it was used for softening the glue on envelopes, and it was actually fairly quick to operate. The one in the top that looks like a combination of a kind of a pressure cooker and a steamer is kind of just that. It's called a Heizdampfgerät. Gerät meaning device, so it's a warm steam device, and the reason it's angled is so you can put down 2 envelopes at a time in a kind of a production line. And then the third one is a machine that came from Czech. It's actually a very big machine. I obviously don't have one of these. It's called a cold steam device, and the way it worked is they would put actually cold water in the bottom and then a layer of cellophane. You put a whole bunch of mail on it that you want to open, and then you slowly raise the temperature of the water. And then what they call the cold steam process opens a whole lot of mail all at the same time. And then you have this, and there were various engineering departments of the Stasi. The one that I have the most equipment from is called OTS, the Office of Technical Services, and they would build things like this. So this is my favorite long kind of German word. Arbeitstisch der Heißdampf Öffnungsanlage means a special workbench that's built for opening mail. And you can see exactly what it is there. It's kind of a faster and easier to operate thing built into a work surface, so they could just push mail in bulk along. And there's an actual Stasi officer using one of these things. So that's post. Telephone and bug recording. The Stasi were incredibly sophisticated with what's called audio penetration. And if you see that movie, The Lives of Others, you'll see them go storming into a building very quickly, you know, pushing bugs down behind wallpaper and all sorts of stuff. This is an example of a fairly modern bug, and the piece that protrudes into the room is only about 2 millimeters wide, and I challenge anybody to be able to find this kind of stuff. You'd really only find it with a device called an NLJD, a non-linear junction detector, and they were already thinking about how to defeat the use of those as well. These are examples of various rooms where you can see large numbers of reel-to-reel recorders deployed. gradually becoming more and more dense and going vertical in an effort to try and cope with the amount of recording that was going on of people's homes, both through bugs and through telephone. And in fact, that was one of their biggest challenge. How do we massively increase the number of recorders as we start penetrating more and more homes with listening devices? How do we actually do that? And you'll see on the top right in the background, there's a little bit of a clue as to how they did it. They specifically worked with VEB, the manufacturing company, and this kind of touches on the modern cyber thing where government and industry collaborate to turn out devices, and they built these. So what I'm holding up and what you see on the right is a CAG-E recorder. I've got a number of these, and it's a very, very interesting device because it's purpose-built for surveillance. Obviously, these followed the development in 1963 of the Philips cassette, which allowed surveillance to become much more dense. It is remotely controlled. You can see here the ribbon cable connector on the back of it. And these were built into chassis. So you'd have almost like a computer blade enclosure, if you know what I mean. So looking like this device on the bottom left, you would have 6 recorders in a chassis, 5 active and 1 kind of hot spare. And then these chassis were mounted in bulk into the telephone exchanges across Germany. So East Germany was divided up into 15 regions, and these things were pushed into all the phone exchanges, and they could be remotely controlled to turn on recording of your telephone. And they also had ways to turn the telephone into a recording instrument in the room as well. It's actually pretty shocking, isn't it, I think, to see this manifested as physical objects. You know, we kind of know that people can turn on recording of our phone lines and stuff, but when you actually see it turned into physical objects in this kind of mass, it makes a real impact on people. The Stasi, being Germans, documented everything. And so here you almost see the kind of Stasi ITIL documentation of exactly what equipment models and volumes went into each rack and how they managed the tapes and all that sort of stuff. I mentioned before, these would collapse from small exchanges into control hubs, and then from there to a central control mechanism. So that's telephone. And then finally, after the wall came down, this technology was adapted and used by the Federal Republic of Germany, the Unified Germany's Office for the Protection of the Constitution. And they thought it was terribly important to still have this kind of capability, because you have to understand, when the Stasi disbanded, there were 90,000 people trained in espionage who'd been living in bunkers with large armories and stuff. And until all of that settled down, West Germany felt that they needed the ability to be able to monitor telephone. I've got obviously plenty of photos. There are training manuals and things which have been made available as to their techniques for bug planting and whatnot. It's all very interesting stuff. This is one of the most interesting. It hasn't arrived in Australia yet. It's currently with a very big shipment, which is in the air from Poland at the moment. This is called an acousto-optical bug. And the way that this one worked, it was actually patented in '83. The patent is there in the middle. It's all plastic, so it can't be picked up with, metal detectors or NLJDs and things like that. But at the end of it is a little diaphragm that obviously vibrates with speech in the room, and a laser is fired down a fiber optic, picks up that vibration, then turns it back into an audio signal at the other end. The cable's about 20 meters long, so you could use this to push into apartment buildings and all sorts of things. Let's talk about cameras. I probably have the biggest collection of espionage cameras in Australia. I don't really know, because whoever's out there is playing possum. But these are some of the examples of the cameras I've got. The one in the middle at the top is called a GSK, and it was purpose-built for the Stasi to become a kind of a multi-role platform, like a modular computer architecture. And you'll see some examples of how they repurposed the GSK. This little one here is called a Tochka. It's very rare. It is effectively the Eastern copy of a Minox. And what's interesting about it is it has a little pendant hanger at the top. It was designed to hang around your neck, and the lens points out the front because, believe it or not, it was purpose-built to be hidden behind a necktie or in small devices like cigarette lighters and compacts and things like that. Bottom left is one of my long-range cameras. And, of course, in many cases, I've got the Western equivalents of these kind of things as well. I've especially got a pretty good collection of kind of concealed cameras. So a good example here is an Ajax camera built into a little frame which would disguise it inside a lady's handbag, or this thing, which is even even kookier, which is actually a button, and a camera could be hidden behind that. And when you press the little button in your pocket, you might see behind me, it's actually opening the window and the button to be able to take photos through that. And then bottom left is a Tessina. ASIO actually made good use of these as well. They would hide them in things like books. And the Tessina is also the camera that was used in the Watergate burglary. I've got a very good camera, and it actually comes with the even rarer strap. So that's to my mind, that's a really sort of James Bond piece of kit. Also, again, currently in the air on the way from Poland, I've managed to track down an extraordinarily rare device called an FKP. FKP would typically be hidden in a large hardback book, and it was given to students who were on rotation to the West on exchange programs. They would take it into libraries hidden in a book, and it was used for stealing intellectual property in microfiche, and they could handle large volumes of microfiche. It had a very big roll of film in it, and effectively like a photocopier, they would just move their way through that. Another example is this device. This is called Ruben, and it is again a device which is used for intellectual property theft. At the bottom is a mirror with a light source, and when you fill it up with film and batteries, essentially you push it down, the rollers engage the battery and light it up, and then as you drag it across the surface, it records documents continuously onto a long roll of film. So that's a really interesting kind of space to explore how IP theft used to happen before everything went digital. And then there's Compromat. Now, for those of you who know the history, when Putin came to power, there were people who were investigating those around him for corruption. And in fact, the lead prosecutor was taken down on accusations, and there were other people who were taken down by Compromat. So I've got a couple of examples of devices. In the top left, there's a beautifully machined device. It's actually Czech-made, called an Oko, and that one is lens interchangeable with the one on the right, which is, again, it's the GSK that I mentioned before, but with a long pinhole lens. The reason it's shaped like that is obviously so that it can be pushed through a hole into a wall, and it literally only has a 1 millimeter opening to be able to take pictures. Now, I want to say this. Every now and again, I get concerned that people might think that I'm some kind of crazy right-winger or creep or something. Actually, the opposite is true. In building this, I actually want to build something which serves as a warning and shows people what to look for. I think it's frankly a disgrace that Airbnbs are used for perving on people and stuff like that. But if I can show people what to look out for, then I'll have rendered a good service. But these are the kind of examples of kit that was used and is still used by the surveillance services today. Infrared is really interesting. Obviously, you know, you can only operate really effectively if you can operate at night. So I've got a number of pieces of equipment that relate to or were purpose-built for night. At the top is the very, very rare HFK camera, which was built specifically for night. On the right, not mine, that's actually a picture from the Stasi Museum in Berlin. It's a car door, and you can see that behind a plexiglass facsimile of the door, they've actually mounted a whole bunch of infrared flashes. So you would be walking along the street and they'd be happily snapping photos. You would have no idea about it. You'd be lit up as plain as day. This is an interesting toy. It's called an Imfia, and it's a Soviet tool used for obviously monitoring in pitch black. Very, very evolved. It was also used in dark rooms and things like that. And at the bottom, you've got one of my robot cameras with the solenoid that was used for firing the shutter. These were modified in such a way that they had extra padding put around the chassis to minimize the sound of the actual mechanism, and then built into briefcases with batteries, triggers, and infrared flashes to do the same kind of thing, take photos surreptitiously. One of the things that the Stasi used to do, and obviously it still happens today, but they made an industry out of it, was conspiratorial search or house search. And this takes place in the movie The Lives of Others, and a whole crew rolls up. And the methodology essentially was they would first of all use a Polaroid camera to take snaps of things in a room so that when they put things back, you wouldn't really know that they'd changed. Their favorite camera for that was the Polaroid 195, which had a Tomica lens. It had a very, very good quality lens, although it was a cheap Polaroid camera. So they would first of all lay out the room. They would go to work with their toolkits, and I'm lucky enough to have sourced an original, what's called a criminalist kit, and it's literally the kit of tools that was used for kind of hunting, for kind of counterintelligence purposes, as well as used by the bug planting crews. I've got this plus all the books that went from the Stasi University as well. It's an interesting artifact because it's one of those physical tradecraft things. And then at the bottom right, you have yet another variation of the GSK, this time with a lens and a bulk film loader for taking hundreds of photos. And what they were looking for was, say, in your teenagers' bedrooms, they were looking for posters on the walls that would express an affiliation with everything from, I don't know, Madonna and Bruce Springsteen, which might tell them that you're leaning Western, to punk items. They obviously went through literally every jar and spray can in the house looking for hidden film compartments or anything that would betray espionage capability. They would then, implant into the house bugs and things. And then finally, a really nasty turn, once they decided to move away from outright torture and stuff, they started messing with people's minds. They would, for instance, take your sock drawer and your underwear drawer and swap the contents around. Or they might reorder all the books on your bookshelf. They might change your pots and pans around. And then they'd come back and do this repeatedly to the point where you thought you were going crazy. As well as spreading rumors about you at work and doing other stuff, they would play these psychological games with people to destabilize them. That's a bit... I guess this is interesting purely because, today we kind of secure mail with certs and things like that. But back in the day, messages went back and forth with wax seals that were numbered so that if I sent a message to Sean or Ian, they could, in a non-repudiated fashion, know that it came from me and know that it was sealed and not tampered with along the way. In terms of crypto, this is a rotor maze from the Fialka machine. It's not nearly as well known as Enigma, but Fialka was a very, very, very powerful cipher machine. 10 wheels, counter-rotating, fed also via a punch card system with kind of like the day's crypto codes. This machine was effectively uncrackable if configured properly. A very, very nice example of kind of Cold War engineering. One interesting way that the Stasi used to communicate with agents was they used the device on the left called a Sprachmorsegerät 32620, and this device would basically take a Baudo tape and then convert that into speech. That could then be read out over radio, and then anybody with any kind of commercial shortwave could listen to that, and via a one-time pad could then get secure messages. And there were many, many advantages to doing it that kind of way. So I've got some examples of the receiving radios that were very popular. The one in the middle, interestingly, when the Americans broke a spy ring a couple of decades ago, literally every house they went into where they suspected spying, they all had that exact model of radio. If you want to hunt one down as a souvenir, it's called an ICF 2010, Sony ICF 2010, and you can pick one up for a few $100. They're kind of an iconic espionage item. This is one of my favorite toys. It's a genuine Soviet spy radio, an R353. These were typically buried in forests and other places, awaiting a go code. So they were kind of a leave behind radio in case of emergencies. Interestingly, everything inside it is Russian, but it's labeled in English. The reason for that, of course, is if someone springs you when you're using a radio, then you have a certain element of plausible deniability. A very, very powerful radio. And this is my recent and most favorite toy. It's called a Lichtsprechergerät. And the Lichtsprechergerät is, I have a pair of these, probably the only pair in the Southern Hemisphere. But basically what this thing does is I have an earpiece, and as I speak, that is modulated into an infrared signal, which is good for a couple of kilometers, and they would use this to secretly communicate back and forth across the Berlin Wall. And with that, I'm probably just about out of time, so I'm going to draw it to a close here. But I hope you found this really interesting, and it's been illuminating as to some of the tech that was used back in the old analog espionage days.
That was absolutely fantastic, Mike. Thank you very much for that. A lot of people have commented about if you were a historian or a museum person, they would be very interested in history right now. And they loved not just the fact that these things existed, but were, as you are, alarmed that these things existed in this way and that people were able to do these things.
Yep. And that's why I collect the cultural context. I think it's really, really important to understand the drivers and the motivations of the people who built them, but also to understand the impact on the people who are affected. And I think we need to very mindfully, as an industry, think about anything we build, particularly if it's dual purpose. So with that, I hope that was a good talk. Thank you.
Yeah, there's actually one question I'll just ask, if that's okay, and it's very related to that. So do you find having the physical history of tech that can be tangibly explained helps people grasp the more cognitive concepts?
100%. And in fact, that's a motivation for acquiring these physical objects. Yes, exactly. I think it helps to relate cyber to a broader industry, to a broader audience. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, a lot of relationship between, well, this is where cyber came from, essentially. Cyber was driven from a lot of these things, and it's just enabled another form of espionage in the current times.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Look, thank you very much, Mike. There's a couple of other questions. What I'll get is people, if they can just tag Mike in their questions. Mike is Loop Disconnect in the Discord, and I'm sure he's more than happy to answer your questions as well. So thank you very much again, Mike.
Cheers now.
Perfect. That was a little scary, Shanna.
I know, I love that stuff. There's a podcast I listen to called I Spy, and it's pretty cool. Goes back sort of real life spy stories, and if you've ever listened to it, the host is quite eccentric, but it's super cool hearing about how they used to go about all of the espionage prior to it being, you know, maybe somewhat easier these days where the data is all online. You know how the GCHQ were tapping into the British telecoms to get all of the communications during World War I or World War II. So, you know, now we've got the deep sea cables and all of that to worry about. But yeah, it's super scary, but super, super interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. I don't really, and it's interesting. All the same techniques are being used today. Like you mentioned the Airbnb thing. Like there was a video I was watching the other week about how to detect the spy devices in your Airbnb, and it's just the concept that we're doing that is just a little bit freaky. Yeah. So we got our next speaker is ready to join, so I will just add her in. So hello, Debi. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
It's a lovely sunny day in Adelaide. I don't think it's quite so sunny here at the moment. Are you on, I have to ask, are you on the tendies or the nuggies side of the debate that we're currently having?
Well, I'm slightly embarrassed about this. I mean, I've been here for 3 years and I'm not sure I've had tendies. I'm not sure I even know what they are.
Oh, well, that's awkward.
Well, lucky for you, I'm going to go through that over this weekend.
Shanna
I'm
is
going to make some tendies.
Yes, yeah. Shanna will be cooking them at some point. Alex is also cooking some at my place, which we might see if we can record as well. But yeah. So I'll just do a quick introduction to you, Debi, for people who don't know you. When I scroll to the right bit on my screen. Here we go. So Debi holds the DST Group University of Adelaide Chair in Cybersecurity. Of course, DST is awesome. I'm biased. In addition, she is the Professor of Cybersecurity at the University of Portsmouth, a visiting professor at Royal Holloway, University of London. So obviously Debi is a very well-renowned academic, and we're really happy to have her here to bring some academic rigor, maybe? I don't know. She looks nervous now to our conference. But Debi, I will add your slides, and thank you very much.
No, thank you, Ian, and thanks for letting me have this chance to speak. I'm sorry, that's my academic bio that you've got there. I always feel compelled to say that I came to academia late. I'm not a particularly good academic by academic standards, and I have done some of this stuff for real. So that's my disclaimer up front, if you like. And what I want to talk about, I think follows on quite nicely from what Lora talked about first thing. So my title is Not Wrestling, but Dancing, Moving from Compliance to Concordance for Secure Software Development. And you'll see on the other side of my slide that I've got the software developer and the security practitioner happily dancing together. Somebody said that I am an eternal optimist about security, but I'm sticking with this approach. Okay. So what I want to look at, this is some work that I've been doing for a number of years now. And I started off looking at the relationship between software developers and security practitioners. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we found and what that revealed. I'm primarily a security practitioner. I did software development at university, like probably most of you did. I was spectacularly bad at it. But I wanted to understand the relationship, and I'll explain why that came to be an issue a little bit later on. Then I want to kind of change tack a little bit, and I want to look at some research that was done looking at interactions between doctors and patients. And this was pointed out to me by a colleague who works in psychology. And what we decided to do was to try and use that understanding and that research and apply it to what we already knew about software developers and security practitioners, and see if we could come up with ways to generate productive security dialogues. So we talked a lot about collaboration between software developers and security practitioners, but sometimes you actually need to have some tools and techniques to make that happen rather than just saying it's a good thing to do. And of course, what we're trying to avoid doing is getting into a situation that you can see in the cartoon on the other side of the slide. So some years ago, I was asked by a government organisation in the UK to find out how they could develop constructive interactions between security and the business in a way that both sides value and that which holistically benefits the business. That was the task that we were set. And of course, basically, when you unpick that statement, it's about improving the relationship. And when we dug a bit deeper, the relationship problem that they had was that security practitioners and software developers didn't speak to each other. And what they wanted us to do was to try and find a way to improve that relationship so that they did talk to each other. And that was kind of the high level problem that we were set. Of course, when we started to dig into it a bit more, it turned out that this was really the issue. So they were moving to this idea of DevSecOps. And we know, there's bullet points there, it being about continuous integration, continuous delivery, lean manufacturing, secure code, processes and tools. But then we come to the last bullet point. It requires trust and a change in culture. And one of the things that we thought we could see was the fact that nobody was proactively managing this change. Nobody was proactively doing anything to increase trust between these two communities. Now, at the time, somebody just said to me, oh, this is about DevSecOps. And I had no appreciation for what DevSecOps was. And I've got lots of friends who are software developers, and I just said, help me. And they said, over a weekend, go away, read the Phoenix Project. And of course, this issue of building trust and changing culture comes through quite strongly in the Phoenix Project. And so we started to think that there was something here that we did need to address. And that if we started to unpick the problem in more detail, we would find a way of developing an intervention that might help to build this collaboration, the trust between these two different but very much related communities. So what we did was we went out and we spoke to software developers about what was causing their reluctance to actually engage with security practitioners. And what was it actually a reluctance? Where was it coming from? So these are some of the quotes that came back from them. And I'm going to start with shooting the baby because Lora actually mentioned this too. One of the software developers that we interviewed said that he didn't want to share his ideas with security because he was scared they would shoot the baby. And of course, we delved into that a little bit. And of course, what came back was the fact that software developers generally are very creative people. They didn't like to come up with ideas that from their experience, they would then take to security and security would say no. Now, I know, and you know, that a lot of security practitioners are not like that anymore, but it's not that long ago that I presented this to a community of security practitioners. And the response back I had was perhaps the baby was really ugly and needed shooting. And for me, that kind of encapsulated the problem that we were trying to address, this disconnect between the two communities. Another software developer said, you, meaning security practitioners, are like a rock in a stream. We just flow around you. And this was one of the real problems that we were seeing in this organization. Security was being bypassed at every opportunity. And what software developers actually wanted, which we thought was quite telling, was for security to be seen as people like us and fighting for the same side. So this was obviously something where we thought we could make a contribution. Now, when we started to try and work out why this was such a big deal and what it actually meant, it became apparent that this was actually having an impact on risk. So security practitioners were making risk-based decisions when they didn't have the full story, because software developers would only tell them exactly the answers to the questions that they asked. They weren't giving them extra information. There was no two-way flow. When there was a good relationship between software developers and security practitioners, there was this growing level of trust, which allowed some areas, which allowed some areas to get some things off their chests and fess up to some stuff which we ought to have been told about, but nobody got around to telling security. So there was stuff that was being hidden either by omission or perhaps deliberately, that security practitioners really needed to know. And because of the relationship that they had with the software developers, this information wasn't being given to them. And so one of the questions that we started asking security practitioners and software developers was, does security have to be a zero-sum game? Or is it really a negotiated compromise? And of course, a lot of folk in security do tend to think in binaries, or have traditionally thought in binaries: secure, insecure, authorized access, unauthorized access, insider, outsider. But we know, of course, that when projects run, at some point they have to go live. The business has to move forward. Systems have to move on. So in real terms, while this zero-sum game might feel quite a good place to be, in actual fact, security is always a negotiated compromise. So let's face up to that and work out how to have this negotiation. So this was some time ago now that we started to have these conversations. And I went back and I was talking to a colleague who is a psychologist, and he said, I've just been reading something that I think is applicable to what you're talking about. Because one of the problems we had was, how do you improve a relationship? How do you consciously improve a relationship? And he said to me, have a look at this article. It's about the doctor-patient relationship. So I'm just going to ask you to bear with me now while I flip to have a look at some of the research that's been done on the relationship between doctors and their patients. So generally speaking, when you go to see a doctor, you take your problem to them, and he or she will tell you what you should do in order to fix it. And what he or she will tell you to do is largely based around the notions of adherence and compliance. The doctor is the expert. The doctor will tell you what you need to do and how you need to comply in order to rectify your condition. And it takes the form of things like taking medication at set times, keeping clinic appointments, physiotherapy, exercise, avoiding particular behaviors. So that sounds good. We all go away and we do exactly what the doctor said, don't we? Actually, we don't. What patients actually do is that 50% of patients don't take prescribed treatments as recommended. They don't follow what the doctor says. Across all the recommendations made, between 15% to 93% fail to act at all. 25% of hospital admissions can be attributed to the failure to follow health professionals' advice. And this is where it gets really scary, because it's not confined to minor conditions. 15% of transplant patients don't do what their doctor suggests for aftercare, and 30% of those die as a result. And so you can see that this notion of adherence and compliance doesn't particularly work well, even when someone's health is at risk. So we took that idea and we followed up the research. And the solution that they were talking about in medicine for the doctor-patient relationship was to move the dialogue. So to move it from being about compliance, where patients should do as they're told, and if they don't, it's their responsibility, through to adherence, where there is some engagement to work together to plan and implement treatment. But the ultimate point is to get to this point of concordance. And this is where there's a mutual understanding and agreement about treatment and its implications. And one of the examples that we quite often talk about when we run some workshops is around, a lot of people are told to take antibiotics, and a lot of people don't then finish the course of antibiotics. What if you could have an actual conversation with your doctor as he or she prescribes antibiotics, and you could say, Do you know what? I'm going to a party on Friday night. I really want to have a few drinks. What's the problem if I start my antibiotics on Friday, or rather than Thursday? Or, you know, and it's a point where both sides come together to negotiate a way through. So that's the doctor-patient relationship and the research. And what we wanted to do was then see what happened if we moved this into the DevSecOps space. If we looked at the relationship between software developers and security practitioners from a similar perspective. Now, I'm not for one instant suggesting that software developers are somehow sick and need treatment from security practitioners, but I am saying that perhaps we could start to move the dialogue away from one of compliance and adherence, where developers are told what they should do, to a point where there's a mutual understanding and agreement about security and its implications. So basically what I'm saying is this is a more formal way of actually conceptualizing this need for negotiation and collaboration between these two communities. So we've got this idea. We're going to move towards concordance. What do we actually mean by concordance? This is where the quote, "dancing, not wrestling," comes from. So the research on concordance in this particular medical context talks about the need for mutual respect and expertise, recognition of expertise on both sides. And there are 5 things there that you really need to have in place in order to achieve concordance: a willingness and commitment to engage with each other, open discussion, sharing information, listening to each other, active listening, and time. And I have to say that in our research and in the work that we've done with DevSecOps teams, time is quite often the hardest one to get. And quite often that's because a lot of software developers are contractors, and organizations very short-sightedly quite often won't pay for software developers to get engaged in these kinds of activities. And I really think that is short-sighted, which is why I think this perhaps more slightly structured way of understanding how to get these two communities to work together could be quite useful in making the case for having the time to do this. So we want to move towards concordance. Now, I have been a security practitioner. I've never been a professional software developer. So we did spend quite a lot of time after those first interviews and the shooting the baby comment, actually interviewing software developers about their work, about their day, about the social practice of software development. And some of the things that came back were around the fact that software developers have very little patience when security is performative. And quite often they have the responsibility for delivering secure code, but without having the authority to actually determine how that's achieved. So they talked about security being hammered into us. This was a reference to being forced to undertake security training. They also talked about the performative nature of security. So one of them said to us, I can give you the answer we all know to be true, or I can give you the answer that practically is true. So they know that there's this disconnect between what security dialogues look like in practice and what really happens in reality. And they have very little patience with this, understandably. But on the other hand, all the software developers that we spoke to emphasized the fact that in their day-to-day jobs, aside from what they had to do with security, they really favored collaboration with each other. So they talked about the importance of listening to each other when they were developing code, and they talked about never shutting down the conversation and having very little patience with colleagues who would just say no to everything. They talked about the need to share and the desire to share. You get out as much as you put in. And they also gave very clear examples about where they engage and discuss solutions with each other. So one particular example that really stood out for us was around spiking, the notion that you would have a good idea, you would mock up a prototype, you would take it to the team and discuss it with them. And if there was general consensus and buy-in, then you'd be allowed to move forward with it. And of course, a lot of these teams work on a basis where they aim to not have formal hierarchies in place, so anybody can chip in and have an idea. Now, this may be slightly idealistic, but this is the way they conceptualized their day-to-day working practices. And so for us, it seemed like they were ripe for engaging in this idea of concordant dialogue. So what we wanted to do was to actually develop a vehicle where we could both find out more about the problems and what they were experiencing, both sides, both security practitioners and software developers, but also give them some very practical tools and techniques that they could then use in their day-to-day working lives to actually improve this move towards a concordant dialogue. So we've run now 6 workshops in total. The workshops take 2.5 days, which has been quite problematic because taking developers and security practitioners out of their normal work for 2.5 days is quite a big ask. And one of the things that we're doing now is working on chopping it up into smaller bite-sized chunks to deliver. It was originally 3 days, but actually all the participants found it really tiring to engage with the material for a whole 3-day period. We've had 72 participants through. Some of them, we've had teams from public sector, government organizations. We've also had teams from finance sector, private sector. We've had mixed teams. That's been quite interesting. Originally, we could only get security practitioners to attend these workshops. Software developers were a much harder sell. Now we find it much easier to get software developers involved as well. And so we were aiming to just give them tools and techniques, gather more insight. We used techniques in the workshop that came from behavior change, that came from other aspects of healthcare research, and that also came from non-directed counselling. They were never badged in this way, but we used the underpinning ideas to create some activities and some interventions that participants could engage with. And we used something called action research. So every time we ran a workshop, we would reflect on the feedback that we got and how things had gone, and we would tailor it and alter it for the next iteration. So that way we could build the insight back into the workshop. So what do we actually do on these workshops? Well, the first thing we do is we go back to that research I showed you on doctors and patients, and we start to try and get participants to understand why people do what they do. And we do this by getting them to put themselves into somebody else's situation. For every activity that we do on the workshop, we take the underpinning idea and we put it into everyday life. So in this example, it's doctors and patients. We have a later example where we do it for teaching questioning skills, and we use negotiation with an insurance company. Once they've done the activity in that space, we then bring it back into their world. Some of the feedback I've had from these workshops has been, particularly from organizations, not from participants, has been, why can't HR just deliver this? In our experience, that doesn't work because you have to be from that community. It would be, to be honest, it would be almost better if it wasn't somebody like me coming in to do it, but if it was grown from inside the organization, with perhaps provided with tools and techniques. So the first thing is, why do people do what they do? And it's getting them to understand problems and interactions from different perspectives. The second part is actually helping them to reflect on the part that they play in the process and in the dialogue between software developers and security practitioners. And this is where this takes quite a lot of effort. Some people do this quite naturally. It's called metacognition, where you're actually able to step outside yourself and to watch what's going on as it happens. People who do it naturally don't see it as any big deal. People who don't do it naturally, it's quite a big ask to try and get them into this way of thinking. But basically, this is just about reflection. What have you done that could have been misconstrued or that might have had an impact that you weren't intending? And again, we take it outside into a real world everyday situation, and then we bring it back into the DevSecOps environment. And then we have a clutch of tools and techniques that we use. So we used questioning skills. We help them with questioning skills. We do a lot of role play as well, if participants are amenable to that. Not everybody is. We do quite a lot around dealing with difference. So what happens when it all goes wrong? How do you find a pathway through? And then my favorite activity, negotiating compromise. We have, this is an experiential session where we get them to do, we call it the scrap heap challenge. So we give them a security problem that they have to solve without using normal tools and technologies for security. So they do it on, usually on flip chart paper with drawings, and they present it to everybody else. And they have to work together to improve the solution that they've come up with. And so those are some of the tools and techniques that we use. The last thing that we do is around changing behavior. So both sides will probably at some point want to change the behavior of the other side. And we can't make them behavior change experts overnight, nor would we want to. But we can give them some quick tools and techniques. And so one thing we use is the hug, smack, shove, nudge framework from behavior change. Most people know about nudging now, making it easy to do the right thing. But what we talk to them about is the fact that you can also hug. And that I don't mean physical hugging, I mean giving nice things back. Sometimes it is necessary to smack, perhaps, but how do you smack in a constructive way? And then shoving. So this is like a speed bump in the road. Just as nudging is making it easy to do the right thing, shoving is making it hard to do the wrong thing. And so we give them these tools and techniques that they can then take back into the workplace. Now, this sounds all quite straightforward, but when you've got a bunch of software developers and security practitioners in the same room at the same time for 2.5 days, things can really get quite heated. And a lot of the value of the workshop comes from their ability to actually be together over a longer period of time. Sometimes we find it's the first time that they've actually had that kind of interaction at that level. And this is why time comes back into it. This is why it's so important. And so this has, for us, elicited a whole range of new avenues for research around DevSecOps, but also now around things like MLOps. And I'm just going to leave you with this cartoon and a comment from a security practitioner in one of the early workshops who said, "We play a greater role in interfacing between an unsatisfactory mandated process and the operational business than I realized." And this security practitioner had realized that a lot of the processes, security processes that his organization was asking him to comply with and to implement with the software developers were not fit for purpose. They were not allowing the organization to move forward in the way that perhaps Lora talked about in her talk. And so he started to realize through the course of the workshop that he was actually having to negotiate his way through, and that he had a role to play that was actually bigger than just implementing security advice and security processes. The next step for this research is, well, this is still ongoing, and we still keep tweaking it. But as I said, we're now looking at it in an MLOps space. So what happens when you put data scientists into this conversation as well, and their ways of working, and how do we manage that? So it's a hugely exciting space, and thank you for giving me time to come and talk about it.
The reason why we were slightly late is because Shanna and I were both saying this was an amazing talk. So we were typing away furiously, and we had to then jump in. But yeah, I think it was really relevant to have both your talk and Laura's, talking about bringing people together, but then how do you actually bring them together in, in some of the practical sense. So one question that's kind of on that was asked by Grandmaster was, how do you get and encourage higher managers and execs to make their teams available for exercises? How do you get them to make time for the dialogue?
So quite often it's, so there are two ways. Sometimes it's a distress thing. So I've seen DevSecOps teams where culture has fallen apart very quickly and unexpectedly. And sometimes the organization doesn't exactly know what's wrong. They just know something needs to be fixed quickly. Other times it's having an ally in that organization. So it's building the relationship, and sometimes it's trying to do it from the bottom up. So it's getting somebody within the organization who's willing to think creatively and will take forward the ideas and make the case for us. I think we're slightly hamstrung by being academics. Not every organization is comfortable with letting academics roam around. So, there might be other ways of doing it, but those are the two ways that have worked for me.
It's funny you mentioned the academics thing, because obviously I came from DSTO, and when some of my colleagues will refer to it as the propeller head place, because they know that sometimes there's a difference between the theoretical and the practical, but obviously it's really important to get that across. Another question from Kieran. Have you seen any significant changes in this space in the past 3 years? And there's a note saying, by the way, lovely to see you're still working, researching in this space.
Oh, cool. Have I seen any changes? Yes, it's far easier now to get... so I've got to qualify this. I was going to say it's far easier to get software developers and security practitioners in the same room at the same time. I mean, they are more willing to be in the same room at the same time. When we first started, I could only get the security practitioners in the room. And that was because I didn't know enough about how software developers worked. So one iteration, we had even numbers of each community signed up. And on the Friday before we were due to run the workshop on the Monday at 5 o'clock, I watched all the software developers pull out one by one. And they said, it's not written into our sprints. We've been told to pull out. So at that point, I realized I needed to know a hell of a lot more about software developers and how to get into that process and get it into the sprints. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, and it's speaking in their language and meeting their sort of processes. So it's part of that, also bringing everyone together.
Yes.
Last question from me. Are there any recommended readings on changing behaviors or the tactics that you were talking about in your presentation?
I would say this, wouldn't I? I have a couple of papers that are openly available. So there's the paper that was the pilot study for this, and I'm happy to circulate that. There's also a paper that we did on, which is not directly related to this, but it's about behavior change for security, and it's called Can We Sell Security Like Soap? But I'm happy to provide other references. I mean, certainly the hug, smack, shove, nudge paper is quite good.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could share those links, and we'll send them out to people as well.
I can do that, easy, yeah.
No worries. Look, thank you very much, Debi. It was great to have you, and definitely great to follow on. Sort of, Dan was saying to me, this is like an AppSec conference. I'm like, no, we just have all the AppSec talks at the beginning.
Thank you.
No worries. Thanks, Debi. I had a bit of a change. I thought I needed a bit of change. I can't pull it off as well as you, though.
Mine just looks natural.
Yours looks natural, but my head is too fat to fit the friggin' cap. And
so weirdly, all of my wigs are way too big for my head because I have a very.
It's because you have a beautifully small head, honey. Although I do like your natural hair at the moment. When I saw it on Wednesday, it was very nice.
Oh, nice.
So we've just got a couple of minutes before Naina comes on. What are you thinking so far? Are we still regretting running a conference, or are we going well so far?
I'm loving it. I'm actually loving not being on 2 Zooms. That's a really nice thing. I'm actually.
Oh yeah, the lack of the 2 Zooms is very good this time.
Yeah.
We just ordered pizza over here, so we're just waiting for the pizza to turn up.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Well, you can just make pizza.
I could, but I won't.
And I did have some doggos, but I think the doggos have gone back through because they don't want to be here anymore. They were making noise earlier, but yeah, so I think they don't want to be here. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on our next speaker. So she's had her warning. Welcome, Naina. Hello. You're on mute.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Doing really well. Excited.
You excited? You're not too nervous?
Yeah, a little nervous.
Not nervous? No, it's good. It's good. Tendies versus nuggies. Where do you sit on the debate?
This one is super easy for me. It is nug. It's the nug life.
Oh,
especially if they're spicy nug. It's like
so many people not coming back next year. I tell you.
Don't worry, I'll overrule her. She's not getting to cause that much trouble. So really excited to have Naina on for a couple of reasons. One, because she's actually one of the participants of the 2021 Project Friedman, which we're really keen to support and help with. The other one is I'm really excited to see the talk as well, to be honest. But just a bit about Naina from her bio. She's passionate about the importance of communication and works for the cybersecurity segment marketing for Ripe, which is a crayon company. Are we saying crayon as in like crayon?
Yeah, crayon.
Well, that's bloody awesome in itself. Like, you know, you don't think of Crayon when it comes to cyber, but like, I'm pretty excited about that. Oh, somebody let the doggos in. But Naina's going to give us a quick 10-minute talk today about marketing yourself and improving your communication in cyber, which I've just brought the slides up. So feel free to take it away, Naina.
Thank you. So thanks, Ian, for the great intro. But really, the way I describe myself is that I am a cybersecurity translator. So while my day job is, yes, I'm a marketing manager, et cetera, but what I really do is I take what a cybersecurity vendor or a co-founder or a CTO comes up with, and I translate it into a message or a benefit that an organization might want to buy. So I wanted to take some of the things from my world and see if we can apply it into cybersecurity, which obviously cybercomms nerd, as Ian mentioned before. So I wanted to start with a couple of statistics. This is fairly recent from an article in IT Brief a couple of weeks ago. It says 4 in 10 IT decision makers within APAC don't understand the business impact of falling victim to a cyber attack. So the employees within the organization don't understand that. And 42% of their employees could actually successfully identify a phishing email. And 39% of their employees, or they feel pretty confident, would actually report a suspicious activity. So clearly, we have a long way to go when it comes to changing behavior within our organizations that we work in. But cybersecurity in itself has a couple of additional challenges when it comes to communicating the message that we want to get across to our greater organizations or the industries in general. If you think about it, the only time cybersecurity comes into the general awareness is usually with a negative connotation. There's been a breach, there's been a hack, grandma's lost thousands of dollars in a scam, a CEO has been fired, or conversely, there's a big scary dude in a hoodie who's trying to steal all my personal data and really just kills my vibe when I'm trying to online shop. And then this is again followed by a very serious looking person who tells me that I'm not doing the right things to prevent these sort of cybersecurity attacks. So we have a few challenges when we communicate our message to a greater audience. And the second thing, if we've not scared off the audience who are interested to begin with, is a lot of the vernacular around cybersecurity is comparatively new. So it's hard to truly communicate even some what we consider basic concepts in cybersecurity, like a ransomware or a malware or even a breach, to an audience who may or may not be familiar with those concepts. So if you are someone who's interested in taking, just wanting to bring about organizational change within your industry, your organization or the industry, or really just, get a cybersecurity program launched and get some nods and smiles across the room when you're in a meeting, then hopefully you'll find some of these tips helpful. So the 3 tips I wanted to talk about today are: know your audience, build trust, and have a clear call to action. And how can we take these things and apply them to some high stakes, impact making projects within our organizations and the industry in general? The first thing I wanted to talk about is know your audience. Now, I don't mean obviously personal data, a full dossier, but I mean the who. When I start a marketing campaign, usually I don't start with the what or the how or what the product is. I start with who. Who's buying what I'm trying to sell? Who's attending my webinar? What's the size of the organization that's going to be interested in my product? Do I need case studies and customer testimonials, or is it a smaller shop where they just need a demo and a quick payment gateway? If we don't take the time as an industry or even as cybersecurity professionals within our organization to think about what's important to our audience, we'll never be able to influence their decision. I want to give you guys a real example for an organization that I used to work with. So it was a busy time of year. I was getting ready to launch a couple of marketing programs, and I got this email, and you know what they did? They got my name. It's up there. And it's a really clear email on what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to take this questionnaire, but there's absolutely no context. Like, I didn't know what this was about, and I didn't take this questionnaire, and neither did a lot of people on my team. In fact, nobody did. I know this for a fact. And I received several of these emails within a couple of weeks of each other, and I didn't take that questionnaire even once. The point I'm trying to make is, had whoever was running this program taken some time to think about how this would affect me, was it a busy time of year for me? Can I really take 36 questions at a time, or do I need to take some quick modules? They probably would have been able to get a better response. Which brings me to my second point: build trust. Building trust with our audience is difficult, and it takes some time. And I want to give you an example. I don't know if this happens in your organization, but definitely in mine. I only hear from my IT team twice, and it's only over email. There's usually an outage, something's not working, I can't access my file, or they need me to reboot at the worst possible moment that they could possibly need. And I never, ever want to hear from them. And honestly, I'm in a similar boat myself. I'm a marketer. I am forced to send emails or ask people to buy things that they're really convinced that they don't want. And as an industry, we're sometimes in a similar boat. Like I brought up in the beginning, people only hear from us when something bad's happened. They only hear from us when we need something from them. So in marketing, we overcome this challenge of building trust by using what we call the marketing communications mix. So currently I'm building a campaign around the Essential 8 for SMBs. So I could just send them to the document on the ACSC.gov website. It's a great document. They could read it. We could all get on with our day. But I know it's not going to give me the behavior I want. I'm not going to be able to get them to adopt some of those strategies. So I have an ebook, I have an event, I have a webinar, I have a couple of social media graphics, I've assets and infographics, and I'm using multiple touch points and multiple channels to stay in touch with my audience. Now, I'm not asking you to do this. I'm not asking you to create like an 8 touch point campaign to get your message across. But what I am asking is to think about what is a way you could speak to your audience that's not in the ways that we necessarily are comfortable ourselves, which is oftentimes just email. We send an email over and over again. And I'll go back to the example that I brought up earlier. So remember the questionnaire that I didn't take and no one in my team took? A couple of weeks later, we had a town hall meeting where our head of IT introduced the program, talked about how as an organization we were really passionate about security and raising our profile and needed everyone to participate in the program and take steps. It would only take 5 minutes. This is the vendor they had chosen and this was why. These were the modules, etc. And then the next day I got that email again, but with this document attached to it, would explain why security awareness was important, how the training was going to benefit me, and how if I got it wrong, it was not going to be my fault. It took away the fear. The next day again, my line manager talked to us that, hey, it's just going to take a couple of 5 minutes. Go ahead and do it before our stand up. And you know what? I did take that survey. And I know a lot of people in my organization did. And the next time our IT manager came to the town hall, she shared the results. She mentioned to us what this showed on how we stack up against other organizations and what steps were being taken to remediate where the gaps were. So the point I'm trying to make is find ways to stay in contact with your audience and offer value. Which brings me to my last point, a clear call to action. Now, I'll be the first one to raise my hand and say that even as a marketer, this is easier said than done, because this means you have to strip away all your messaging and get to the hub of what you want your audience to do. It is easier if you've implemented the first 2 steps, as in taking time to get to know your audience and build that trust, but you really have to have a very clear call to action in the simplest possible terms. We all fall into the comfort of jargon. It is a language that we're comfortable speaking in, and it makes us feel like experts when we're asking someone to do something for us. However, we all know that it's something we need to overcome. So I want you to even think beyond jargon and think about how could you ask in the simplest possible language that will give you maximum outcome. I'm going to call myself out on this even. Earlier in this presentation, I mentioned in my statistics that 39% of people won't report a security incident. Would they perhaps report something if it was more specific rather than a security incident? How many people outside our industry are really aware of what that means? Let me show you a couple of other examples. These are all around cybersecurity awareness within our industry. So this is posters that were created for break rooms, and I want you to compare the two. The one on the right, the one that says think before you download any apps from an unapproved site. They are increasing awareness, but is the ask clear on what as a user I'm supposed to do? Whereas compare it to the poster on the other side, this is actually one of my favorite, and the people who put this together have amazing content out there. It says, what is the most important reason behind not postponing an update? So it really asks me to engage with the material, but more importantly, there is an actual action I can take next time I'm in the situation where the little update now button pops up. Let me show you another one. This is actually my favorite, very near and dear to my heart. But it says, do your part, be cyber smart. What is my part? There is no clear indication on what action I'm supposed to take during the entire month of October where we promote cybersecurity awareness. Instead, if we were to ask for very specific things, this is something I pulled out of an infographic, I couldn't fit it into the slide, but when I see something that says, don't see attached in emails or stay off public unsecured Wi-Fi, there is an actual action that I could take. So if I could urge you to do only one thing from this talk, that is always have an explicit ask, whether you're asking for more budget from your senior leadership, asking your organization to take that questionnaire, have that big red button that says, do this now. Don't ask for more resources, ask for 2 staff members. Don't ask for better security awareness, ask for a definitive action that your audience can take. So to sum it up, 3 quick tips: know your audience, get to know them, spend a little bit of time thinking about what's important to them, find ways to stay in touch with them consistently and offer something that they would find of value. And last but not least, have a very clear, simple call to action. And thank you so much.
I'm sitting here loving this presentation because you've taken all the lessons that you've given us and you've gone through them as well. Like you've absolutely adopted them. I don't think there's anyone who has seen like ASD's marketing in the past or somebody else's and gone, well, what the hell are you trying to say? Like, what do you want? You want us to do this? Okay, that's great. But like, tell me how to do it. I may hate the Essential 8 for reasons, but like being able to provide to explain to people why the Essential 8 is useful rather than just it's a thing, go do it, is probably the most important thing to be able to do. So yeah, definitely thank you very much for your talk, Naina. That was amazing. If anyone has questions for Naina, please add them to the Q&A session. I know that Cole is also a bit jealous because Cole is going to be talking tomorrow about written communication. But a lot of the points that you talked about stay very relevant for written communication as well.
Awesome.
No worries. Thank you very much, Naina. As a first speaker, you did an absolutely awesome job. So thank you very much.
Was that your first time?
Yes, this is my first time.
Ah, so are you here via Project Friedman? Is that?
Yes.
Or, yeah, excellent. Would you mind me putting you on the spot and kind of just letting everyone know what Project Friedman is? Because I think it's a really fantastic initiative. And honestly, your presentation and your delivery was so spot on. It's fantastic. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Project Friedman was started by the 2 Louisas, Louisa B and Louisa C on Twitter. And it's a project sponsored by the ASD to get more women speaking at security conferences. So I was a part of the 2021 cohort, and you apply for the program. Once you're selected, you spend some time getting coaching with an amazing public speaking coach, Emily, who I love to bits, and I couldn't do this without her. And we also have a lot of group support with other women who are going through the same journey as you, and you get prepared to present on a topic of your choice as it relates to cybersecurity at a conference. So an amazing experience. Please sign up if you haven't.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really, really, really great initiative, and yeah, well done. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you speak at more conferences in the future. Loved it.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye. What's next, Zero?
Zero is not really paying attention. He is kind of asleep.
He's waiting for pizza too.
All
of this talk of food, I am starving.
Well, I've just seen like a lot of people going to KFC and Oporto's and Nando's. Some shade thrown at vendors. Somebody said, "Where are the vendors and why am I not getting emails about the conference?" I won't possibly comment about that one. But the next talk is going to be from Hilt. Unfortunately, Hilt is having some issues with his internet connection at the moment. He's in Queensland, right? Or is he in? Yeah, he's in Queensland. He's got a bit of flooding issues as well, but he's recorded his talk, so we're going to be able to run his talk for you guys. After that, we're actually going to go for a break as well, so we'll come back afterwards and then have a break. Unfortunately, Maria is not available as well, but I'll come to that in a second. So I'm going to hope that Dan knows what he's doing and can put the video up now.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Hilt, and today I'm going to be giving a talk about covert communication channels using Lora. Now, I was planning to give this talk online live, but over the past couple of days, where I am at the moment, just in a country area on a farm, has been blocked by flooding, so I'm not able to get home where there's a stable internet connection. So I'll be pre-recording this. It's Saturday the 9th of April, and sending it to the team who will stream this to you. As I said, my name's Hilt. I'm an information security officer for, whoa, that's gone crazy, for a not-for-profit organization. I'm married with 4 kids. I love being a husband and a father. And I'm also a follower of Jesus. So we're coming up to the farm at the moment. We'll get started very shortly. Today we're going to be doing a few demonstrations. I am going to enlist my kids to help us demonstrate some things. So it should be a fun ride. I look forward to giving these demonstrations and sharing this with you. We just turned in at the property now. We've had quite a lot of rain recently, and all the bridges around us are shut. Okay, we're here. Let's go and check it out. Okay, we have our actors in our little play. What's your name? Command and Control. We've got a TCP/IP packet over here. And we've got some malware. 3 little bits of malware. And what do you have there, Ellie? Juicy data. Nice. It doesn't matter how good our defenses are, at some point the bad guys will get into our network. They'll put the malware into our machines. We don't know whether it's through a phishing email or an exposed RDP port, but the malware will be sent into our network. Once it's in there, the bad guys are going to want to get their information out. So, the malware makes outbound connections to the command and control server, taking your juicy data out of your network into the bad guy's hands. Now, before the bad guys can smuggle your juicy data out of the network, what usually happens is that the malware sends beacons. This malware just uses TCP/IP and it sends periodic updates to the command and control servers. So we can use a tool then called Rita. What Rita does is Rita looks at all the traffic going out of your network to detect if the outgoing traffic is beacon traffic or just normal traffic. But what if the beacon traffic is not using TCP/IP? What if it's using radio frequencies like Lora? How are we going to detect it? This is a threat to us, and this is what we're going to demonstrate now. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a bit of distance between the base station, which is here at the house, and us, to give a proper demonstration of Lora. I want to put about 2 kilometers between us and the base station, so we're just going to hop over to the shed. Okay, let's fire this baby up. Okay, We're now at our remote site, as you can see. We're out here in the middle of nowhere, 2 k's from our base station. This is the device that we're going to use. It's called a LoP4 and it's made by a company called Parcom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug this into our victim computer and we're going to send it commands and simulate exfiltration of data using the Lora band. So I'm just going to switch over to computer and I'll speak to you in a minute. We've now connected our device to our simulated victim machine. Let's boot it up. What it should do is it'll join the base station, which is about 2 kilometers away. We might have to do it twice. Sometimes it only joins the second time. But let's see how it goes. Let's try it again. Okay, we got it. There you are, it's booted and we've got a nice ComfyCon logo there. Now our little implant is listening for radio frequency beacons. What we're going to do now is we're going to give it a command. Switch over here. We could put any command in here and in theory that'll be executed on our victim machine. So we'll send this command to it and we should receive it here. Now this is not going through the internet, it's going over radio frequencies, the Lora radio band to our device. There you are, it's received our command. So this could be anything. This could be us adding a user account to the victim machine. It could be us brute forcing a serial or a Wi-Fi password, or it could be a covert channel sending the victim's data to us over Lora. Now, because Lora is very low power, the bandwidth is pretty low. You wouldn't want to send over a couple of terabytes. You would only send very small bits of information. But this is not going over RP. This is a covert communication channel. It would be very difficult to detect. All of the tools that we currently have would be useless if people are using Lora or another radio technology to exfiltrate or do command and control.
On mute. I think that wins the competition for the best. Shut up, Zero. The most expansive talk we've ever had, although closely following Ben's mountain biking talk last year. I think I missed a bit. Was there a bit involving a quad bike that I missed while I was eating pizza? That would have been. I'll have to go back and watch that. I don't know what to say. That was, yeah, an amazing talk.
Hacking farms.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting application. I know there's somebody who also said that they were talking about, they host one on their property as well. So it's an interesting piece of technology I don't think most of us really deal with. I have apparently. Did we discuss whether Karagi chicken comes under nuggies or tendies? Because my pizza has Karagi chicken on it.
So nuggets are technically the dark meat of chicken.
Okay.
So if it's Karagi, is usually made from chicken thigh. So no, it is not a nugget.
So it's a tendy.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm eating chicken tendies on my pizza.
You are, which is bizarre in itself, but okay. All right.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, why not? It's like a chicken burger.
So the next speaker, Maria, unfortunately had to pull out for personal reasons. We send a lot of love to her for that, but unfortunately she couldn't make it this time. So what we're going to do is we're going to go straight to a break. Everyone needs a break to go get a drink, whether that be of water or alcohol or some food. Please do so. The speaker afterwards will be Tracy, and Tracy will be talking about solving a cyber problem like small business, and I think also she'll be singing Santa music, or she should be singing Santa music, because that's what the notes say. If I've got that wrong, then I'll sing Santa music and see what happens. Yes, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we will see and make that happen. So, everyone go have a break, and we will see you in 35 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll be back on at about 2:50, yeah? 2:50, 2:55?
Yeah, 2:50, yeah.
All right.
So apparently there's been a bit of an argument about tendies versus nuggies and the kind of meat in them. And although Shanna is not back, I'll add her to the stream. So when she does, oh no, she is here. You're on mute, Shanna.
Yeah, I'm back.
There was a bit of confusion or an argument. I believe your statement was that tendies are made of thigh meat.
No, I said they can be.
Oh.
I use chicken breast.
Yes, well, that's what the argument was. Apparently, it's more likely to have chicken breast than thigh meat, and thigh meat is also dark meat, not light meat.
I don't believe that.
Well, that's what they're saying.
I will say the tender is a specific part of the chicken breast.
Is it?
Yes. My girlfriend used to work at a chicken butcher, Leonard's.
Ah. So the tender is a thing.
Yeah, because you can buy chicken tenders. I use chicken thighs sometimes just because they are less likely to dry out.
That is true. My mum cooks certain things with chicken thighs because of the fat in the chicken thighs rather than the chicken. When have we become a cooking fucking thing instead of a cybersecurity thing? Well, I don't know. Oh, you started. Oh, that's very cute.
I started filming because chicken tenders take a long time to cook, so.
Oh well, that's fair.
Started the process.
Well,
drop the video on Discord.
Oh, did you? I haven't seen it.
I will. So no, it's processing.
Oh, you will. Okay.
Yep.
It's processing. Okay. Well, how about we get started with our next speaker then, while we wait for your tendies to cook, and we've had pizza, and Zero and Rose have tried to eat the pizza, and they're now buggered off again. They don't. Like, the door is open, but they don't want to spend time in here. So our next speaker is Tracy. How are you doing today, Tracy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you. Tracy, do you have a particular opinion on nuggies versus tenders?
I actually started off with nuggies, and then now that I've heard about the thigh meat, I may have to switch once I've had a chance to try them with the tendies again.
Of course,
so I'm on the fence, firmly on the fence.
We encourage scientific exploration, as someone with a PhD would obviously be very into as well. So we encourage everyone to go try their tendies and nuggies and then choose tendies because they're the correct answer. But Tracy's going to be talking to us today about how do you solve a cyber problem like small business. I do have to ask, is there going to be singing of Sound of Music in this, or was that just a reference?
I was going to say it during my thing, but no, there will be no singing. I usually reserve that as my boss fight technique. I don't do it normally to people I like.
Okay, well, maybe I'll sing later. We'll see what happens. But Tracy, graduated with an engineering degree and worked in IT for a decade, and now it runs her own small business. So the presentation she's going to give today is about her lessons and how you can apply cybersecurity to small business. So I will add your presentation to the screen and take it away, Tracy.
All right. Well, thank you, Ian. Thank you, Shana, for having me, for giving me a soapbox for the next 20 minutes to talk about something that's very close to my heart. Now, as I was saying to Ian before, no, there'll be no singing because I do all love you all too much. Although I do highly recommend The Sound of Music if you are looking for some Netflix and chill kind of material. So today we'll be looking at small business cybersecurity. And just like the Rebel Maria in the Sound of Music show, it's a complicated problem where the solutions we haven't still got our grasp around the solution yet. Now, to focus our discussion today, we'll focus on Australian small businesses. However, in the process, we'll also look to lessons that we've learned from around the world. We'll take a look at what the stats tell us about small businesses. In particular, the current cybersecurity problem from a very non-technical point of view. And then we'll explore why this problem may be happening. In particular, what makes cybersecurity a slightly different beast for small business when compared to larger businesses. And finally, we'll discuss a couple of things that we believe we can help with some of these pain points. Now, a little bit about myself. Out of the graduating unit, as Ian said, I worked at a large telco, but I worked on things that will ultimately end up with a lot of our mobile phones today. I actually got the privilege to actually make apps and sites run on, well, what was large screens back then, but it's probably small fries compared to what we have try and fit in our pocket today. I do miss the fact that we can't fit our mobile phones in our pocket anymore. Now, through that experience that we've learned many hard and sometimes funny lessons and about releasing new technologies into the wild itself. But after a decade in the trenches, I left to start my own small business, turning my passion into my day job. To finally today, after so much encouragement and help from the various cybersecurity researchers and industry people, and some of you are here today, thank you, I ended up at RMIT University researching how we can actually help with the thorny problem of making cybersecurity possible for small businesses. So today, you're going to get a mixture of some of my research as well as my own personal experience on small business cybersecurity. I'll touch on why it is not a simple case of throwing resources at it. The good news is we can actually all help in small ways to make the journey easier as well. Now, if you've been to CyberCon last year, some of this information may ring a bell from a talk from one of my research papers there as well. Now, a small business is defined slightly differently across the Western world. However, in Australia, small business is usually defined as any businesses that has 0 to 90 employees. Now, you may have noticed that strange thing about 0 employees. No, they are not business fully run by robots. We're not there yet. But rather, businesses that only consist of the owners or the partners themselves. So as an example, my business would fall into that category as most of the time, I didn't have any employees working for me. And as at the end of the financial year last year, there are over 2 million Australian small businesses. Now, the majority of these businesses are ones that only consist of the owners. Statistics aside, though, the role of the small business in our lives, you probably can see through your local cafe, maybe your personal trainer, dog walkers if you've got a dog, and many more as well. Now, the chances are we all know or know of someone that works in a small business because small business actually provide 40% of the private sector employment in Australia. Now, in Australia, only 14% of all businesses are actually related to fields that requires a background in technology. And this is an important point for us to remember as we're going through today, that most businesses in Australia do not require any tech savvy in the day-to-day business. So, the good news is small businesses are aware of the importance of cybersecurity. The Australian Cybersecurity Centre has found that 80% of the surveyed businesses in the SME group actually rate cybersecurity as important or very important. Now, this may seem surprising at first, but there are actually many personal reasons behind someone's decision to start a small business. Some of the business owners that I actually know in my travels started their business to balance their responsibility as a single parent or carer, a career change, or a chance for someone whose skills are so specialized, it means that self-employment was really the only option for them. Now, despite the various reasons, the one thing that they all care about is the survival of their business. Now, the ACSC result shows that this extends to cybersecurity as well, knowing that they need to care about it. However, only 3 of the essential 8 controls were implemented by more than half of the businesses. Now, to understand a bit more why there may be a gap between the awareness and the action, we're going to take a look at Scotland. Now, in a study of Scottish small and medium businesses, which has slightly larger definition of up to 250 employees, so technical businesses with a few more hands on deck to help them, a very non-technical issue was highlighted. In behavioral science, this is called an intention behavior gap, where a person has an intention to do something and know logically they should do it, but they don't actually action the intention itself. Now, you may have experienced an intention behavior gap yourself when you had full intention to organize a long overdue catch up with some friends as part of your New Year resolution. But come on to the end of the year, it just never worked out. Now, to know how this intention behavior gap can happen for cybersecurity in a small business, let's take a look at one of my typical small business days. Now, this is me at the start of a typical day. It could be, receiving a new customer inquiry, so yay, new cakes, or actually getting to do some baking. Then this is me when I look at my to-do list, or a client goes, you know what, I really want that change on that cake tomorrow. Now, over the course of the day, these 2 states can flip-flop multiple times, and usually at night is when I finally get a chance to catch up on the paperwork and administration things, which includes cybersecurity, that my customers actually don't see or sometimes care about. So, to show you how many things a small business owner must constantly juggle in the air, I have here a common checklist that many new businesses get sent to from the Australian government. It captures all the high-level areas that the owners should know about and actively manage. And each of these white squares that you see there is actually represent many more hours of research, decision, and actions. Now, for many of these, they're not just one-time item either. You can't just tick them off and go, yep, I'm done. And must maintained and reviewed to actually keep the business running itself. Just let it run to the end. And it just keeps going and going and going. Now, to say we run off our feet is probably a little bit of an understatement. Remember those small businesses that we were talking about before that do not have any employees? It is basically essentially the business owner trying to manage all of this themselves. Research have actually identified that being busy or time constraint is a factor to falling victim to phishing. So we small business owners are already at a disadvantage. Now, this is not helped by the fact that small businesses have to deal with communications from many people, sometimes complete strangers. We do not have the luxury of not picking up on an unknown number because it may jeopardize the sale. And this risk is further compounded by just the sheer number of people we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Also, as a small business owner, you must make a priority call on where you're going to spend your energy on next. Now, should I spend it on working on an ad campaign that will bring in customers? Or should I try and read and understand that security standard that somebody sent me? Now, this particular one is even trickier for the fact that ACSC actually found that most of the small businesses prefer to DIY approach when it comes to IT security management. So given the small proportion of technical industries that we were talking about before, the 14%, this translates to a lot of novices, basically just trying to make do with security the best they can with what they know. And in addition, small businesses are notorious for operating on very tight margins. In 2018, the median turnover of Australian small businesses of 118,000 Australian dollars only produced a net income of $13,000. Now, whilst cybersecurity is not a revenue generating spend or cost cutting item, it will always be less attractive compared to things that can bring in customers and bring in revenue. So given that there are lots of existing enterprise cybersecurity products out there, why don't we just deliver a whole lot of free cybersecurity hardware and software to small businesses to solve it, right? Well, the answer is yes and no. Whilst the free product will actually solve the resource constraint problem, let's take a look behind the curtain at the architecture that many small businesses have to operate with. Many of us who work in enterprise will be familiar with an architecture that looks like this. Now, whether it be physical or virtual, but reality is that small business, especially at the micro and no employee level, actually looks more like this. This architecture actually was found during a case study of UK small business IT architectures. And from my own experience, even if my small business were given a whole lot of free security appliances, I would have trouble trying to find the physical or the virtual room to fit them all. Now, another interesting to note about this is that it's a single environment architecture. There is actually no second or safe environment to test out any changes or new software. So any changes or update will certainly involve impact to the live customer-facing systems. So that leaves a small business owner to weigh up, is the potential downtime worth it for the security update or changes that they've been told they need to do? So how do we tackle a problem that's got more other considerations than choosing where to live? Now, the good news is that we believe that there are small changes that can be done to actually improve the situation. It won't solve it all in one go, so we're not preaching a one single solution approach. We have found that research has found that digital literacy do actually improve with hands-on experience. So providing small business hands-on experience with cybersecurity will actually help them become more self-sufficient over the long term. So to encourage this hands-on experience and actually get them to give it a go, we turn to psychology of protection motivation theory. Now, PMT describes the factors that helps translate that intention of protecting their business into action of implementing the security control. And in order for action to happen, not only do they have to know about and believe the threat, a person must believe that they can actually deal with the problem themselves. This belief is called self-efficacy. So, for example, for us to protect against skin cancer in Australia, we are not just taught at school about the threat of the sun or the UV rays. We are actually taught how that using commonly available tools like hats and sunscreen will actually effectively reduce the harm on our skin. Thanks to the great awareness of everyone involved in cybersecurity, we know through the ACSC survey result that cybersecurity's importance is being recognized and it is at the forefront of people's mind. However, what we are missing at the moment is that self-efficacy part. Look, to be frank, without professional help, cybersecurity today for a novice is not straightforward, even if they were willing to give it a go. To address this particular issue, we need to construct tools that can both be easily understood and used by small businesses. Now, one avenue we are looking into is basically a relationship between the open source and the small business community. The reality is being resource constrained, i.e. not having much money, within small business, that's not going to go away anytime soon. And to show that, in ACSC's survey, almost 50% of the businesses spent less than 500 Australian dollars on cybersecurity in the previous year. So free or almost free products will have a role to play in a small business cybersecurity tool belt. At a high level, the characteristics that we're looking for at the moment are projects that are easy to use for the non-technical small business workers, but also taking inspiration from Singapore's cybersecurity labeling scheme and eSafety Commissioner's safety by design principles. We're also looking for characteristics like secure default settings, as well as ongoing security life cycles. Now, the opportunity here is for the two communities to work together. In the short term, small businesses can provide a large pool of active users that can test and give real-time feedback on the project. Trust me, with small business owners, if they find something's not working, they will tell you. Now, there are also longer-term benefits of projects that are usable by wider business audiences. Past projects such as like MySQL and various distribution of Linux is a very good example of this benefit. At the end of the day, we need a set of cybersecurity tools that's tailored to the needs of small businesses. So just like the wide availability of sunscreen helps us to protect ourselves against skin cancer, long-term key to cybersecurity, I believe, is actually in making it accessible and targeted for the small business users. And just like any good IT project, to construct a picture of what is needed, we need to know what the small business requirements are. And by understanding how IT is being used in a small business, we can actually pick what's the most convenient and effective way to deploy cybersecurity solutions. One of the things that actually surprised me when I started on my PhD was that in Australia, how small businesses use IT is actually not a topic that's been widely researched. We looked and we looked, and we realized we actually have to gather that data ourselves. So to fill this gap, we are actually conducting a survey to better understand the IT setup in Australian small businesses. We want to understand how much IT are being used, how many of the IT are actually being shared, and how important are they to the business. So if you own or work in a small business with an ABN or ACN and has less than 20 employees, your knowledge can actually help us inform the next generation of cybersecurity solutions and policies. Now, it doesn't matter whether it's your day job or your side hustle. We welcome as wide a view as possible. And we will also be deploying this survey as well in a subsequent phase to wider small businesses, including non-technical businesses. So any feedback that you guys can give us will make that process much more efficient and more effective. So thank you. We have highlighted the intention. We basically discussed the intention behavior gap that's present in IT small business cybersecurity at the moment. And we had a brief chat about the two ways that we think we can help. Now, if you're interested to find more, because obviously we're only going 20 minutes here and I can talk about this until the cows come home, on my Google Scholar profile, there is a review article which actually summarizes the state of play with small business. We discuss things like how policies can help, how we're missing that knowledge gap in there. Or if you have any questions or thoughts on the small business cybersecurity, feel free to reach out on my email that's shown here. And finally, feel free to pass the survey on to a small business that you know. I actually can't wait to hear what our small business has to say about their cybersecurity. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Just one question I'm going to ask, just on that $500 value for small businesses. Is there any information on what that $500 was going towards? Was it, your traditional AV? Are they getting caught by vendors who say this is a wonderful thing, or is there any sort of trend towards what they're spending that money on?
No. So and this is part of the problem of small business cybersecurity, is that not many people from all sides are paying specific attention to small business. So what ACSC did was they basically asked a question, how much did you spend, in brackets, like less than $500, 500 to, different brackets, and people just ticked the thing of what they spent. So that's part of what we'll be interested in the next phase of our project as well, to get people to tell us what are they spending it on, whether they want to, they know what they're spending it on. So I think what you're alluding to in terms of, being talked to by a sales rep is probably something that's may come up quite a few times. So so the answer is no, but we probably can take a guess that most of the consumer products are the highly favored one, because as you saw with the architecture before, that it's pretty much our home office setup.
Yeah, that's great. One of the questions that was asked in the Q&A channel, what's the thing that most annoys you when it comes to ways security is forced down the throats of small businesses, especially when it's enterprise level stuff for a business of less than 10 people?
Sorry, so I'm going to have to get you to repeat that question only because my connection's a bit funny.
So what's the thing that most annoys you when it comes to ways security is forced down the throats of small businesses, especially when it's enterprise level stuff for a business of less than 10 people?
Yeah, and people, and I'm really focusing my research on businesses less than 10 people because that actually is often the exclusion. It's actually quite funny because when I'm doing my research, I usually go straight to the page where they say who they surveyed and who they talked to and all that stuff. And majority of the materials out there, whether in the industry, government, in general, go, we took the small businesses, but we excluded anybody that's got no employees or less than 10 employees. So what we're basically doing, and I have covered a little bit in my survey article, is that we are essentially trying to take the cookie cutter from people that are in 200 people companies and go, here you go, that will just work. Go and make it work. And then you look at it, go, but hang on, I've only got me. Where am I going to? Where am I going to put that gateway? What's that VPN gateway for? Like, what do I do with it? Like, should I put it over in my kitchen pantry? I actually seriously thought about it at one point. I'm like, okay, where would I deploy a VPN gateway if I was to buy one? So it's a much neglected area, which is why we're making this call out today. And we just want to understand more of how people actually use it so that we're not trying to, trying to, I guess, give everybody an SUV when really, a tiny sedan may have suited the needs. And that's part of the intention behavior gap that they've seen as well, where, being given Essential 8, even. I mean, we're not even talking about the security manual, which we want them to follow. Given Essential 8s, they just, at a loss. What do we do now with it? I love application whitelisting. How do I do that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, fantastic. One last question, I guess. What's your observation in terms of cybersecurity pre-COVID and post-COVID? So obviously, in terms of SMB space, there's been a lot of changes. Businesses going online, starting to offer their services online rather than in person. Do you think things have improved, or they've kind of started implementing those things without taking into account cybersecurity? I guess, what are your thoughts on that?
That's a great question. So the data from the pandemic is actually just starting to come out now, but we don't actually expect the real pandemic, deep in pandemic release until next year, because as you know, some of the government bodies, they don't release data every year. But we have sort of seen a shift from, I guess, do we really need this IT thing, to, oh, okay, you're telling me to put more money into this IT thing. So it's there's a shift in mentality, definitely, and that's anecdotally, because obviously data hasn't come out yet. But it's gone to a case of, yes, we are using IT, but we haven't really got to that point where we're like, okay, cybersecurity, yep, give me what I need to do and I'll do it kind of attitude yet. But research is looking into it, and government, I believe, are also, spending some effort in there. So it'll be a very interesting 2023 for me.
Yeah, absolutely. When the data comes out, it'll be good to see the changes that have happened.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Look, thank you very much, Tracy. That was an amazing talk, and we always like having people talking about how to support small businesses and all that kind of stuff if you want to go in for your own thing. So, it was great to have you on.
Thank you. I'll also post if you don't mind, I'll post a link to the survey on the Discord chat as well.
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Not a problem.
Thank you.
So we just got a couple of minutes before Blake comes on. It occurred to me, Shanna, we haven't actually explained the requirements for ComfyCon to submit photos of pets.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, actually, that we had not gone on the fur babies.
Would you like to explain it while I bring up the channel?
Yeah, do it. We highly recommend that everybody watching today share with us your fur baby pictures. Well, actually, that's being a little bit non-inclusive. Your fur, skin, scale babies. We accept all forms of fur children that include fish, snakes, whatever they might be. And drop them in there and we'll give them a shout out. Cute ones. Oh, that's super cute, Alex.
That is Harper. They are
Tough life.
adorable. I love Franklin too.
Franklin's awesome.
And Mr. Maxi looks like they need a drink.
I think he's already got one.
This is a border collie Alex saw today.
Oh, yep. Max.
Yep. Max doing the worm. Wasn't there a challenge last time for someone to do the worm and I don't think they did it? I think that was you, wasn't it?
It was, but nobody participated, so I got out of
Oh, that's right.
it. Yeah, fantastic.
Prescott with their gorgeous puppy underneath. Over the top, sorry. Someone was excited too much by Tendies versus Nuggies.
Are they
I
in
can
the
see why that
pantry?
would happen. I think so. I mean, I approve their choice of Moscato. Like, that's pretty good Moscato.
Is that sparkling Moscato in a box? or is
Rosé,
that-
I think, as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
like
that's-
peak Australian in a box, yes.
No, they're bottles. They're bottles. They're fine.
Are they
That's the one
bottles?
next to them.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I
It's
think
not a
just case.
cask.
I was wondering how you'd go about having a sparkling in a cask. I was like, wow, someone's gonna have to inform me on that. But
Goon of Fortune will never be the same ever again.
Goon of Fortune is a little bit fun.
Is it?
Yeah, you've never played?
No.
Do you know what it is?
It's you attach it to the Hills hoist, right? And you turn it
Mhm.
around and I'd never had a Hills hoist, so
Oh no, I did. We used to swing off it into the pool as well when we were kids.
everyone is now posting their babies. I can see 8 new messages since 3:20. So new fur baby on the left. So this young puppy here is a new one. They're gorgeous. It's St. Charles, I think. I could be wrong. Oh, that's a lovely cat. I also approve of the username. I'm such a nerd for knowing what that number means. It's insane. Although I'm sure also you would know as well, Shanna.
Yes, quite familiar with that.
Hellman. Oh, that's a bit. Is that a pet or just someone that invaded your house, Sarah? It's a bit scary. Lots of cats this time, which is good. We're getting a
Okay,
nice mix
I'll
of
let
cats
Tamagotchi.
versus dogs. I'm sorry, Luke JJH, but you can have some of your own fur instead of the Tamagotchi. I was watching what's the movie? Turning Red, which has a Tamagotchi in it as well recently. That was pretty good. Another cats. Toby and cats. Lots of cats.
So
4
stuck in the couch.
dogs.
Oh no, look at that. It's amazing.
That is adorable.
And the
that is
Pity's
so
probably
many.
the biggest sook of all of them.
Yeah, well, we know that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do 2 more. So we got another beautiful cat. And that is a pose.
That is comfy.
That is very comfy. That is like 0 on the sofa. Comfy. That's a good look. I mean, if one of us did that, we'd get arrested for something. It's like on a beach, like laying like that. Just like, yeah. Anyway, how are your tendies going?
The file has just uploaded. I am going to have to figure out somewhere to make this file smaller because it's around 280 meg and it's way too big for Discord and way too big for Twitter. So I'm working on that in the background.
High def tendy making.
I know. I was thinking maybe I could put it on YouTube, but that's going to be a bit weird.
We can put it on our YouTube, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
If you
I'll
send it to me on Google Drive, and I'll put it on YouTube.
Yeah. All right.
In any case, while we wait, Blake has been sitting there very patient while we've been bullshitting this whole time. So, hi, Blake. How are you doing?
Yeah, going well, thanks. How are you going?
Yes, we are all alive. I think we're all still awake, although I'm going to need a coffee after this. Blake, where do you sit on the tendies versus nuggies debates?
I mean, they're both pretty good. I'd probably have to say tendies.
Good. Shanna will invite you back.
You'll be back. You'll be back. Oh, so you hear the dogs in the background?
Yeah, I had to steal their toys so they didn't just like sit there squeaking them at me.
Oh my god, that's a pizza.
We would have been okay with that. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I get asked all the time on conference calls, do you have a bird? I'm like, no, that's my dog and it's squeaky toy.
It's probably Lola at that point, yeah. So Blake is a senior capability developer working on detection, engineering, and scalable defensive measures. Blake focuses on developing new ways to detect, prevent, and mitigate potential compromises on Australian networks. So Blake is going to talk to us today about preventing IIS exploitation through the Windows kernel, which should be great for people who know a lot more than I do, because I don't know that much. So take it away, Blake.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, today I'm going to be talking about some research that I did into the Windows kernel, trying to prevent IIS exploitation. And this will also present as a bit of an introduction to kernel programming. But to start off, who am I? So as mentioned, I'm a lead capability developer at the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. I've been working closely with the hunt and incident response teams, and primarily I focus on developing the latest and greatest detection and prevention capabilities to ensure that IRs are able to detect the best actors out there. Previously, I was a lead incident responder as well. While working the front line, I realized that while a lot of what we respond to is, say, different exploits at the OS level and the fundamentals, they're inherently the same. I've recently started blogging about some of my hobbyist research, and that's what I'm going to be talking about today as well, and some of the tools that I've been working on. So a bit of an overview of what we're going to be talking about. Whilst we've all probably heard about the Windows kernel, I think it's probably a good idea to do a bit of an overview of the basics and some kernel programming tips. We're going to talk a bit about what IIS exploitation looks like at a fundamental OS level and how we can look to prevent it. And lastly, we'll talk about some ways that we can make these protections easier to use. We've seen with tool sets like Exploit Guard, if it's not easy to set up, then it won't be used. I'm also trying to talk about a lot in about a half an hour time period. So if you're interested in kernel programming, hit me up afterwards. I'm always happy to discuss further, and I will be in the Discord. So what is preventative engineering? Rather than trying to be reactive and patch exploits once patch exploits once they're known, I focus on the similarities between exploits or system abuse and try to find ways that we can prevent actors from being able to abuse these. These kind of preventions mean if an exploit is found, the action will still be blocked, preventing potential compromise. You'll find with most exploits that get released, the software itself might not actually matter in the scheme of things. It's more making the process do something that is abnormal to its normal behavior. So why the Windows kernel? Often when I'm playing around with preventative solutions, I end up in the Windows kernel, and that comes down to three main advantages. One, we get so much higher privileges, and if the actor isn't in kernel space as well, we can generally hide a lot better from them and get coverage over their actions. This level of access makes it difficult for actors to bypass our controls. For example, with IIS controls, there are a few known bypasses, so your web shell doesn't even get logged. This is much harder to do with kernel space. We can also make it very difficult for actors to disable these security controls. It's not like turning off an AV. We can prevent attempts to kill processes, turn off services, or even elevate their own privileges. So what is the Windows kernel? The kernel acts as a layer between user mode, which the standard user interacts with, and the computer hardware. The kernel can provide the highest level of privileges, bypassing most security controls. Some of the Windows API actually operates within kernel space. So when a function requires interaction with hardware, such as creating a file, it will need to send a request to kernel space to handle that I/O action. The standard way for the Windows kernel is to get into the Windows kernel is through drivers. Drivers are executed by Windows services, and with the service type providing the level of kernel privileges. Drivers are usually there to tell hardware how to function, such as your keyboard and your mouse. But there may be some other software use cases as well. C is the officially supported language, but there's been some work in the last few years for other languages, such as Rust. There are 4 main types of services that are executed within kernel space, but only 2 of them are really commonly used, and that's the kernel and file sys. The main difference is that file sys allows you to register what's called a mini filter, so we can filter all of the input-output operations and intercept them either before or after a change is made. But we'll go more into that soon. It's also worth mentioning that the kernel API, the kernel doesn't really have access to the Windows API. We get limited control over what we get to do, and we do that through the kernel API. A lot of the functions are not available, and sometimes they're undocumented. Sometimes they're actually so undocumented that you might have to go and reverse NTOS kernel just to find out what capability you have access to. Another fun part about a lot of the kernel API is that these functions aren't located within headers. You'll need to manually declare these functions and the structures that is required. As you can see from the image, a lot of the naming scheme makes sense. K for kernel, OB for object, SE for security, and ZW for native API. The ZW functions are actually ports of a few Windows API functions, but less security checks. For example, if you want to call create file in user mode, the OS would check to see whether or not you actually have the available permissions to create the file. But when you're in kernel space, it just does it. Even if you're creating a file that would result in an immediate blue screen, you have the trusted authority and the expectation that you know what you're doing. So how does this relate to forensics capability? The kernel is an extremely powerful place, but there is nowhere near enough documentation, especially for developers looking to get into kernel programming. This is where I started bringing together a suite of proof of concepts to showcase different areas that we could use the Windows kernel to help enhance detection and prevention of malicious actors. I call this suite the Kernel Forensics Capability Toolkit, or KFC for short. A large amount of AV and endpoint detection providers utilize the Windows kernel to get the best coverage over what is happening in user mode, whether it's arbitrarily reading process memory or preventing file writes. Some of the best ETW providers are also restricted to kernel privileges. I've been looking at showcasing some of these core features and provide further documentation for those looking to get into EDR development. You may notice that some of these capabilities are super similar to Exploit Guard. Introduced in 2017, Exploit Guard has been a huge win for defensive security, but only really for Windows applications. Exploit Guard is extremely hard to implement for third-party and custom toolsets, often outright breaking tools or making them completely unusable. So in some cases, I've made similar capability, but with more flexibility and customizations around how you can implement it. The first proof of concept that I released is a tool for conversation today. It's W3W Protect, a IAS driver that monitors and prevents potential IAS exploitation. I say proof of concept because I do not have the spare time to invest into maintaining a kernel driver. So if a company wants to gobble this up and implement it, feel free. During my time as an incident responder, about 89% of incidents that came through were due to web exploitation. While there are dozens of different exploits that were utilized, they were all resulted in one or more of these 3 outcomes. Process creation, whether through command prompt or PowerShell, file write or creation, such as dropping a web shell, and registry write to read either privilege information or remove security settings. While W3WP process can perform these free operations natively, exploitation usually uses this in a very different way, causing abnormalities. So let's talk about process creation. This is usually the most common form of IIS abuse, whether through exploits or through the use of a web shell. This allows for an actor to drop a second stage, elevate their privileges, or just continue to pivot throughout the network. So how can we detect this in kernel space? The kernel API has process notify routines. This lets us register a function that will be called before a process is created or terminated. The keyword there being before. This way we can prevent the creation or termination of a process. Using functions like this can be considered high risk because if we don't unload our driver without disabling this notify routine, we'll end up blue screening the machine the next time a process is created or terminated. Overall, though, it's pretty easy to set up and unload. The EX at the end of the function name just lets us prevent the creation or termination of a process. If we just wanted to monitor this process creation and termination, we could just remove the EX from the name and be a bit safer. So we've got a function that gets called every time a process is created or terminated. One of the arguments provided, which is with this callback, is called creation info. If a process is getting terminated, creation info is null. Therefore, we don't care about process termination. We can just return from the function if create info is null. At point 1, we can see the lookup process by process ID to get the E process of the parent process. The E process is just a kernel representation of a process, similar to what you would expect with a process handle in user mode. At point 2, we can see that we can just get the parent PID from create info. So that way, when a new process gets created, we can see what the parent process is. And then we can just use the locate process image name at point 3 to get the name of the parent process. If the parent process name is not W3WP, we can exit. We're only monitoring for IIS. Some websites require child processes though, so we need to be accommodating for that. We can do a check against against either an allow or deny list so that we can see if specific child processes are something that we should make an exception for. Or if there are specific programs that we just don't want to run, we can make a rule against them. If we find that the parent name is W3WP and the child name is not allowed, we can return an access denied to user mode, preventing the process creation. Once we know that this is a process that we're interested in, we can also capture a whole bunch of additional information for our incident responders, such as process name, parent process, as well as the command line. We can provide additional filtering through this as well. So if for some reason we need to allow command prompt to run, we can provide regexes around what the command should look like. If it doesn't meet that regex, we can deny it. So let's talk about file rights. W3WP is usually very limited to the types of file rights that it will make. Limited to either a specific folder, a naming scheme such as IIS or weblogs, or specific file names. Malicious file creation is most commonly used to create web shells, which lead back into the process creation that we just spoke about. But there are other forms of file creation that we need to keep an eye out for, such as second stages, such as Cobalt Strike. And what if you wanted to elevate your privileges from an application pool? Rotten potato is the most common privilege escalation for IIS, and that requires file rights, except that's named pipe file rights. We spoke briefly earlier about mini filters. Mini filters provide an avenue for intercepting IO requests that are either before or after they happen. This allows kernel filters to accept, deny, modify, or inspect any potential changes before it makes it to the hardware. As you can see on the diagram, the request enters kernel space, it goes through the IO manager and into the filter manager. The filter manager will run through all of the subscribed filters for that particular major function based on their altitude. So what is a major function and what is its altitude? A major function at its core is the actions. A major function are core actions that a filter can subscribe to. This can be where the file is created, read, or written to. We can also look at major functions such as named pipes, network queries, and wimmies, which is less commonly used, but very useful for forensics. There are dozens of major functions for each major type of operation between user mode and hardware. When we create our filter, we provide an altitude, which represents where we sit in the order of operations. The higher the altitude, the earlier we operate. Microsoft has an official list for where products should be placed based on their altitude, but it's worth mentioning the potential risks if your altitude is out of place. As we can see in the image, if there was an encryption filter before an antivirus filter, that could drastically disadvantage the antivirus when trying to detect malicious activity. This isn't exactly relevant for us because we don't care about the content of the IO request, but it's still worth mentioning. Here we can see the official list of Microsoft altitudes based on product type. This is particularly relevant in newer versions of Windows, as Windows drivers need to be signed by Microsoft, so altitudes are going to be placed within these regions. This does give a clear list for actors if they are able to load themselves into kernel space. We can see here that antivirus filters are loaded between 320,000 and 330,000. If we wanted to disrupt antiviruses in kernel mode, we'll just need to be located before that. So how do we create a mini filter? We need to start by creating an array of operation registrations. This is essentially just a list of major functions that we want to register a callback for. Each major function, we can declare a function that gets called before or after the operation. We can see in this image that we only register functions for before the operation, and that function is pt preop. So when a create or write is made to a hard drive, our function is going to get called. When the functions are called, they're called under the context of the process that's making the request. Because of this, we can use the query information process to get the name of the current process, and then check if that current process is W3WP. The process image file name argument just specifies that the information we want to query is the file name of the image. If it is W3WP, we're able to return an access denied, preventing the IO operation. Realistically, this actual operation isn't as simple because we'll need allow and deny lists based on paths, file names, etc. So you can control where your IIS server is able to write to. So let's talk about registry. This is definitely a bit more niche out of the free options, but this is also just for a bit of a proof of concept. But why registry? If an actor is able to get write access to the registry, they're able to lower the security controls of a system or get execution through persistent mechanisms. Registry also provides us an opportunity to monitor our own registry changes, whether or not the enforce mode gets enabled or a new path gets added to the allow list. But we can also provide security to our product, preventing the actor from disabling or modifying the settings for their own benefit. We can begin this by registering a registry callback using the config manager registry callback function. Whenever a registry IO request is made, our function ptregnotify will just get called. After we do the setup, we can also then do an update config to load our settings for W3WP. Within our callback function, we filter on two major functions specifically. Preset value key, which lets us intercept before a change is made. This gives us an opportunity to check if it's W3WP and then let us decide whether or not we want to deny the request. And post set value key lets us check to see if the modification made was to our settings, so we can update them immediately. No waiting for a period, immediately update the settings and start blocking those bad guys. So we've discussed the three main functionalities of this program, but how do we make it easier for our clients to install? Usability is key. If it's not easy to use, then what's the point? Taking a note from AppLocker, it can be real hard to know your allow and deny list from the get-go. So an audit mode was added, allowing the user to get the events that something would have been blocked rather than outright blocking it. This makes it easier to configure W3W Protect and reducing the risk of taking down a website. When something is detected, we can then send an ETW event for both audit and enforce mode. Using a tool like Velociraptor, you can collect ETW events from a whole network, so you can remotely monitor potential exploitation attempts. It doesn't matter if it's a 7-year-old Telerik vulnerability or a 0-day, the actions should be blocked if configured correctly and then logged, so your security team can make the appropriate actions to patch or mitigate potential vulnerabilities in your network. For a bit of a future plan about what I plan to do with W3 Protect, I've also been playing around with trying to get .NET modules directly as they're loaded into memory. This looks into how we can capture actors loading .NET modules through assembly.load. There's still a bit of work left to do, but that should be fairly interesting. I've also got some other proof of concepts to come along with KFC in the future. One of them is protecting our AV tools, hiding them from actors and preventing them from being able to get disabled from actors disabling our tools. I've been playing around with stack walking so we can target a specific process and go through each individual thread, walking through each of the stack frames to get the RIP register and then see where the instruction pointer points. If it points to something where there's not meant to be a module loaded, that could be evidence of reflective DLL injection. I've also been playing around with lateral movement restrictions. For example, RDP, SMB, SSH shouldn't be leaving a web server. Those types of connections should only really be coming into a web server. So how can we apply some low-level restrictions that an actor wouldn't be able to disable? So even if they got onto the machine, they wouldn't be able to pivot into the network. And as a bit of a wrap up, preventative engineering is definitely worth the investment. Reactive is quick, but resource intensive. And why react 100 times when you could try and prevent it once? Exploits, while different, share the same fundamental changes to the operating system. Underlying problems can be identified rather than the specific software. And you don't always need complex solutions. W3W Protect isn't complicated. It identifies 3 areas that could be better secured for IIS. And the Windows kernel isn't as scary as it seems. Yes, it's dangerous. You're going to blue screen your box a lot while you're developing, but it's also really powerful for preventing actors on our networks. So thank you everyone for listening to my talk. Here are some of my socials again, in case you have any questions and interested in kernel programming.
I've dropped you a follow, for sure. I think that we can have some discussions going forward in the future. That was super, super interesting.
Fantastic.
I'm into
Thank
it.
you very much.
You're on mute.
Oh.
There's a bingo one for you.
There's a bingo card. I think there was a lot of conversation on the Discord channel about Microsoft's kernel documentation, i.e. how well documented it is. I don't know if you want to comment on that at all.
Oh, I mean, it's great. Some of them haven't been updated since like 2003. And yeah, it's fantastic. If you really want to get into kernel programming, I found the best way to get up-to-date information is from game hacking forums. So I'm not saying I can make your Apex hacks, but...
I mean, it's funny because one of the other comments, I think it was Pingu Down Under, said that the other best place to get them is from the APT gangs themselves, because they're the ones who understand how the kernel is put together and therefore how to break into it.
Well, they've probably got the source code, right?
Yes. One question from Hardly Code Man, and I apologize, I probably won't understand this. Is PowerShell run as an administrator able to proof of concept for these issues, or do the proof of concepts need to be done in C, C++?
So it's really dodgy, kind of the support for the kernel libraries. Currently, Microsoft only provides official support for Visual Studio 2019, so not even their most latest version of Visual Studio. And so you would, if you were going to do some test kernel development, you would need to set up your machine in a particular way where you can load unsigned drivers, but with administrative credentials, you can then load it.
Fantastic. Apparently, there is one EDR vendor that keeps alerting on the W3WP process. I'm not quite sure who that is, but that's probably not a good thing to be doing.
Probably not.
But the last comment I'll make, and it's not a question, but more a comment. There was a perfectly good whiteboard right there. I was hoping I'd see exciting diagrams be drawn, and apparently you've been disappointing in that respect.
I'll draw a little stick figure for you. But
okay.
I'm a big fan of whiteboards, so absolutely.
Well, I'm currently showing this on my giant whiteboard TV now, so I completely understand. But look, even though I understood very little of it, I won't pretend I did. It was a great talk, and I think a lot of people understood a bit more about the Windows kernel through all that as well.
Fantastic.
And
Thank you
detection.
again for hosting this.
And detection as well, yes.
Yeah, that's where my passions lie, in that detection and response and pulling things apart for forensics. With finding artifacts, it's one of the things that's pretty cool is that we're still finding artifacts within Windows that we can use for investigations, and part of that is because most of the artifacts are undocumented. So someone stumbles across something, and then all of a sudden, like, wow, look what we've got here, and they pull it apart and document it for everybody else.
And they were never intended for that purpose either, which is the funny part.
No.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Before we move on to Andrew, who's just sitting there, just a comment from the Discord. How can ComfyCon run this whole conf without sponsorship or vendors? I think I've discovered the answer. Big chicken. They're running a PSYOP campaign with ComfyCon as a front to subtly move consumers from potatoes to chickens. How far does this chicken hole go? Do we have any comment on that one, guys?
I'm going to deny the move from potatoes, though. I'm all for potatoes with my fried chicken, and I think I tweeted about it when the last time I made fried chicken. I actually made fried potato chips. What are we calling them? Fries, chips, and they were really good. Double fried potato for the win.
Yeah. Alex says that the word chicken hole should never be uttered ever again. I'll agree with that one. Please don't ever use those words ever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's not big chicken. We're sad people who take a joke that was funny like 2 years ago and keep going with it. Pretty much. There's no other real reason. But now I'm going to introduce Andrew. So I'll just add him to the screen. Andrew, how are you doing today?
I'm not doing too bad.
Is it nice and sunny with you? You're in Adelaide too, right? So it must be nice and sunny.
It actually is. There's mostly blue sky with a bit of cloud out the window there. So
that's fantastic. I have to ask everyone, I'm sorry, do you have a particular viewpoint on chicken tenders versus nuggies?
I'd prefer to probably have a good curry for dinner instead, to be honest.
Oh, that's fair.
Well, you could do the karaji, right? Karaji, they often do the karaji chicken, Japanese curry, yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So Andrew is an experienced and entrepreneurial software engineer and security professional who spent his teenage years hacking on a Commodore 64, ignore them, and forging his career developing high-performance signal processing code. He's always managed to practice reverse engineering and embedded skills through SAS and other development activities. But today, he's going to be talking about something that's all dear to everyone's hearts. We all have it implemented, don't we, guys? We all have DMARC implemented. Yes, we do. It takes 3 years for the Australian Parliament to implement DMARC, but let's not talk about it. Andrew, feel free to take it away.
I'm good to go. I'm just seeing us. Oh, there we go. Awesome. There's my slides. Right. Well, thanks for coming, everyone. Today I'm going to share a story about some events that I may or may not have had to deal with, covering some introductory aspects of small business incident response and modern email security. I'm hoping this will be of use to others who may not have encountered this scenario before. And cybersecurity is so broad, no one's going to be across everything. So everything you do at some point, you're going to be a noob, and especially if you're always trying to learn. So a bit of background, I think of myself mostly as a hacker and a maker and an engineer. I've had a good career in software development, but I was always interested in security and made a bit of a hobby out of it. Occasionally I was lucky enough to go to Linux Conf and present on topics like reverse engineering there. In my time, I've done a lot of computer network and embedded coding, but as I went on in my career, for some reason, where I was working, I found myself the go-to person for secure software development things because no one else really seemed to care about it, which was interesting. And I'd mostly taught myself. So because of that, I got more interested in it professionally. Eventually, I decided I would rather not spend my days developing code that was never going to leave an air gap or never see the public. So I decided to pivot more to cybersecurity and away from software. But to me, it's all part of the same big technology mess anyway, really. So as well as my job, I'm sometimes called on to help other small community groups who might have IT issues that may or may not have inspired today. And today is a story about some crash learning I had to do once. And a bit of a disclaimer, I don't claim to be an expert in all the low-level detail of what I'm going to talk about today. So it's pitched at manager or beginner level, so there you go. So once upon a time, I was helping a small organisation uplift their cybersecurity. A time came when I was forwarded a suspicious email from one of the frontline staff. So they would get all the sales emails and that kind of stuff. And this was a good thing because it meant that previous cybersecurity awareness presentations I'd done were probably having some effect. So I was busy with priorities at the time, so I kind of ignored it and said, look, it looks like a scam, just mark it as spam and move on. And as it turns out, that's when the internal narrator says, and he thought that was it. Then a few days later, I got another very similar email forwarded from the same person, from the same sender. And I thought, spammers don't usually do this, so I figured I'd better do a bit more checking, and I found myself having to research this thing called DMARC. So I'd vaguely remembered something about DMARC and Parliament House had been in the media at some stage, but this organisation had their email hosted with a paid plan with one of the world's largest cloud service providers. So surely that should be secure, but maybe that was famous last words. So I thought I'd better do this properly, so I activated the incident response plan. Except small organisations might not have an incident response plan. In this case, at least, there was a bunch of bullet points in the wiki about getting help and what to do if something goes wrong. So compared to many small places, that's good. So over the next while, I took the opportunity to spend time capturing lessons learned and expanding it as we went along. I mean, I was still learning about this stuff myself at this point. In my previous part of my career, when I was a software engineer, incident response was someone else's problem. So anyway, I was here to assist with IT security. So I organised a meeting with a couple of the key members of the team. That meeting was going to be tomorrow. So then I had to hit the internet and understand better what was actually happening. So I'll leave the big list of Googling I did about DMARC and beg bounties as an exercise to the reader. But when I went back to prepare for these slides, I found the most useful information was provided by some blog articles by Sophos. They're an antivirus vendor. The article that I've linked there is particularly interesting because they had example of messages that were nearly word for word identical to the one that we were sent in this case. So I did a bit more reading, and it turned out beg bounty turned out to be finding vulnerabilities that are common to very many organizations and very trivial to fix. And trivial to find because all you need to do is type a domain name into any number of tools on the web, and you can discover whether they have this DMARC turned on properly. So with the day to go to the next team meeting, I pushed on and worked out how to fix it. As it turned out, it was quite straightforward. First, you turn on something called SPF and you make sure it's working. Then you turn on something called DKIM and you make sure that's working. And then finally, you turn on this thing called DMARC and you make sure that's working. Isn't the world supposed to be that simple, really? As it turned out, Google Workspace even had guided steps for configuring it. I wish I'd taken a screenshot, but I'm not going to go back and turn it off. So we had our meeting, and the next step, apart from fixing it, the next step, apart from working out whether the problem was fixed, was what do we do about the helpful reporter? Do we need to do anything else? I had, in fact, just prior to the meeting, contacted a cybersecurity industry body and posed them this question. And while they were very helpful in keeping things in perspective for me, I don't think they really grokked that this was a form email requiring no skill, because they suggested we should actually thank them in the spirit of encouraging community collaboration. But as part of this investigation, we read another Sophos article where the consensus was there was actually a degree of moral hazard involved. Encouraging the behaviour may actually be detrimental to the wider community. I mean, we don't want everyone just getting flooded all the time with trivial vulnerabilities that are not really vulnerable, and they're not really being earned, I suppose. I guess everyone will have different opinions on this, but we decided to make a call. We thought perhaps you could have thanked them on our website, but we couldn't even work out if they're a real person. So you can't reward a shadow with public thanks. So in the end, we decided to instruct all staff not to respond any more email to this person or to any similar emails in the future. At this point, I think it's a good time to go through what the actual problem was in a bit more detail. So what happened? Someone typed their domain name into a website. In this case, it was mxtoolbox.com, we think, and they sent us an email hoping for a reward. They basically copied and pasted it from the internet, as far as we can tell. They're probably encouraged by articles like this one. And this is where I work out whether I can, whoops. And I had it up on the web browser next to it, but let's just keep moving. But basically, there's an article on Medium there where there's this guy basically going through all the steps that someone needs to do to go looking for companies, type the name in, send them an email, and see if you can get a reward out of them. So what happens when you go to mxtoolbox.com? Well, you can type in the domain name and it will tell you some information as to whether this DMARC is actually working or not. And at this point in time, before I fixed it for this organization, you can see there's all red exclamation marks and various statements about records not being found or enabled. So I guess that tells you there's some kind of problem. Is it a real problem? So the vulnerability that they're actually saying is someone can abuse your email to send someone else an email that looks like it comes from you when they look at the from field. And of course, if you're sending it to someone that's not sophisticated enough to check, they can do targeted phishing, they can use that to get them to send them bank details or anything. So there's definitely a vulnerability that exists. So working backwards a bit here, what is DMARC? Domain-based message authentication, reporting and conformance. So that's a bit of a mouthful. All the detail is in Wikipedia, like all these things. But it turns out if you have something else called SPF and DKIM, a recipient can use DMARC to look you up when you send them an email at the server, and they can check if it's failing or looks suspicious due to SPF or DKIM. They can go back to your own server's settings in DNS and decide whether you want it to be rejected or quarantined on their part. Now, I've got a bit all tongue-tied on that, but basically it's saying it's a mechanism where they can check that you genuinely did send an email. But in this day and age, surely we shouldn't be able to spoof email. I mean, well, SMTP, which is the email protocol, is nearly as old as the internet. And it was designed to work at a time when things were simple and everything worked in text. You can use Telnet or any client that can talk TCP to talk to an email server. These days it's wrapped in TLS, but that just encrypts the traffic to the server. It doesn't actually do anything about what goes through the encrypted channel. And this is just a little video I made earlier just to demonstrate. So I just had a computer set up running Linux with the default mail server installed, and I can send it any old rubbish. And in theory, if the destination that it wants to go to actually exists, it can get there. So here it's like I can pretend I'm Roland, even though I'm not. And I can send an email to Andrew, and Andrew, if he just looks at the from, will think, oh, that's from Roland. So you get the general idea anyway. I should have made this a bit faster, eh? Yeah. So these days, of course, you should be using SSH in situations where you used to use Telnet. But email, of course, is a significant part of the internet still. It's just the rest of the internet's grown a lot more. So a lot of work has gone into making email more secure. So now we know what we know. It turned out that this organisation didn't have any of DKIM, SPF or DMARC turned on. This can happen easily. Google has good wizards, but if your email was set up a number of years ago, they might have missed the wizard, or perhaps it was set up by a contractor or non-tech person who are not necessarily experts in the low-level security stuff. So before we have DMARC, we need SPF. What is SPF? It's Sender Policy Framework. That checks for spoofing of the sending server. Note that this is different in that it does not actually check the email addresses, just the server. But that's a good start, and it's a necessary precondition for DMARC. If you need to secure a system when you set up a new email system, the first thing you need to do is add this SPF record to your DNS. Now, the example I'm showing on the screen basically says, unless an email is coming from 3.3.3.3 or from any of the addresses that Google says are okay, then that server is not genuine, and the other end should treat it as suspicious and either reject it or quarantine it or take whatever action they require. And you can test this yourself once you've set it up using the dig command on Linux. So I've used Fastmail as an example there because some email providers, as I worked out with Fastmail when I signed up to it, you don't have to do any of this stuff yourself, it's all done. So I wasn't quite sure why Gmail needed it done and it wasn't done by default, but I'm not an expert in a lot of that business software either. Of course, a big system like Gmail has many IP addresses. So these SPF records cascade. So if we go back to the previous one, you can see in Fastmail's example, it uses fpf.messagingengine.com, and for Google, it uses spf.google.com. So you can actually dig those as well and find out all the valid email addresses. So at the other end, eventually, if you send email via Fastmail, if it doesn't come from one of these IPs, then other servers on the internet are supposed to reject it. And of course, there was another part there called DKIM, which is Domain Keys Identified Email. Basically, this uses cryptography to provide a degree of confidence that the sender is legitimate. To make DKIM work, you also have to update your DNS. So basically, it cryptographically signs parts of the header to make sure they haven't been tampered with along the way. And it also means then that you can't spoof if you can get past SPF because you don't have the private key of the sender to be able to sign it. And what you actually do is you have a public key that gets published to DNS, and so the receivers can then get that and then use that to check your signature. This is a little bit more complicated though, because you need to find the right part of your email provider settings to find out where that key is. And I think this slide's coming out of order, but Google, as I mentioned before, has a really good wizard in there now that helps you set all this stuff up. So I did manage to get a screenshot out of the Google Workspace version of this. So you can go into the DKIM area and you can generate a record with the public key that you can then publish to your DNS to make DKIM work properly. I've got no idea how to do this if you're self-hosting your email. I would assume Microsoft and all the rest of them have similar screens to this in their settings. So we have the preconditions. We have SPF, and we have DKIM, so we can finally fix DMARC, which again is another change to your DNS settings. As part of setting this up, you have to think about a couple of things because it works in two parts. There's email that claims to come from your domain, and then it can also separately manage emails that come from subdomain of your domain, because you can set it up so that the way the DMARC actually works is the recipient of your email can check if this email passes SPF or fails it, or if it passes or fails DKIM, what do I do? And if it fails SPF and or DKIM, you can decide that the other end should reject your messages or just quarantine them. The reason for quarantining is obviously debugging or when you set it up. You can also give it an email address so the other systems will actually let you know that this is happening. So I've got an example here of using dig to check a DMARC record. So hopefully the next slide. Yep. So basically what it's saying, if you have this text record, the server that's receiving email from you can look this up. And basically saying P equals reject means if they get an email that claims to come from you that failed the SPF test or the DKIM test, then it will reject it with a 500 or whatever the error code is back to the spoofing server that's trying to send an email to them claiming to be from you. The SP means if an email arrives on a subdomain, you want it quarantined. And I'll go into the better reason for that in a minute. The PCT one means quarantine 100% of all failed records when you quarantine. And the last one is an email address that you can get reports sent to. So the deal with the subdomain is if you are hosting your own on-premise server, say you've got a CI system that you want to send email to just yourself, that's going to look like it's coming from ci.yourdomain.com. And as a general rule, one, you don't want that going out onto the internet. And two, systems like Google Workspace get an email from that. Their own mechanisms for checking whether it's suspicious are going to get flagged because it's not coming from one of your SPF recognized systems, perhaps. So what you want to do is default those ones to being quarantined, and that way you won't lose them. And like I said, I'm not a deep expert on any of this. All those DNS records I've showed you have some quite complex and custom syntax for each of them. And all I've really covered today is fairly strict, simple scenarios where you're saying reject everything bad, and there's only 1 or 2 IP addresses. If you're a large company with lots of servers and lots of edge cases, it probably gets quite different. But this is what we're looking for. After having all the settings set up, you come back and you type your domain name into one of those sites, and it all comes up green. And what that means is the next time one of these friendly helpers comes along and types your domain name into one of those sites, it's also going to come up all green for them. And they won't send you any more of those annoying emails. As part of this process, I just did a bit more research. Personally, if I was to find a vulnerability somewhere and I wanted a bit of fame or fortune, I'd want to be found. The emails that came in, we couldn't find the email referenced anywhere. They didn't mention the GitHub or anything else. I checked the IP address and it resolved to a non-major foreign country. Looked like an ISP looked like it belonged to an ISP with a pattern of supporting non-friendly actors when we checked it in a few public databases. So just as a bit of extra security control, I mean, probably doesn't make a lot of difference, but we added that ISP's ASN to their Cloudflare. So if this person was going to come back and look for this company to see if they were ever going to respond to their emails, they wouldn't even find the website anymore. So there's a few lessons learned. Whenever you're helping an organization, especially if you're just starting there, or regularly audit all the security settings again, because you don't necessarily know whether they were set up right in the first place, especially for all your cloud systems. And the online help and the wizards are always getting better in Google and Microsoft and everything else. So it's always worth going back time to time to see if they've improved things. And having some sort of plan. I guess your typical small organization that doesn't have any IT staff might not even realize they need a plan, but I think you still got to help them. And I guess if you get a bug report, this is the only one I've ever had to deal with of any sort so far. I guess it should be reasonably apparent whether it's a genuine good faith report of some kind. So like in my case, I went out to the internet and Googled it, found the advice like on the Sophos blogs and followed that. In a more organized organization, presumably you can come up with something a bit more sophisticated. Oh, and I forgot the DMARC reports. So that email address you added to the DMARC DNS means you'll start getting emails with these wonderful XML attachments. In this organization's case, they mostly came from Google as that was their email provider, but others on the internet that have received mail from you will also send them. A typical small organization probably doesn't care. A larger, more organized one might want to track how well DMARC working just to get some statistics. any company above a certain size will almost certainly want to outsource some of this processing to a commercial management service. And I don't have any recommendations there because I haven't needed to deal with that either. But you get this, and it's probably 20, 30 kilobytes every day. If you've got any reasonable volume of email, it starts to get a bit annoying. It's useful though, because it can help you debug when you're still setting up and you've forgotten about some on-premise server that needs to send messages, or maybe you've got another subdomain that you need to work. So basically, for every IP address that the receivers have got from you, it keeps track of whether the emails coming from that IP passed or failed SPF and DKIM, and whether they were rejected or quarantined, and so on. So that's kind of useful. The example I've made up on the screen is a report where another internet provider on the internet got an email that looked like it was from you, but was from that IP address, which was not you. Therefore, it failed SPF and DKIM and was rejected. Of course, I'm a software engineer and a hacker, so I decided to write a Google Apps script instead. So what was happening is all these DMARC messages, they were all coming into a special email address in this group's Google Workspace. So it was quite easy to write a rule to file them all out of the email into a folder, and then once a day run a script that would go through them all, extract out the XML, and then copy it all to a Google Sheet. When I say just, I mean, it was a couple of days worth of effort, but it let me come back later and have a look at their stats, and you can sort of get an idea there. You can see the green is where emails were not rejected because they're coming either from Google or from their own on-house server, and all the other addresses and counts are from IP addresses that are not ours and nothing to do with us, but attempted to send an email to another provider of the internet claiming to come from us. So it gives you an idea there that we've had, since DMARC was blocking stuff, perhaps almost 1% of email to this place, almost 1% of email arriving at other servers on the internet that claimed to be from us was actually not from us. So if DMARC wasn't there, you wonder how high that number would have been and how much vulnerability that organization might have been in. At the moment, that code's just buried away. I might consider redacting it and publishing it on GitHub if enough people ask for it, but it's really something I hacked together fit for purpose for this, so it's pretty messy. Gets the job done though. Anyway, so they lived happily ever after, let's hope. This stuff can impact large organisations and small organisations. I mean, Australian Parliament House was dealing with DMARC, and I think it apparently took a year just to get it rolled out to all the different parts of it, if I read that article correctly. So if this happens to your small organisation, just fix it and move on, because these helpers on the internet are basically just another form of spam that works differently, except they have the ability to potentially go to somewhere on the dark web or wherever and say, hey, look, this company has an open DMARC, an open SPF, and you can spoof them. Security is a journey. You can't fill every hole. Just do what you can and work down from the biggest risks. And I guess that's the end of the presentation and questions. Do I need to look at the Q&A? Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, keep forgetting to press the button. If anyone has any questions, please put them in Q&A. By the way, for the person who said that does ComfyCon Rocks have a DMARC record, no, we don't. No, we're not paying money for it. Frankly, I don't care. Do whatever you want. But look, I think it was pretty interesting, as you pointed out. Security is hard. Like, if it took Parliament House a year to bloody do it, and it's not on by default, like, security is difficult for people to get right, and it's also difficult to know whether you should be implementing something or not, I guess. It wasn't until you guys got that email from a security expert, i.e. person who typed something in on MX Toolbox, before knowing that you could do something better, right? So it's yeah, pretty interesting journey.
So there is a question on the Slack, on the Discord. How does this work? Do you read them?
Yep. So why is email still a thing? What can we do to make email not a thing anymore?
Personally, I think email still has a purpose because it's asynchronous and you can put in larger content. So really, it's just fixing it to make it work properly. But that's just my opinion. I'm sure we could argue about that all day.
Yeah, there's a couple of people saying, do we move to Google Hangouts or Link or Google Wave?
Oh, God.
I think there's been plenty of... Well, Wave was definitely a attempt to get rid of email as it traditionally was known and move to something else, right? Kind of died a death. If anyone has any other questions, please feel free to add them. But Shanna, what about you? You got anything to ask?
I don't. Have been on the receiving end of one of those bug bounty requests as well. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Same thing.
Yeah, it wasn't funny when when it first happened, my sort of heart went up. Oh shit, what's this? You know what I mean?
Me too.
Like,
when you get
it's
oh
funny.
my gosh, it's fun. Yeah.
But now that I've done one, I know. So, and that's part of the point of today. Like, there's going to be new stuff that happens to everybody in this game. So just try and take it in your stride.
Yeah. No, fantastic. It looks like we don't have any other questions for you, but Andrew, you'll be around in the Discord if people do want to ask. The other one is we will actually be having a full talk from Alexei tomorrow on beg bounties in general. So not just DMARC ones, but also basically every kind of beg bounty you can think of, people just wanting money just for the sake of it. So I encourage everyone to take a look at that as well. But thank you very much, Andrew, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
No worries. All right, go do the worm.
I can't. How am I going to get out there? I've got my green screen. No, the ground is way too wet, and there was a competition, and nobody entered, and so that's long gone now. Long gone.
Well, how about we ask the audience? So, audience, this is the conundrum we have.
Couch.
This is the conundrum we have. We have 20 minutes to go until Cam's presentation. As Shanna has told me, we want to be like a proper bus service, i.e. we want to make sure the bus does not leave early. What do you guys want to know? What do you guys want us to do for 20 minutes? Do you want fur babies? Do you want me and Shanna shit talking? I don't know. Like, we're not going to take a break.
No, we won't take a break, but I guess it's a good point if anyone wants to go get a drink. We are going to try and get back to the scheduled time, maybe not exactly at 4:40, but just so that, if you're going to be back, come back in the next 10 minutes or so. If you do not want to spend your next 20 minutes with us shit talking and fighting over who's going to go outside and do the worm.
I'm not going outside.
Yeah, no, I'm not going outside. And I have no room here whatsoever to do that. I just have my green screen behind me, and then I have my dogs. No, wrong way.
No, look at the doggos.
Yeah, so I've got 0 space in here. So there's no worm. I always... Opposite way, there we go. So no worm. What else?
No worm.
We have some more fur babies. I put in some fur babies.
Okay.
I put in my couple of dogs and my 2 horses.
Let me get Discord working again because it seems to be having an issue with. There we go. All right, fur babies. Let's scroll up. Where were we? We were up about here.
I also
Here we
feel
go.
like we got a surfer boost today as well.
We have. We've gone to level 3. Thank you to everyone who's
I put the little goal thing up the top this morning, and look at that. Now we've leveled up.
There are multiple fur babies here. So there's 1. There is 2. I think that's number 2 again. That's very cute though. It looks very worried.
Puppy
It's
dog
like
eyes.
Rose. This is Dan's fur baby. For those who are aware, the Flipper Zeros started getting shipped to Australia yesterday. I know you've got one, Sparkle's got one. There's a few other people who've ordered one, so they'll be on their way soon. Because, like, who doesn't want a dolphin that eats Wi-Fi signals? More cats. There's a lot more cats this time. Like, we noticed the first time Huskies and Cyber were a big thing. but I think cats are becoming a big thing as well. And here is yours, Shanna.
Mm-hmm.
Is that's Yoda?
That's Lulu. No,
That's
that's
Lulu.
Lulu. Yeah, that's her basket of toys she's trying to get at.
And look at this fine specimen.
Yeah, that's Yoda watching TV.
That's a look, isn't it?
That is a look. He spends a lot of time on his back. And that's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And that's me riding Poppy.
No, it's very cute.
And then there's Yoda again, with his face this time.
Poor thing.
I know, he's so hard done by. You can tell, can't you?
And these are the two dogs that were in the middle of Blake's presentation making comments. I was wondering if it was mine, but they were too high pitched to be mine.
No, that was super cute.
We are getting comfy. I saw this photo and I thought it was a hand. So that, like, they'd bitten off and eaten an arm. I was a little concerned. Like, because it looks like a hand. And I just was like, I don't know what's going on. This is Scout, who is a refined gentleman, I think.
Hmm.
And then we have non-furry things. Fizz and Sherbet the fishies. Honey the doggo. And Scuttlebutt the bird. It's a very busy household in Pink Splodge's house. And then Hardly Codeman's lovely gentleman. I think that's a gentleman. Could be a female. And apparently we needed more Harper as well.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
And maybe for all three of you over there at ComfyCon HQ.
Alex is gone, but yes.
Okay, well then you two over there.
Yeah.
Favorite cybersecurity, information security book?
I don't
What's
read
your favorite
books.
book? You don't even read like.
I don't
like
read.
you don't have a.
I don't read books. No.
Phoenix Project.
Yeah, apparently Phoenix Project is quite popular.
Yeah. I've read that, but I mean, I'm talking about like, you know, even, you know, you.
Oh, Brian says Cuckoo's Egg. Does that count?
Yeah, that also counts, but I'm talking about like, you know, for me, it's probably, you know, for forensics, it's file system.
I think if it's
or...
okay, I think for me, it's the threat modeling book that everyone has. I can't remember what it's called. It's like threat modeling. It's like a multicolored cover, white cover. That's probably the only book that I refer people to on a regular basis. The alternative is I've got a copy of Threat Intelligence for Dummies written by Rob M. Lee.
Oh, nice.
Hang on, I'll go get that.
Yeah. This is the other book that's currently on my desk. Head First Python.
That's all right.
So this is what I'm reading as well.
This is a comic book called Threat Intelligence and Me by Rob M. Lee, who runs Grey
I've
Ghosts.
seen that. Yep, I've seen that. Nice. There's a series.
Yes, there's a couple of them. There's one on SCADA as well.
Yeah.
So, because he taught me 5, 7, 8, I think.
Yeah. The Sans.
The Threat Intel. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great to do.
Apparently, Ross Anderson's Security Engineering is a good one. Adam Showstack. Yeah, that's the one that I'm thinking of.
For it's a non-fiction one. There is a book called The Hacker and the State. That's pretty cool too. It goes across some of the big breaches, things like Stuxnet. So how and what, like the behind the scenes of Stuxnet, which is really, really interesting. Like what Stuxnet was meant to do and how it got identified, and it really was a product of its own failure, which is super interesting. And the other really cool book on that's, you know, a non-fiction is The Cult of the Dead Cow. So if you're interested in the hacker background, hacker culture, you know, pre-DEF CON, sort of early 80s, starting around about the early 80s when The Cult of the Dead Cow was, on bulletin boards and sharing text files around things like the Anarchist Cookbook. That's also a really, really good book as well.
Brian says Carver File System Forensics, Art of Memory Forensics, and the System Internals books.
Yeah, Art of Memory Forensics is great.
And Dan says Sandworm by Andy Greenberg. I'll admit I've never read any of those, but then again, I don't do anything technical anymore, so. Art of Software Security Assessment by Mark Dowd. Well, there's a name. Definitely recommend that one. Or there's a survey.
Hardly Code Man. I did the audio book for Cult of the Dead Cow. It was a good way to listen to it, I think.
Yeah, I can only go to sleep with audiobooks now.
Me too. I reckon that can be maybe our next topic, because we do get a lot of good feedback and we don't have so many this time. I think maybe the first ComfyCon, everyone was sort of trying to figure out what we were going to do, and we had, Garth do the meditation. We had a little bit more talks around what it means to be in cybersecurity and mental health. We don't have too many this time, but I need something like an audiobook or headspace to go to sleep at night. Silence is probably my big enemy for my brain. And also I talked about recently on a podcast getting out and, horses and dogs and stuff. So super important that I know that we're taking up everybody's time on a weekend with the cyber conference. But it is really important to spend that time doing other things. And even if that is reading books or listening to books or going for a walk, it is super important for everybody's mental health, particularly in the last couple of years. And it doesn't look like the world is going to change for the better anytime soon with everything that's going on. And I think that message that you got this morning, Ian, I think we're very privileged to be able to run this conference over the weekend, and everybody who's able to attend and who's able to watch the replays on YouTube. I think we're in a really lucky place. So just a small moment of gratitude for where we are and the little community that we have in Australia.
Absolutely. I was going to say something. What was I going to say?
No, I've thrown you off.
You've completely thrown me off.
No, I'm sorry. I like just to bring the mood down.
No.
Just have a little bit about just the gratitude of how especially the ComfyCon community over the last couple of years has brought a lot of people together, and it's been a little bit of a safe haven for everyone. So I think in a lot of ways we normalize talking about our struggles and our vulnerabilities over the last couple of years together, and that's been really, really a way for myself and a lot of people to get through and realize that you're not broken. It is really hard. So
absolutely. Well, what we are saying is also, if you need to step away, just bugger off and don't watch us today. Like, we're okay with that as well. Like, go do your own thing. Come watch us later. But if you want to stay, feel free to stay. And the next talk is probably very related to what Canary just posted about April Fool's Day RFCs. So if you don't realize, we didn't announce Canary's talk because we were asked not to for a reason, and then we forgot to announce it. So I feel very sorry, but I'll just add her in. Hey, Cam, how you doing?
It's because we're super professional.
Good. So, as I've asked everyone else today, and I'm horrible for this. Tendies versus Nuggies, Cam?
It'd actually have to be a question of what sauce goes with it.
Oh, that's fair. What sauce would you suggest?
Oh, I mean, sweet and sour is always a fan favorite, but I could always do with aioli as well.
That's true.
Yeah, I think sweet and sour with nuggets, aioli with tenders.
I just like sweet and sour. The KFC sweet and sour sauce is like the epitome of sweet and sour.
Yeah. But with nuggets, right? Like, you've got to have the sweet and sour with the nuggets.
No, I'd have it with aioli as well. Sorry, with tendies as well.
Okay.
I like my sauces.
I like spicy.
Spicy is good. So Cam is a security consultant who enjoys tea, which we very much appreciate around here too. Spends way too much time reading and deconstruct systems in his spare time. Spent over 10 years enjoying the view from ladders, cherry pickers, and building rooftops. Engineering, designing, and deploying sensors, vision, taking places they weren't meant to go. So very similar to the Lora talk earlier. Making the jump to cyber, Cam now works in forensic technology across DFIR, investigations, discovery, and compliance for Clayton Utz. I think that's how you say it. So I will just add your presentation, Cam, and then you are ready to go. Oh, I like this already.
Thank you very much. So as you can see, I've used the ubiquitous program called Notepad to help me craft today's presentation. So today is just a bit of a lighthearted look at the origins of some of the murmurings, stories, and myths you may encounter as you traverse your way across the internet, whether you know it or not. Have you ever wondered how to set up your own DHCP server using pegs? What all this talk about pigeons is about? Or why teapots and HTTP seem to be a thing? In the spirit of April, let me take you on a brief glimpse into the world of homing pigeons, pegs, and teapots. A beginner's guide to satirical standards, the April Fool's RFCs. But before we do begin, I do need to provide some disclaimers about the status of this particular presentation. This presentation provides information for the internet community. It does not specify an internet standard of any kind. This talk is inspired by requests for comments or RFCs, the documents, tomes, and archives that form both the history and the glue of the internet we see today. The views presented herein are my own as a member of the public. They don't represent the views or endorsement of my employer, nor any person or organization affiliated with RFCs or April 1st. No pigeons were harmed in the making of this presentation. However, much tea and the rare coffee was consumed. So who am I? My name is Cam La, and I'm a tinkerer at heart, who happens to enjoy building and breaking all kinds of systems. As an engineer, I have spent many years dangling off the side of buildings, enjoying the delights of ceiling spaces at 1 a.m, and overlooking the edge of mining pits, all to bring back data from places that have no business having electricity, let alone IoT. So very much so, my current work sees me as a senior consultant at one of Australia's top tier law firms, working in the forensic technology team. So DFIR, investigations automation, I deconstruct systems, including people, to figure out the truth from the noise. Outside of this, I volunteer with the UTS Cybersecurity Society as a member of their advisory board, helping to bridge the gap between the university experience and industry for those emerging from their studies to begin their cybersecurity journey. Tea is my beverage of choice. So now that that's out of the way, let's begin with a bit of a story about pigeons, cars, and the Australian internet. This story begins, like many do, with a statement. This particular statement happened to be made by Kevin Rudd, then Prime Minister of Australia, in October of 2009 on the topic of NBN. And this is how it goes. If the Liberals had had their way, Australians would be left using carrier pigeons for the future, rather than accessing a competitive broadband network. In the spirit of good Australian larrikinism, the team behind ABC's Hungry Beast, a local news and current affairs program of the time, went about fact-checking this in what they dubbed the Great Australian Internet Challenge. So what was the challenge? Who could transfer 700 megabytes the fastest between point A, Taranara, a town in rural New South Wales, to Prospect in Western Sydney, 132 kilometres away. Keep in mind, this is back in 2009, when NBN was a budding idea, fibre to the home didn't exist, and a lot of the techs were measuring their internet speed in kilometres from the exchange. And the challenges? The internet, using an ADSL connection, the car, in this case a V8 Ford Falcon, and Margaret, the racing pigeon. This picture is representative of the path taken by Margaret from point A to point B. So the burning question is, who actually won? Naturally, it was Margaret, the pigeon. Margaret came in first place with a resounding lead, 1 hour ahead of the next competitor, the Ford Falcon. The internet scored the wooden spoon and the DNF. Did not finish after disconnecting twice during the challenge and never recovering. So what does this actually have to do with this talk in RFCs? This can be considered a rudimentary application or implementation of various protocols described in the AVN carrier series of the RFC standards. These standards include the standard for transmission of IP datagrams on AVN carriers, IP over AVN carriers with quality of service, and an adaptation allowing for IPv6. So what does this all mean? These and many more RFCs all share a common theme, a touch of humor in the spirit of April. So I hereby present to you the April 1 RFCs. But the question now is, what is an RFC in the first place? RFCs are known as requests for comments. They are an archival record of standards or best practice used in computer networking and the internet. They are maintained by the RFC editor, and their goal is to document and preserve that information for the future. TCP, UDP, cryptographic algorithms like RSA. These are some of the examples of protocols you may encounter in your day-to-day, which are defined in RFC documents. For each of the major computing protocols and frameworks we know, there is likely an RFC that exists to define or extend the underlying standard. RFCs are old, or even older than Linux time itself. Its origins come from the time of ARPANET, the precursor and foundation to the internet we know today. The first RFC, host software, was published on 7th of April 1969 by Steve Crocker. Now, in the year 2022, 50 years later, over 9,000 RFCs have been published, giving us a fossil record over time that we can continue to create, develop, and push the boundaries of internet technology. The first RFCs were handwritten or typed using word processors of the day. This forms the inspiration for the ASCII art and the Courier font you see in this presentation. But RFCs are not just made up of standards or frameworks. The best practice guides, experimental protocols, informational material, all form a part of the archive that are the RFCs. While early on, RFCs were in fact requests for comments on ideas and proposals, the RFCs of today are documents that preserve standards and best practices. So going through formal review processes before being published in posterity for all eternity. However, RFCs are not all about formal standards and protocols. Between the RFCs that describe how TCP works, you can find topics including history, literature, and art. Those interested in linguistics may be interested to read the works including Etymology of Foo, or those who want to learn a bit more about the history can actually go and read 50 years of RFCs. There are many great gems that can provide a wealth of entertainment and knowledge. These special records, especially the ones published on April 1, are known as the April 1st RFCs. So they're a humorous look into the world that can sometimes take itself too seriously. What are April 1 RFCs? So they are special documents that celebrate the clever, humorous, or topical writings in associating with computer networking and the internet. While there are other older RFCs lauded for their humour and fun, the very first RFC, or April 1st RFC, is considered RFC 748. Telnet randomly loss option, first published in 1978. Now there are over 50 RFCs, all with the characteristic April 1 publishing date. However, the RFC editor does have this to say about RFCs published on this date. Note that in past years, the RFC editor has sometimes published serious documents with April 1 dates. Readers who cannot distinguish satire by reading the text may have a future in marketing. Here are some non-exhaustive highlights that I've picked up along the way. So coming in 2022, the April 1st RFC includes things such as software defects considered harmful. While much of the ASCII art sourced for today's presentation can be directly referenced from RFCs, including RFC 8150, The Art of ASCII, and true, accurate representation of the menagerie of things, fabulous, wonderful, in ye form of character. Some RFCs provide their value in cleverness and humour, while others also provide interesting and practical applications as well, including RFC 2322, Management of IP by PEG DHCP. This was born from the problem of dynamically assigning IP addresses at hacking events. Occasionally, in the backspaces of your favorite social media platform, or in whispered comments past a gaggle of text, you may occasionally hear about teapots and HTTP spoken in the same breath. The origin of this comes from an RFC published on April 1st, 1998, known as RFC 2324, Hypertext Coffee Pot Control Protocol, or HTC PCP for short. It's described by its author as this. This has a serious purpose. It identifies many of the ways in which HTTP has been extended inappropriately. The actual document describes HTC PCP, a protocol for controlling, monitoring, and diagnosing coffee pots. HTTP 418 is a return code defined within this protocol. This is an extract from the actual RFC itself, which says any attempt to brew coffee with a teapot should result in the error code 418, I'm a teapot. The resulting entity may be short and stout. This one statement, published in 1998, has spawned a life of its own and is sprinkled in Easter eggs found throughout various website and code libraries. Here are some interesting examples. Give google.com/teapot a try next time you have a chance. You can see that in the Python HTTP library, it has just recently incorporated status code 418, I'm a teapot, in version 3.9. There have also been times when folks have tried to remove 418 from various libraries. However, Twitter movements like #SaveForOneAid have pushed back and cemented this particular status code for generations to enjoy. The original coffeepot protocol unfortunately doesn't offer good support for tea-based appliances. Support was extended on April 1, 2014 in RFC 7168, the Hypertext Coffeepot Control Protocol for tea efflux appliances, or HTC PCP-T. In closing out, did you know that you can actually submit your own April 1 RFC? There is no formal review process. Anyone can submit. The main key criteria to actually get considered is making sure you submit at least 2 weeks prior to April 1 to be considered for that year. And below is the recommended criteria on what you should have to make a good April 1st RFC. So 1, they must relate to the internet, like all drafts. 2, their readers should reach the end of page 2 before realizing it's an April 1st RFC. And 3, they should actually be funny. Thank you for listening to my talk. I hope you've enjoyed, learnt a few things about the myths and stories that live among the internet today. Thank you.
What's your favorite RFC, Cam? What's your favorite of the April 1st RFCs?
I will always go for tea because that just happens to be one of my favorite things. There are also a few tea-related brewing ISO standards as well that are definitely an interesting read. So if you do want to know how to appropriately brew tea, you can certainly look that up.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It was actually quite relevant recently because when the Russian state decided to disconnect their internet from everyone else, all of their servers started responding with HTTP 418 codes. So someone in the Russian military definitely has a sense of humor.
So a tea-related question for you, Cam. You may or may not know the answer to this, but I don't remember where I heard it, but I heard it somewhere that apparently you could distinguish the KGB spies in, way back when, because in England they put the water in, then the milk, but in Europe they put the milk in, then the water. And apparently that was how they could determine that someone wasn't English. Do you know if that's true or false?
I think that might be worthy of another presentation at some stage to confirm those details.
I'll tell you what, you come back next time, you can do an entire presentation on just tea. How about that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Identifying malicious actors via their tea habits.
Yes. There is one question. Hang on. Question for you. How did you craft the ASCII slides? It brought back so much nostalgia. Was it entirely hand-driven or was it copy and pasting from things?
A bit of a mix of both. So a lot of the references are actually in RFC documents. So the one that I quoted, the Art of ASCII, actually has a really good set of good ASCII art to really reference and take inspiration from. I did actually handcraft a few things, including the teapot. Unfortunately, there are no good teapots inside the RFCs that I was able to find. So that was very much hand-drawn.
No worries. Look, thanks very much for the presentation, Cam. And as I said, come back next time and give a presentation on tea.
Absolutely.
No worries. All right. So we're just going to have... we're just sorting some issues. No, we seem to be sorted. Angela, are you all good to come on? Just nod your head if you're all good. Yep, you're ready. Okay, well, we'll just bring on Angela then, who seems to have sorted out all her issues with the slides. You all good now?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Perfect.
I'm going to have to ask the same question I've asked everyone else. Tendies versus nuggies, Angela?
I'm more of a Nando's person.
Okay, that's fair.
If I were to choose, maybe nuggies, that's it.
Nuggies, okay. All right, that's fair. No, that's fair. So, Angela, I believe this is your first time speaking as well, right?
Yes, it is.
Yep. Well, we will keep it nice and easy for you. And, we've got a very good audience today, so that'll be awesome. So I'll just read out your bio and then we can get started. So, Angela is a mother to one daughter and wife to one husband, a cyber operations analyst at a mining company in Perth, responsible for the delivery of security operations services throughout the organization. Also responsible in monitoring detection, incident management, and supporting the uplift of tools. And today she's going to be talking about, when I click the button, how she got into cybersecurity. So I think this is the first of our 4 talks. that are from people who have moved into cybersecurity as a career later on. So really interested to hear what you have to say and how you got into the field. So we will hand over to you if that's all right.
Awesome. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about my why, how fraud and identity theft led me into cyber defense and operation. Have you ever wondered why you do the things you do? Why do you wake up in the morning? Why do you go to work? Why do you go to school? What is your driving force? Is it the money? Is it for family or to have a good life? In my talk today, I will share two most significant experiences in my life that made me rethink my career choice. One was of a coworker who allegedly pulled a significant financial fraud, which motivated me to relocate to Australia and study cybersecurity. The second one is an identity theft attempt that deep-rooted my hunger to work in cybersecurity, defense, and operation. By sharing my why, I hope to encourage everyone to find their why and work towards what inspires you. Engage me in a little exercise here. I will pull some photos. Unfortunately, I can't juggle Discord and presenting. Who can tell me what is common about these pictures? All right, I'll proceed. Kenya is common about these pictures. Kenya is a beautiful country and full of beautiful people. The first picture represents the big five wildlife. Kenya is known for its tourism. So the big five wildlife include elephant, leopard, lion, rhino, and excuse me, and buffalo. It is also known for the great wildebeest migration that normally occurs in July and October in our Masai Mara Game Reserve. Kenya is also home to Eliud Kipchoge, home to the world 42 kilometers marathon holder. I am sure you have heard of him. It is also home to Lupita Nyong'o, a Kenyan Mexican actress who has starred in several movies, including Black Panther. And for those who do not know, it is also home to Barack Obama, the 44th President of the United States of America. And lastly, Kenya is known for the famous Lion King phrase, Hakuna Matata, which means no worries. I am sure you're wondering why I speak about Kenya and why I have brought it up. Well, this is because I was born in Kenya. Born into a family of 7 after 3 naughty boys who I love dearly, and a beautiful sister who follows me. I had to fight for what I wanted, which made me tough and resilient to life struggles. My parents were both teachers. They were disciplinarians and valued education. They implanted my appetite for knowledge and desire to learn new things. With the little salary they got from teaching back in the day, they ensured all of us went to school, at least up to the university level, and I thank them for their dedication. Studying IT. After my high school in 2002, I didn't know which career to follow, but I knew I needed to learn about computers. Our second-born late brother, may he continue resting in peace, encouraged me to pursue IT because he believed I would succeed in the industry. He helped me enroll in a Bachelor's of Science in Information Technology at a local university in Kenya. And this is where my love for IT developed. Well, I studied for 3 years, and in 2006, I completed and graduated with 2 degrees, one being the BSc IT degree, and the second one I became a mother to this beautiful girl who's no longer little anymore. Working in IT. I joined the bank in 2007. Kindly do not laugh at the picture that you see there. As a data cleaner, staff and application. This was exciting to me because it was my first full-time job, and it paid better than most odd jobs that I did after my campus. But most importantly, I was working at a bank, and I made my parents proud. You know, in Kenya and most African countries, being a banker was one of the most respected jobs, following doctors, engineers, and lawyers. These were big career names. We were a group of 70 energetic, motivated young men and women assigned to a project, and our work was to initially transfer all bank customers' data from a legacy system into a data warehouse ready for a new banking system. We were trained on the new banking system, understood each banking profile in the bank. This included the front office, the teller, back office, operations manager, credit officer, bank manager, and other profiles in the bank. We also tested new banking system before deployment. Well, in our role, we traveled to different branches in Kenya and all the neighboring countries' branches, including Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Sudan. I am not sure whether you've heard of all these countries. We provided support during go live and post go live. We trained the staff in the branches and resolved any issues that they had. We were put up in the best hotels on full board. Transport to and from work was provided, and the per diem was awesome. We were living the life and got used to that life. It was beautiful and fun. Life was good. Unfortunately, as everything has to come to an end, the project ended in May 2010. All data migrated into the new system, teething issues resolved, and the system was stable. A drastic decision was made by the management in 2010, June 2010. 90% of the 70 support assistants were deployed to the branches in Kenya. The same branches we visited, working with the same people we trained. This felt like a demotion. There was no more training, no more traveling and living in 5-star hotels, and no more per diem. We were broke, demoralized, and devastated. Well, in June 2010, John, my colleague who was among the ones transferred to the branch as a bank teller, just hiding his name. He was one of the trainers of the core banking system. He was our to-go person anytime we got stuck because he knew the system in and out. He was smart and nice, but quiet and stealthy. Yes, we were moved to the branches in the different roles. And the most surprising thing, we still had power user accounts gained from working from the project. And the generic admin accounts password had not been changed. It is believed that John logged into the ITSM system with his credentials and noted the password of a password request from one of the core banking super user accounts. Guess what he did with the super user credentials? Well, he had the keys to the kingdom. What would you do with a super user account that no one knew about? No one was tracking. With a super user account, you can be anyone you want in the bank. So he created his own super user account and then created 2 fictitious bank branches, transferred money from the vault to the bank, to the branch's vaults. He then transferred money from the bank to erroneous accounts that he created. Word was that over 90 million Kenya shillings were transferred to fictitious customers' account. There were successful withdrawals, but a big portion of it was recovered. Not sure how. Well, John was somehow discovered, arrested, questioned, and then released on a 2 million bond Kenya shillings, which he had anyway. There were so many theories as to why he was caught. One being, he logged into the same workstation he used during his fraudulent activities with his standard account. The other one being, a colleague he worked with to defraud the bank sold him out after a disagreement. Unfortunately, John was fired after he was arrested. The case is still in court, among other fraud cases John is supposedly involved in. Well, this made me ask, I wanted to ask so many questions. I wanted to ask John, what drove him to defraud the bank? Were the allegations true or false? Did he feel unappreciated since he was demoted from being a trainer of trainer to being a bank teller? Was it because his monthly salary was less than what we were used to when traveling and living the good life? Was it greed? How was he able to hide his identity? Bearing in mind, the 2 fictitious branches he opened had no real managers and staffs to go through the report. Clever, don't you think? Did he use a generic admin account and password while performing his activities? Did he use MAC spoofing? Were there any logs that could track his activities? Was he removed from the administrator group and accounts? These were questions that I still don't have answer to. And this is a point where I had a massive realization that I was going to do cybersecurity. I wanted to be that person who would protect the bank's money, assets, information, and resources, to monitor, detect, and identify suspicious activity, prevent fraud from internal employees. Well, this triggered my appetite to dive into cybersecurity. I was hungry to learn. 5 years later, my big brother encouraged me to pursue a master's or PhD in IT or Australia. I applied and got accepted to study a master's of cybersecurity at ECU. My prayers were answered. And in February 2016, I left my family and daughter behind and came to Australia to follow my dreams. That was one big experience in my life that motivated me to move to Australia and study cybersecurity. And of course, get a better life for me and my daughter. And on to my second why, the identity theft. In November 2017, after completing my coursework, my husband Brian and I decided to go on a holiday to Nairobi, Kenya. We were looking to save some cash on our flight, so a family friend called Jane referred us to a guy called Eric. Being a trusted family friend, we decided to book tickets with Eric. Eric asked for our passport bio pages, which we reluctantly provided. Well, at the time, a return ticket from Perth to Kenya costed $3,000. But Eric got us the return tickets at $3,000, both of us. What a save, right? Well, we traveled to Nairobi and we're happy to meet our families after almost 2 years being apart. On 10th January 2018, still on holiday and enjoying ourselves, a travel agent from Australia sent text messages to Mike. Mike is a business partner to my husband, Brian. The agent was trying to get a hold of Brian about fraudulent cards that were used to purchase our tickets. This did not worry us, as we knew we didn't use our tickets to pay for the flights. We used Eric, remember? So we dismissed the texts. The next day, 11th January 2018, Brian got an email from the same travel agent about the use of American Express cards to pay for tickets in Africa. I will read. Hello, Brian. I'm sorry to bother you, as I've received fraudulent credit cards for payments of other tickets to Africa. I need to confirm your credit card. American Express has advised me that the credit card on the attached authorization form is no longer valid. Could you please advise the new credit card number if you canceled the card? Now this got our attention. It got us worried. Where did she even get Brian's email address? We wondered. We decided to check our flight status back to Australia. To our disbelief, our flights to Perth had been cancelled. By whom? Was it the travel agent? We didn't know. Now panicking and worried, we decided to contact Eric, who had booked our discounted tickets. We told him about the travel agent's allegations, but he assured us that there was nothing to worry about. He rebooked our tickets and reconfirmed the flights. We continued enjoying our holiday, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong. On 25th January, we boarded our flights back to Perth and landed on the 26th of January 2018. There were no issues experienced during our flights. We passed the passport check, but were flagged for additional checks at the customs immigration area. We were directed to the side and advised to sit and wait. A customs officer then came and asked for our passport. He asked us questions as is normal to confirm our identities. Where were we from? Our reason for travel, our occupation, visas. They went through our bags and asked us to unlock our phones. Not sure this was right, but we complied. We had questions on our minds. What had we done? Was it about the fraudulent cards? This didn't feel normal, but we waited. 3 hours later, 2 customs officers came back, one holding 2 pieces of paper. They told us a man and a woman had attempted to enter Australia with our identities. Shocked that people could actually do this, we listened to the officers and wanted to ask so many questions, but they advised us that the case was still under investigation. They compared our passports with the fake ones, and they could clearly tell the difference. So the 2 fake passports had wrong passport numbers, wrong date of birth. The issue and expiry dates were different. And of course, the images on the passports were different. Being a student at the time, it got me worried and scared that they would deport me back to Kenya. Then they verified our identities and allowed us to go home. They advised us to change our email passwords, internet banking password, PINs, and application passwords. What a relief. We felt like we were acting a movie. Three months later, thinking we were out of trouble, my husband Brian was sued by the same travel agent who reached out while we were on holiday. The claim was that Brian purchased 2 air tickets from Kenya to Perth using fraudulent American Express cards and using fraudulent passport as identification. They demanded to be paid $6,540.74, amount equivalent to the air tickets and court fees. Here are some of the fraudulent cards under Brian's name that were used for the spurious activity. Brian had never had any American Express or Standard Chartered cards. We went to court twice and presented our case, and we actually told the magistrate of how we got the tickets. The magistrate verified and confirmed our identities. He clearly noted the difference in the passports provided by the travel agent. And on 23rd October 2018, the case was dismissed. It was dismissed on the basis that the travel agent did not do a proper KYC, lack of due diligence, and the fact that we had paid a substantial amount of money for the tickets. All along, I wondered how this happened. Why? Who did it? I had just completed a master's of cybersecurity. Identity theft should not have happened to me or us. I thought I was vigilant enough. Guess I was not. Well, we had our suspicions on who could have done this, but we didn't want to dwell on it. The case was dismissed, and that was all that mattered. This can happen to anyone. Remember, cheap is expensive. Use the proper channels to get to what you want. No shortcuts. We learned our lesson. And this was the identity theft attempt experience that only fueled my hunger for cybersecurity, to hunt and detect the bad guys. Well, I mapped my security career path, and all I could think of is how to catch the bad guys. Currently, I now work as a principal cyber operations at BHP, catching the bad guys. I monitor, detect, identify suspicious activities in the environment, and manage incidents. A job I enjoy doing. No day is the same, and I learn new things every day. I am passionate about cybersecurity and still have a huge appetite for cybersecurity. Dreams are indeed valid, don't you think? What's your why? I've shared 2 most significant experiences in my life that have made me rethink about my career choice. The first one was a co-worker who allegedly pulled off a significant financial fraud, which planted cybersecurity. And the second one was an identity theft attempt that confirmed my hunger to work in cybersecurity defense and operation. By sharing my why, I hope to encourage everyone to find their why and work towards what inspires you. I will leave you with a quote from Michael. When you know your why, you'll know your way. And remember, it's not too late to start all over again, to change careers and follow your dream. Thank you.
That was a fantastic talk, Angela. I think, Shanna, you've probably got a lot to relate to that sort of experience based on your career path as well.
I do. I've done some investigations actually into travel agencies or call centers that handle the calls incoming for travel agencies.
Yeah.
And it when you're asking about the, why would they do that? I mean, obviously everybody is different, but it was one of those things where we were investigating, who did it within the organization. And the money that they were making by selling one credit card was more than they were making in an entire month. And they were Google searching for things like a new mobile phone or a PlayStation, things that we take for granted in Australia. That was why they were doing it. Obviously, that doesn't make it right or anything like that. But it was a little bit confronting to see that. But yes, this is. I'm very sorry that you had to go through that, and 2 experiences as well is very traumatizing. It must have been horrible coming back into the country and being pulled aside and not knowing what's going on. That's terrifying.
Yeah, it was hard, and the biggest fear I had is being sent back home for something I actually did do, knowing Australia laws, So
well, I'm glad you stayed.
I'm
glad you got to present here. Are there any questions, Ian? I haven't been watching the Q&A.
I don't think there's any questions. I think everyone is really just in shock about the story, but also seeing how important it is. I do note there was one person who says, I recognize you from somewhere. It's extremely pleasing to see you in security. Team Loki is super thrilled to see you've made your move. So obviously there's people out there who are very happy to see that you've moved into security as well, and you've obviously made that journey as well. So I think it's only, it's amazing how the different stories of people going in it. We've got about 4 stories this year, and yours is just not this year, this conference. Yours is one of them, and it's an amazing way to see how people moved into it. And I love the way you frame it as your why, right? It's not necessarily about the money. It's not necessarily about the fame. It could be the problems that you're dealing with, or a sense of duty if you're in the military or something like that, like those kind of things that drive you more than anything else. That's fantastic. Look, thank you very much, Angela. And for your first talk as well, a round of applause from everyone for Angela's first talk. That was amazing. And hopefully we'll see you talking again soon as well.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. It's very much privilege for us to hear that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Bye. All right. Well, we are now 2/3 of the way through day 1. I need a nap.
Oh, me too. Which might mean I need a glass of wine.
You don't need any more wine.
You think I've drank enough wine this week?
I think you've drank enough wine this week, Shanna.
I said that too on Wednesday morning when I woke up.
You did say that too on Wednesday morning. Shall I tell the story of what happened Tuesday night?
No.
The story of me dropping you off at your hotel and then forgetting your bag. Okay.
It's not for YouTube.
All right, everyone. So we've got another scheduled break. That'll go till about 6:05. So you've got about 40 odd minutes, roughly. Please go get some dinner, get some drinks. Keep posting on Twitter and also on the ComfyCon chat, asking questions, getting involved. We've got some amazing speakers this evening. So we've got Nathan, who's going to be talking about his move into cybersecurity and pen testing from an IT administration role. We hope we also have Simon Carabetta, who will also be talking about his move from being a teacher. Beau will be talking about insider risks. We've got the amazing, wonderful Eleanor direct from Switzerland, who'll be talking about quantum computing. And closing us out today, we've got Jackie Jane, who's going to be talking about creating a cybersecurity education and awareness program. So lots of awesome speakers. Keep all your comments and chat coming, but go get a drink, go get some food, go out. I'm going to go out and break my legs riding my scooter for 5 minutes, and we will see what happens.
I just started a thread in the ComfyCon CC Q&A. What is your why? I think it'd be really cool to get some people try and post it in the thread. It'd be good if we could keep it all in one place.
Absolutely.
And then maybe we can talk through some of the why. I'll get busted for saying, join for the ethics, stay for the money, maybe.
I mean, money's a part of it, right? We can't deny that money isn't a part of it, but I think if you also have that desire, that wants I mean, I'll post mine in there as well, and mine's pretty interesting too. So I think that'd be really cool to get everyone to post about it. So that would be awesome.
Yep. Yeah, post away. And I'm going to go and continue the fried chicken journey. So I'm going to take some more video while I do that.
Sounds good. Well, everyone have a great break, and we will see you soon. All right. I have been joined on the couch by Rose this time. Rose would like some airtime, as would Zero. Zero is now annoyed because he's not getting any attention, but Rose is. Oh, you have your wine. What kind of wine are you drinking?
It's a GSM.
What is a GSM? Pretend I don't know anything about wine.
It is a blend of Grenache, Shiraz, and Malbec.
Right. So they basically didn't have enough of one kind, so they thought they would throw them all together.
Pretty much. That's usually how they get there. But yeah, no, it's a thing. GSM, it's a thing. It's good.
All right.
Lulu's here.
Lots of people talking about their why and why they got into cyber. Yes. It was really good to see all the different people like talking about how they got in and why they moved in. So.
Yep. Just looking back. Do you want to share or?
I don't think we'll share them. I think we'll keep them off the video. But like,
yeah,
lots of interesting people, lots of different backgrounds and thinking, and similar things to.
Yeah, Katniss, I started on IRC as well.
Yeah, IRC and ICQ came up a few times. Yes.
Yeah, ICQ. I still remember my ICQ number.
I never had an ICQ number, so I wouldn't know.
I did.
Zera's looking at me like I have food. I don't have food. Before we get too distracted, though, I'm going to bring Nathan on.
Yep.
Nathan, how are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. How are you?
Fantastic. Yes, we are good. I think we're a little tired, but we're getting through it. I'm not going to ask the question about Tendies versus Nuggies first. I am going to ask, what's Alexi like to work for?
He's
and please
a good
feel
guy.
free. I don't think he's here at the moment, so you can say whatever you want.
He's busy with a family commitment, but he will be reviewing this later, so I have to behave at least somewhat. No, he's fantastic to work for. Absolutely fantastic.
I do hear he was going to put in your performance review that because you did ComfyCon, you'd have to do a shot. So that was something we were discussing, but we're not going to make you do that. Tendies versus Nuggies, Nathan. Come on, what do you think?
I will go Nuggies, but only because I have children and convincing them to eat tenders is a lot harder. For reasons I don't understand.
No, that is a fair response.
That's a good one.
I mean, you can't get tendies in the shape of dinosaurs, whereas you can get nuggies in the shape of dinosaurs.
Yeah, in 1.2 kilo packs. Yeah, I'm aware.
Wow, is that even chicken?
I don't care anymore.
Pieces of chicken don't naturally come in dinosaur shapes, I just might add.
Yeah, it's probably cut into shapes or it's pink slime, but we won't talk about it.
Someone was saying what the chicken popcorn was chicken cubes.
Yes.
I'm sure that chicken doesn't come in cubes either.
No.
What are you people eating?
Anyway, Nathan, I hear you're a reformed system administrator. Is that correct?
I am, yes.
Yes. So you're
sorry.
So your bio says parent, husband, IT professional, dancer, snowboarder. We who did we have a couple of years ago that was a snowboarder as well? Tony was on.
Tony.
That's right. I was going to mention Tony earlier because she works for SafeStack now as well. But I think cyber. No, she's not. Okay. There's a whole bunch of cyber people that do snowboarding and IT things. So it's
Well, she was a professional.
Yes, she was.
Professional snowboarder. So yeah.
And Nathan, you're going to talk to us about your transition to pentesting, which is obviously pretty interesting for a whole bunch of people. So I will add your slides, and then you are ready to go.
All right, I will try and computer for a second and get this screen out of my way so I can other screen. There we go. All right, so my name is Nathan Jarvie. I go by Kinrayu in various Discords and so on and so forth. I have, we'll move this over. There we go. All right. I was a systems administrator and network engineer for 9 years. I worked my way from a junior role to be technical manager over that time before I changed careers to become a junior penetration tester last year in July. I have a bunch of certifications with a bunch of acronyms. It's not really all that exciting after a while. I've been asked a few times to do a talk or a blog or something about how I got into the industry. There's a lot of people trying to do it. How did I do it? What skills did I learn? Was it lucky? Was it just luck, and was it something else? And the other question I get from people who are already in the InfoSec industry is, why did I move? And why did I take a step from senior to junior? So to cover those, I have a story for you, which is a little bit of a longer introduction, so I apologize. So as I said, I was working for a niche MSP in Melbourne who specialize in Mac and cross-platform environments in small and medium businesses. It is expected when you're working with these businesses that you are the consultant for everything to do with a computer. So I was well versed in all aspects of IT, and you can become a one-stop shop for everything. It was varied and it was challenging, but over time I developed an interest in security specifically, how it works, how our clients were vulnerable, and what we could do to protect them. While some of my clients were open about their budgets and priorities, and a lot of the time we're met with it's not really the time for that, as Tracy's talk went through, which was fantastic. All too often I was met with a variation of one of these three. It was either we're too small to be hacked, which is not true, of course, but they believe that. Macs don't get viruses, which is not quite true, and especially not true if you run Windows on them. And if we get hacked, I'll just close up shop and retire, which I don't really have an answer for. So I was totally shocked and blown away over my years of how people sort of disregarded their security in their systems for a small business. So I had to deal naturally then with a whole bunch of different security related incidents. Clients getting ransomware, some had backups, some didn't. Other clients with internal sabotage and embezzling. I dealt with phishing, mail server compromises. I dealt with everything. Each time I would fix the task, I'd do the task and I'd fix the issue. But the clients were never really interested in fixing the root problem, just getting back to work, which again is kind of natural. So I brought this up with my manager and I said that I can't really sell security solutions because I don't understand security enough to sell it. I can't convince myself that I need to sell these things. So why can't I convince, no wonder I can't convince them. He shot me down, basically. He said, we're a small team. We all have a role to play. He knows about security. If somebody's having security troubles, we should be referring them to him. And there wasn't a lot of reason for me to do it. This is quite common in the sysadmin sort of industry, especially for niche MSPs and such. And consequently, it meant that I didn't get the training that I was looking for. So to placate me somewhat, though, he did enroll me in a vendor cert, which if anyone has ever done any of those knows just how pointless they are. So I gave up on asking him for training and I went back to my day-to-day work. I was frustrated by it, but after a few years, in fact, quite a few years, so in 2019, I was in the delivery room with my wife. We were waiting for my second child to make an appearance. It was a long one. There was time for this. So I was venting to my wife about my frustrations. And she told me what else supportive partners and family members do in this kind of situation. She said, get off your ass and go do something about it. I explained that moving into a new role like that would mean I'd have to change companies and therefore likely step down in seniority. And she said, so what? I don't care. So there's no arguing there. I spent my paternity leave, aside from helping my wife in every possible way and dealing with my 4-year-old child, I spent some time looking into cybersecurity roles and what they do and what they're for and which one would suit me, and realized I know nothing about security. So I'd been in the industry for IT industry for 7 years now, and I knew nothing. So from SOC analytics to threat modeling, GRC, pen testing, no idea what I wanted to do. So I bought one of those generic get into cybersecurity courses from an education provider. You'll know the ones, they send you messages all the time. I did that, right? It costs an arm and a leg, think SANS kind of money. And they claimed that they'd get me the certifications required to get the role I wanted, which is great, except I didn't know what I wanted to do. So I paid the money out of my own pocket and I committed to it. And every day I'd put in hours of study. So I was around full-time work, newborn child, 4-year-old, a casual side job. I had no social life for a very long time. But I had an advantage that many students don't. I could apply all the knowledge that I learned while I was studying to the real world in real time. So I can confirm that learning this stuff did significantly improve my ability to talk to clients about security and resulted in dramatic increases in sales and uptakes of security solutions for our little business. eventually I found a passion for pen testing, possibly because it was so different from what I was doing. So I completed the course over the course of about 2 years, which for a pen tester meant I had to complete CEH. Don't judge me, I didn't know, and I'd already paid for it, so I was going to do it anyway. All up, it was about 2 years of study from 0 to CEH. At this point, I made the decision to start looking into the field and getting a job. I'd spent just about every other day looking through LinkedIn, Indeed, Seek, or developing skills on Hack the Box and Try Hack Me. I tried to mix it up a little bit. But every listing I found was for a senior pen tester, 5 years of experience, must have OSCP, must have CREST. I didn't have 5 years of experience. I didn't have OSCP, and I wasn't prepared to drop another $2,000 on a certification that might get me an interview. So despite having years of IT experience under my belt, the title of technical manager at this point, it still took over 50 applications before I got my first interview. There's another 20 before I got a job offer, which I had to refuse because it would have meant that I had to relocate my family to another state. And another 30 again before I got my dream job. So all in all, about 9 months of job hunting and about 2.5 years from the start. So I say all of that to say that it's not a quick journey for anybody. Mine is different to everybody's, of course, but you may find similarities in yours, and I hope that you find your way if that's what you're looking for. Once I got there, I found that there was quite a lot of difference between what I expected the job to be and what it actually was. Not in a bad way, just different. There's a lot of gaps in the training that's provided, and even the training I've done since has not really covered these sort of topics. So I wanted to go over a couple of things about pen testing that you'll learn in the first few months that is nice to know ahead of time. And some of these you might debate, and that's okay, but this is these are the few things that I've found. So the first is testing expectations. So the courses and online training, such as Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, shows like Mr. Robot, stuff like that, they romanticize hacking. They give students the impression that they're going to spend all their time hacking away, getting shells, root privileges. They're going to get them everywhere, left, right, and center, because they're some kind of hacking god. Training providers encourage students, or some training providers encourage students to believe that they're in it for themselves, and that they're asking for help is weak, and if you do it, you suck. The reality of the situation is very, very different, and I really hope you don't fall into that trap. It took me a while to adjust, and it was much better once I did. So starting on the first sort of points. Firstly, because the majority of testing I have performed since I started the job has been external and web application rather than internals. And it seems to be the trend nowadays. There's a lot more tests for external and web app. So going on site, plugging into the network, poisoning connections, dropping kernel exploits, and getting domain admin is not your everyday. In fact, your everyday is more likely running Nessus scans and manipulating requests in Burp Suite, probably from your home. While it's possible to gain shells through externals and web apps, and I have done it, it's not common at all. Pen testing is a requirement of the development process and compliance nowadays, and it's likely that the applications that you're testing have been tested before. So a lot of the low-hanging fruit's already been picked. So for example, if you have a client that has their external environment tested every year for complaints, they don't have any services. So you scan their in-scope, specifically in-scope IP addresses, you do your OSINT, you find no open ports, no working credentials, no way to get in within the confines of the scope. You now have to produce a report with no findings. And it's not because you're bad at your job. It's just because there's nothing much to find anymore. And that takes some time to get used to. It doesn't help the imposter syndrome, but luckily for me and hopefully for you, you have a team to help you and verify your tests and confirm that you've done everything that you can. And then you can contact the client and talk to them about it and then move on to the next test, which is something that I want to talk about next. So the next thing is interpersonal skills or soft skills. I don't like calling them soft skills, but personal skills. While hacking appeals to everyone, there is certainly a stereotype of antisocial basement dwellers that you need to kind of contend with. And therefore, in comes your interpersonal skills. From discussions with my peers and people in the industry, it seems that personal skills are more and more often the things that break people when they enter the industry. The industry is heavily reputation-based. You're not offering a unique widget or something that only we can sell. You're selling a service that's offered by many others, including really big players. So you need to offer the client something that only you or your team can offer. And for me, this was transferable skills from my old job, being a niche MSP. So that's talking to clients and getting to know what they want to achieve from their test. Are they pushing for change in the organization? Is it for compliance? What are their expectations from the test? And what data, specifically, what data, if compromised, would have the largest impact on the business? These questions are all questions we can ask as a pen tester that a malicious hacker cannot. It's important to understand that we have a limited time during our engagement to provide an accurate assessment. Accurately gauging the client's requirements can help to improve efficiency and, most importantly, help to provide valuable feedback to the client. Sometimes there's a discrepancy between us and the client as to what is a critical impact vulnerability, and these conversations can help us to bridge that gap. So while getting domain admin's great, there can be more impactful things for the business than that. So the test of a good pen tester is not whether or not you can get DA on their environment. And if you're on an internal, there's a really good chance that you can. But what else can you do? Like, can you see their cameras? Can you modify any footage? Can you open doors? Can you read financial data from a low privilege account? Can you bypass access controls? Can you get onto their Wi-Fi? Sorry, excuse me. And is there private information or private information that their clients exposed? All these things can be more impactful to the business than getting domain admin. And in the right context, they can be more impactful to the business than getting domain admin in the right context. But more importantly, these things are better understood by the executives than getting domain admin. They don't understand necessarily the difference between a local user and a domain user or a domain admin. So talking about these things actually causes impact to the business and things that they care about. Getting access to cameras or PII in a school or a hospital or a bank is far bigger problem than necessarily than getting domain admin. Though the two are really can be the same. Showing the impact is important, and I can assure you that they will find those findings far more interesting. So spending the time to find out what's actually important to the client, prioritizing your test to find those things, and to find the things that have the largest impact is valuable and more efficient for you. And I can assure you, no matter what people say, no one wants to read a 200-page report on every single low-impact phone you can find. You just don't. So speaking of reports, you will spend so much time doing reports. Every company approaches report writing differently, and we all do what we can to provide as much value to the client as possible. But in saying that, the way we do reports differs from workplace to workplace, and that's okay. But here's the things I've learned to take into consideration when writing a report. And these are all things that I didn't know ahead of time. So firstly, when you write your report, reports now get broken up. My managing director was talking about this the other day. Reports are now more frequently getting broken up into smaller sections and distributed to more people. So the non-technical sections of your report need to be non-technical. So the person reading the report doesn't necessarily know the difference between a local user and domain administrator privileges, right? They don't understand the jargon, so keep it simple. Spend some time practicing translating technical jargon into plain English. your clients will love you for it, and it will make life a lot easier. Leave the technical jargon for attack walkthroughs and vulnerability write-ups. The second thing is, and this is going back on the previous topic slightly, use a risk matrix where you can, because just because a Nessus scan says something is critical doesn't mean it is. So using context to evaluate the severity of a vulnerability, and so taking into account the likelihood of impact given the placement of the device in the network, and also the amount of information that can be extracted, and what kind of information can be extracted, can all impact the severity. So just because it's a critical vuln on a system, it might be a system that is decommissioned and has no information on it, and therefore it is not critical anymore. You'll find in your debrief session that clients will question critical and high risk vulnerabilities, which is perfectly understandable. So if you want something to be critical or high risk in your report, you have to justify it. Which brings me to the next point. And this may be unique to our workplace, so feel free to take what you will from it. But we firmly believe no one wants to read 200-page reports of every single thing you can find. Reports should be actionable and concise. They outline the places of weakness that a business can address in a reasonable period of time. During our discussions with the client, we determine the level of detail they want us to go into. We also determine if they plan to get tests regularly. We explain that we purposely don't report on every little vuln because information overload often results in nothing getting fixed. So instead, we focus on the highest impact vulnerabilities to that business, and anything that's got quick and easy wins to fix up. So instead of 200-page reports, ours are about 50 to 70 that have more useful information, and the feedback from clients has been phenomenal. So the last little point on this is that just remember that as a pen tester, your role in the business, in this task, is not to name and shame people for making poor configurations and not patching. Security is super hard. So while we're there to be impartial and provide feedback on the environment as it stands at the time of testing, feedback should be delivered with empathy. Developers and sysadmins get really defensive and feel personally attacked when a vulnerability is found in their systems. And I can tell you this from being on both sides of the equation. So when you're writing your report and you're debriefing, keep it in mind and curb your language as to not lay the blame on anyone. Security is hard, and it's especially hard for people where it's not their main role. I got one more slide for you, which is the things I wish I did before becoming a pen tester. So this is for the people who are looking to get into the industry. Things that I found would have helped me had I done them earlier. So there's 1,000 blog posts on the internet describing how to be a pen tester. They're all valid, they're all helpful in some way, but none of them will give you a bulletproof way to get into the industry. And that's probably the same for every other role you can think of. I'm not going to tell you how to be a pen tester because it doesn't help you. That is something you need to work out for yourself, but there are some things that I wish I did before I started applying for jobs. So one is CTFs. Now every pen tester does CTFs, right? There's this fly that's bugging me, apologize. Every pen tester or every hacker, every wannabe hacker does CTFs, right? But what you can do, it's common recommendation that you do a write-up. So if you do your CTF, do a write-up and then put a link to that on your resume, which is a great idea. I would take it one step further. When you're doing a CTF, you take your screenshots, you do your write-up, but then also spend some time researching the vulnerability itself and write a full pen test report. You don't have to do one for every CTF you do, but if you can produce 3-5 real full pen test reports on a CTFs that you've done, you'll have the ability to show your potential employer not only that you know what buttons to press, but also how your technical writing comes out and how you communicate with your clients, which is a huge, huge benefit that nobody's doing, right? So take that, put it in your pocket, spend some time to really write a pen test report. There's 1,000 templates on the internet. Find one that suits you. The second one that I've got, and I had a handicap because I started looking for a job while COVID was around, but it is to use things like ComfyCon, to use things like the other cons that are around, use Discord, use Slack, and get involved in the communities. I missed this as a very important lesson early on, but the community is huge. As I talked about earlier, it's a very heavily reputation-based industry. And there's a lot of jobs that don't get onto Seek and Indeed and all that sort of stuff because they get handed out within Slack and Discord groups and stuff like that. So if you're serious about getting into InfoSec, go get involved in the community. You'll find there's a lot more opportunities there, and then spend some time helping people and show that you're comfortable at what you do. Advertising on LinkedIn and your CV that you develop and practice your skills on training platforms is good. Probably don't put that you're top 1% of TryHackMe, because just about everyone who's even slightly serious at TryHackMe is in the top 1%. But in your LinkedIn bio, put the things that you liked doing. I like Active Directory testing, or I liked web app testing, or really enjoy this particular box, and here's a write-up I did on it. But be specific. Practice more of your web applications as well. As I said, the majority of the testing that I do nowadays is external and web apps. So get used to them, practice them more, though getting root on just about everything by running kernel exploits is fun. You're going to spend the majority of your time as pen tester doing things like web apps and such. So have a look at Portswigger's Web Security Academy, look at OWASP Juice Shop, look at Damn Vulnerable Web Apps, and practice, learn. I'm learning them late because I didn't realize this until later, and it's making things a little bit more difficult. And the very last thing that I've got for you is certifications. There's a squillion of them. There's some really well-known ones. There are some less-known ones. None of them will get you a job. None of them will guarantee you a job, but they do show commitment has been taken, or commitment and effort has been taken. And certainly some are looked at more favorably than others, but do the ones that are right for you. A quick recommendation on my part, I recommend that if you're looking to get into the industry and you're looking to learn some real practical skills, look at TCM's, TCM Security's PNPT. It is a really good exam and course. I've done PNPT and OSCP, and I can highly recommend PNPT as an exam worth having a look at. Take that as you will, but it's certainly worth it. And I'll be putting up a blog post in the next week or two, hopefully, that will go through all of that in more detail. I want to spend some time actually talking about what skills and certifications I've actually done that are worth doing. So as soon as I get that, I'll put it up in the Discord. But other than that, that's all I have for you. So I hope you learned something from that, and I hope that it gave you all some hope if you're trying to get into the industry. It's hard to get in, but you can do it, and people will get in your way. Just ignore them and steamroll over them and do it anyway. So I've been Nathan. Thanks for listening to me ramble.
That was fantastic. Little tiny thing I'm going to point out to you. Don't panic though, because it was amazing. Your slides weren't working.
Oh no!
It's fine. No. It was
awesome,
amazing.
though.
The fact that you were talking about it instead. Honestly and truly, it was great. You talked through everything. You made it really clear. So
I'm so sorry.
No, fantastic presentation.
Sorry.
No. Yeah.
And nobody, but the thing was, nobody noticed until the last few minutes.
Yeah.
That was the thing. We noticed, but like the audience were like, "This is awesome. This is great." And like then somebody said, "Wait a minute." He said slides. So no, that was great, mate, and really interesting. I know Shannon's got a couple of questions, but if I'm going to be cheeky, I'm going to ask one first. How do you mentally deal with the whole going from being a senior to a junior again? So I know a lot of people are like trying to get into cyber, but there's some people who understand that you can't just move into a senior cyber role straight away. There are some people who are okay with going back to being a junior role. But how do you go? How did you go through that experience, I guess?
I made the decision based on whether or not I was going to enjoy what I was going to be doing. So I decided that sysadmins and what I was doing as a network engineer, or even at this point, I was leading the team. The amount of stress it was putting on me, the amount of like mental health issues I had to deal with while I was in there, was kicking my ass. And I decided that I wanted to go and do something different, knowing full well that that's going to take a pay cut. But a lot of people have taken pay cuts and such by changing to a job that's less stressful, and that's fine. But I wanted to do something where I would get some real fulfillment out of it, where I would be learning every day. I found as a sysadmin that I had topped out what I could do in that particular workplace. I wasn't learning anymore, and I was bored, frankly. I'd rather be paid less and interested than doing a job that's boring.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I would rather have an interesting problem to solve than get some money for something that's not that interesting. I'm the same.
Yeah.
Shannon, do you want to ask one of your questions?
Sure.
If you can
go back
remember
to
them.
where I typed them. Yeah,
there's a few questions. There's a few questions in Discord as well, Nathan, for you. But we've just got time to go through one more.
Yeah, sure.
Well, were there a few? I will ask one of mine because actually I'm going to ask two, just because one will go back to the first ComfyCon. So, do you feel that you guys have an in-house reporting engine? Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. First ComfyCon, we got the rundown of what that was. Do you think that
Report
has
Ranger?
helped you?
Yes.
Writing reports and has given you a leg up when it comes to report writing? And the second question is, you mentioned a little bit, but what CTFs for pen testing would you recommend for new starters?
Okay. All right. Two things. All right then. The first one. So, Report Ranger. I came from a role that had very little reporting actually involved. So it was pretty much sell a project, do the project, walk away from the project, and if it was in fire, cool guys, don't look at flames, right? So there was not a lot going on there in terms of report writing. So coming into a role where I had to write a lot of reports and read a lot of reports, it was good to have a system that made sense. I did have to learn on the fly, which is not particularly hard, but I had to learn how to write in Markdown and then how to, manipulate some of the variables and such that Report Ranger uses. But it's a really good tool, and it did make the process really easy. And I had the benefit of the guy who wrote it being one of my bosses. So when there's a problem, it's, hey, Matt, fix, which was handy.
I've got to say, learning Markdown as opposed to learning reporting is a very nice trade-off.
Yeah. So I had to learn very quickly how to do things. So like the courses that I did beforehand, they would go through, you have to write a vulnerability write-up, you have to do an executive summary, you have to do a conclusion, you have to do a report, like a main report body, and all these bits and pieces. But the way that Report Ranger was put together, it's all sectioned out, and then the application pulls it all and puts it together in a PDF for you. So I could keep track of what I needed to do in a drag and drop kind of manner without using a weird GUI or anything like that. So one of our team members, he's a Vim freak and writes everything in Vim. He's just insanely fast. and you can, because it's Markdown, so you can do whatever the hell you want. I use Virtual Studio Code personally.
Yeah, me too, with Faull and Markdown Preview. Anyway, we probably do have to end it at that, don't we? We actually
sorry, I've run you over time.
No, don't say sorry. A lot of people really loved your talk and the angle you came from. There's a lot of people talking about it in Discord, and I know you're in this. Feel free to go take a look. But yeah, thank you again, Nathan. And we've obviously got Nathan's boss. What's his name? Alexi. That's that guy. Yeah, he's coming on tomorrow. I can talk shit about him today. He won't know. Yeah, we'll be continuing on tomorrow. So thanks very much, Nathan.
Wonderful. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
No worries. So we're going to move on to the next speaker because I know they're nervous and they've sort of been pacing up and down a little bit in front of their TV, in front of their computer. They're laughing at me now, but I'm going to get in trouble when I add them to the stream. Hi, Simon. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Ian? How you doing, ComfyCon? How are you guys?
We are fantastic. How are you doing? You're in Western Australia, right? I nearly got it wrong.
Easy there, mate. WA.
I'm still a POM. I get it wrong. I get these things
That's
wrong.
That's all right, mate. Yeah. East Coast, West Coast, it's all good. It's fine.
Well, Perth is one of our favorite cities, right? We always try and go to B-Sides Perth, and we always try and present there. So I think, Dan's actually wearing his B-Sides Perth t-shirt as well. So
we just need a passport these days.
We just need to break through the wall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, but you can scale it,
Yeah. Simon, do you have a thought on the tendies versus nuggies arguments? Are you for, against?
I'm going to step in here, mate. Now, my family's Italian, all right? So tendies, nuggies, mate, Parmigiana. Okay, that's the way to do it. That's the way you do a chicken.
Okay. I'm surprised Shanna didn't say that. Because Shanna is the Italian as well.
No. Oh, you should watch my my tent. Actually, when we get those other videos up, I'll see how many people notice the flour.
Yeah. Is it Italian flour, is it?
Yeah, all of the flour in my household is Italian. So.
In all honesty, though, the tendies. It's got to be the tendies.
Okay,
exactly
good.
Right.
When
I'm
you
a big Nando's fan. Nando's tendies. That's how you do it.
Yeah, you'll be back. You'll be back.
The other thing that's really interesting about you, Simon, is you were a previous teacher, and not a lot of people actually know this about me, but I actually trained as a teacher as well. So it's quite interesting having you come forward talking about your career now moving from being a teacher. So for those who don't know Simon, and I'm surprised you don't know Simon, Simon used to be in the public service teaching education. He's now in cybersecurity. He's also the previous host of the WA Cyber podcast that name escapes me. West Coast Cyber, that's the one. And you probably know him from a lot of different places as well. So really keen to have Simon here today. And without further ado, I will shut up and let him speak.
Oh, no worries. Thanks a lot, Ian, for that. And hi, everyone. My name is Simon Carabetta. And yes, I am a former high school teacher. And I guess that's where today's journey starts. So I became a teacher in around late 2006, and I taught media studies and English for about 12 years. Most notably, my last major role teaching was over in Dubai, teaching at an international school. And it was actually over there that I started looking into the world of cyber a bit. I saw firsthand what was going on in terms of cyber attacks and the human aspect, the human side of it. Now, just a bit of background about myself outside of teaching. I haven't got a technical background at all. My degree goes back to public relations, communications, and I've got a diploma in education, and I'm very much a humanities guy. But what really interested me in cybersecurity was the psychology about it and how people were actually falling for attacks. It was the social engineering side of it that really got me kind of looking into it as an industry. Well, it wasn't until I came back to Australia that someone who is a very strong mentor in my life actually spoke to me about the possibility of getting into cybersecurity. And my first thought to that was, what the fuck? Why? Why would I want to get into cybersecurity? I've got no technical knowledge whatsoever. I don't understand any programming languages. And there was the first misconception that I talk to a lot of people about today, is that you don't necessarily need that technical knowledge, that strong technical knowledge to get into cybersecurity. We have a lot of roles in cyber that are non-technical. Yes, we have a lot of talented people working in a various range of highly technical specialized roles. But these days, when you talk about cybersecurity, it's really important to note that there are kind of two sides to it. And the reason being is that cybersecurity, as we all know, we've spoken about it before, it's a human problem. You've got humans on one end who are orchestrating the attacks and taking advantage of the vulnerabilities. And you've got humans on the other side who are defending against these vulnerabilities, who are defending against these attacks, who are trying their hardest to prevent them as well. So when I was spoken to about the possibility of getting into cybersecurity, what really tickled my fancy was looking into cybersecurity awareness training. As an educator at the time, I was really, really keen on looking into how I could then take those skills as being a high school teacher and actually educate other adults about cybersecurity in their workplace. And what really started to intrigue me was how people within my circles were starting to talk about the parallels between the occupational health and safety culture at workplaces and cybersecurity. And that's something that I've really banged on hard about for the last 3 years. And I've only been in cyber for 3 years now. My first role was at Water Corporation in WA doing the cybersecurity awareness training. I've worked at the WA OS Cyber Innovation Hub in terms of trying to help grow the industry. And now I'm working with the WA state government as a project manager in cybersecurity. And while it is really, really important to have if you're in the non-technical side anyway, it's important to have some kind of technical knowledge or understanding of how cybersecurity actually works. It's also really important if you're in the non-technical side as well to ask questions. And this is where we come to today's topic. It's a give and take relationship when it comes to newcomers into the cybersecurity industry. Now, I'm holding a coffee right now, and it's not just because I love my espresso at what is 4:45 in the afternoon over here in Perth, but it's also because this was, when I started my first job, this was my shield. This was my fucking guard when I would walk into meetings with my team, who were all highly specialized, technically focused cybersecurity professionals. When the question came to me, I would make sure that coffee cup was in my hand and on my lips, because it gave me those few seconds extra to actually formulate a response, because I was nervous as fuck walking into those meetings and thinking, okay, I have no idea what these people are talking about sometimes. And that's when it started occurring to me that maybe I should actually do some fucking research and actually start looking more into what we're actually talking about. And this is where the main kind of theme of today's talk, if you want to call it that, comes into play. And that's when we start talking about acronyms in cybersecurity. Yes, acronyms exist in every industry. They're all around us. I work in state government. They fucking love a good acronym over there. I worked in education. Teachers love a good acronym. But I've never experienced acronym fatigue like in cybersecurity. They are handing them out. They are throwing them out like candy at a 5th fucking birthday party. And it is crazy when you've got non-technical people in a meeting or in an audience who don't understand the basic concepts of cybersecurity, let alone what all these acronyms actually mean. When I first heard the term SOC, and forgive my ignorance, a lot of people laugh at me when I tell the story. When I first heard the word SOC, I looked down at my feet. I'm like, what are you talking about? I've got 2 of them. But it was really, really just surprising to me how someone as myself and other people in a meeting or in an audience were being spoken to and have all these acronyms and these terminologies and this jargon thrown at us when we didn't actually understand it all. Now, there's no one person that is an expert on everything cyber. That person doesn't exist, okay? I'm just going to say that right now. But if I'm being very, very honest here, even the most technically adept person, if they were to have every acronym in cyber thrown at them under the sun, they probably would miss out on a few of them. Now, here's where the responsibility lies with the technical experts in the industry. They really need to start becoming more aware of the audiences they are speaking to. So if they're in a team meeting and they are in a meeting with another department where people are not as technically adept or coming from a completely different set of skills, who have no technical sound knowledge in cybersecurity or IT for that matter, then they really should take into mind the acronyms that they're using, the language that they're using, and be able to think, how can I translate this? Or how can I actually think to myself, don't just say the letters, actually spell out what it means for that audience. It's okay if it's a highly technical team, all in closed doors, throwing the acronyms at each other. That's totally fine. And I'm not saying here to people in the industry, stop using acronyms. Absolutely no way. If they save me 0.5 of a second in a conversation, that's great. But what I am saying is be mindful of the audience that you're speaking to. I've been at conferences that weren't so heavily technically, they weren't for much of a technical audience. They were probably for a very broad general audience. So you have your non-technical, you have your technical, and then you got people from outside cyber. And I left some of those presentations over the years thinking I didn't really understand a lot of that because there was a lot of jargon thrown in there. I've been in meetings where the jargon has been thrown out. And this is another problem, is that when you are communicating cyber to an executive, to the, I guess, dare I say it, the thought leaders in industry, if you can't communicate in a simple way to those people, then you're not able to communicate what the risk is and why, what you're pitching for, whether it's more funding or a particular project. You're not going to be able to win them over if they can't understand what you're speaking about. It's as simple and plain as that. And now this is general knowledge. A lot of people understand this, but it still happens. We still have people that can't communicate cyber. And this is why when we talk about diversity and inclusion in our industry, we don't just mean gender diversity, which is extremely important. We don't just mean cultural diversity, which is extremely important. We don't just mean diversity of people with various abilities, which is very, very important. We're talking about diversity and inclusion of people with a range of skills and backgrounds and careers all coming together to work in this very vibrant industry, because it is very vibrant. It's not a one size fits all. There are so many different roles in cybersecurity. And as someone who is not even an expert in this particular subject matter, and I don't claim to be a subject matter expert on anything, but what I am doing today is I'm really talking about my experiences and conversations I've had with numerous other people within the industry who think that it's time for the industry to stop throwing out the acronyms all the time. But again, this is about give and take. What the industry needs to do is exactly that. Start simplifying cyber more for all the people in the industry and outside the industry as well. But at the same time, newcomers and people in career transition, even graduates from other areas coming into cybersecurity, they need to have their own responsibility in actually, dare I say it, like an anti-vaxxer, doing their own research. So what they really need to do is, if an acronym is thrown at them, put their hand up. Don't be scared to just nod your head and just say, yeah, I understand exactly what you mean, and walk away from the meeting thinking, shit, I have no fucking idea what that person was saying just there. Because that's not going to help you at all. I made the biggest mistake when I started in my first job in cybersecurity of being too afraid to ask, so what's a SOC? Because thinking, well, these people are just going to laugh at me and you're a bit of a fraud, and dare I say it, the imposter syndrome, which I've spoken about at length before and I've had published articles about, will come into play. But we've got to get over all of that. We've got to actually step up, those of us in the non-technical space, and actually say, sorry, can you please explain what you just meant? That's something that I've started to do a lot more in my career, and I'm probably doing it more than I need to. But for me, it's something that's important, because I've got a really important job that if I can't actually understand the processes and the project itself that needs to actually be undertaken and why it needs to be undertaken, then it just doesn't happen. So with that being said, there's a responsibility from the non-technical side and the technical side. Now, I'm not just saying there are only two sides to cyber. There are people who are very, very well adept at their technical role and also being able to communicate fluently and articulately about cybersecurity to various audiences. There are people that are amazingly exceptional at being able to do that, who are able to think outside the box, who are able to use critical thinking skills, who have exemplary leadership skills in cybersecurity, and still are an absolute whiz when it comes to the technical side. There are lots of people like that I've met, which is fantastic. They might call them unicorns, but they're definitely out there. So I'm not saying there's only two sides of cyber. And the other responsibility as well, and I've probably committed it a couple of times already in this presentation, don't come out saying, I'm a non-techie. Because what you're also doing then is you're just saying there are two sides to cyber, and that's it. And it's black and it's white. There's not just two sides of cyber. There are so many different sides to cyber because there's so many different non-technical skills that come into play. There's people who come from legal backgrounds, education backgrounds, psychologists. There are people from the creative arts industries working in cybersecurity. But there are also people who are very technically adept who are actually decently skilled in those areas as well. And it's really important to know that as humans and as adults, we are all lifelong learners. And there's nothing stopping us from picking up a grad cert, for doing your master's in cyber at some point, for doing any other certification at some point. And that's great, because that just shows that you are committed to this industry and that you are committed to your own personal growth and development in this industry as well. So without going on too much more about it and without ranting about all of that, I'd really like people to walk away from today's presentation understanding that it's really important that there's an inclusivity when we talk about people who are new to the industry. And that needs to be fostered at every organization, at every level. We need to be able to speak simply and clearly about cyber to people who are coming from the outside of the industry, such as myself. And even though I've been in the industry 3 years, I'm still relatively very, very new. And I don't claim to ever be an expert. And I've had people introduce me at conferences in the past and at other events as a cybersecurity expert. And I've had to actually correct them and call them out on that, because I'm not. And if I'm going to be a little bit bold here and also say there are very few cybersecurity experts, like pure experts out there. No one knows everything about cybersecurity. It's much broader than what people think. It's so broad that it is actually everyone's responsibility, not just in cybersecurity. And this is where the communication becomes really important. And this is going back to the OHS approach and the cultural approach that I think cybersecurity should be looked at in every organization. Imagine if you're driving in front of a school, your kid's school, and you see the white van and you decide not to report it. That's like you having seeing a cyber incident, like a phishing incident, pop up on your friend's computer that he's talking about or she's talking about to you, or on their phone, and you just ignoring it and saying, yeah, that's nothing, don't worry about it. Everyone should have a responsibility when it comes to cybersecurity, whether it's an individual personal thing, whether it's at an organization, whether it's in a government agency. Everyone needs to understand what the risks and the threats are. So they need to be communicated really clearly so that people can actually identify these problems, like the white van in front of the school, like the phishing attempt on your friend's phone, and actually talk to them about it and actually do something about that. So that's really it for me today. I don't know if I've taken the entire time, but I hope you all got something out of this. No slides for me. Really like to talk from the heart about my own experiences in cybersecurity. But that is basically what needs to happen on both sides. We need newcomers from the industry to take responsibility for their own understanding and learning and knowledge. We need people from within the industry who are the technical experts, who have got a wealth of experience in cyber to also take them under the wing, mentor them, educate them a bit better, and actually stop using fucking acronyms all the time. Thank you.
I think you made your point quite bluntly there. That was, I think it's fair to say though, look, I come from a defense background, and then when you try and bring someone into defense, it's exactly the same. Like, there's a whole page on the defense internet made up of every single friggin' acronym, and there's, you know, multiple variants for the same acronym. It's very off-putting for someone, and you're right, it's twofold. One is not using the acronyms, but two is asking questions. There are no, like, everyone says it, but nobody really believes it. There are no stupid questions. You always have to ask these questions, and if you're not the one, if you're asking a question in a meeting, it's likely you're not the only person who's missing the definition, or you've missed something, or what have you. You're actually helping somebody else as well. So it's really important to ask those questions and be honest about it. Like, I really, you know, it's very good to hear someone who's like honest. Like, I don't know everything. I mean, I don't know everything either, but, you know, we're trying to pick up what we can. So that was absolutely fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ian. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
We've got, no, Shanna, you go.
What's your favorite acronym, Simon?
That's a good one. I think, yeah, SOC. That was the first one I recognized, and probably the first one I made a joke about. First one I actually asked about as well. So yeah, definitely SOC.
Nice.
A colleague of mine who's now significantly high up in defense talks all the time about having a world-class SOC. And so therefore, as a gift, they were given a pair of socks which had the words world-class on it, which now sit on their wall, I believe, in a defense office.
That's amazing. I'll pay that one.
Just quickly before we move to the next speaker, I will say there are a huge amount of jobs available at DPC, WA, where Simon does work, and it sounds like it would be an awesome place to work. I've just looked up the webpage, and there's like 7-8 jobs plus available. So if you're looking for a job in WA, I strongly suggest you look for that. And you get to work with Simon, who sounds like a very passionate and amazing person to work with. So
thank you very much, and we got awesome coffee as well. It's great.
Oh, don't start that argument. Let's not start that.
And Ian, if I could just very quickly, we're actually got more positions coming out in the next couple of months as well. So keep your eye on the Jobs WA website.
I'm very happy to hear that, because I was very happy to see you put the jobs out originally. So that's really good to know. So thanks very much, Simon. Thanks again for coming along.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Cheers.
No worries. I think we'll just go to the next speaker, unless, have you had a refill of your wine? I noticed you finished it. Oh, you've already got the bottle. Okay.
What do you mean I've already got the bottle?
Have you got the bottle next to you, or did you?
I don't.
Okay.
No. What? No, that's not. This is my little fluffy.
This is your fluffy. Your fluffy. I have a fluffy. Rose is asleep. She's very fluffy.
I got cheese, which is hard to.
We have leftover pizza, and we have some KFC and snacks. But
there we go.
I'm lovely.
Cheese.
Cranberry cheese. Yum.
Yeah.
I'm making the person who's speaking next nervous, so I'm going to bring them on, and then they can start telling us all their wonderful things. How are you doing today, Beau?
Very, very well. How are you?
We are fantastic. Look at that t-shirt. Like, that's an amazing t-shirt. Where did you get that?
Redbubble, the only official place to get them.
I hear. And that's thanks to Bex, who is watching. She has arrived now. She's not too busy doing an IR at the moment. So she made the ComfyCon t-shirts. They're on Redbubble. We do make no money from them, even though people say we do. We don't make any money. I can prove it. Please go get one if you want one and represent. So Beau is, let me, screen. I'm
going to say that I'm going to guess that Beau is not at Angie's place.
I am not.
It's just a background.
They don't give you a lot of options.
No, they don't, do they? Yeah.
Unfortunately not.
Just calling it out.
So Beau is a technical specialist at Microsoft. So one of our awesome Microsoft speakers, there's a few of those coming in over the next 2 days, focusing on security and compliance in the IT industry for a decade. been multiple roles, and now looking at principal cloud security architect. And he's going to be talking to us today about insider risks. So, Beau, I'm going to add to the screen. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully StreamYard doesn't crap itself. Maybe. Dan, help. Help.
Let me just try that again.
He's fixing it.
Hopefully. No, you might need to reshare it again.
Try resharing, Beau, and then we'll just talk about cheese and wine. So why that cheese, Shanna?
Because it's tasty.
Because it's tasty.
Yeah. I like it. It's like a cranberry. It's like a soft cheese with cranberries. It's like a cheddar, but not a cheddar. I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I do have the thing here. It's a Wensleydale cheese.
Oh, Wensleydale. Very awesome. And your slides are now working, so we can stop talking about cheese. Beau, I will hand over to you and take it away.
All right, thank you. So, hey, everyone. It's been great watching the conference throughout the day. I guess being in Fortress, WA, we've kind of been shut out for a long time. So it's good to be able to actually attend one, let alone speak for my first time at a conference. So today I'll be speaking about insider risks. So I'll cover a brief history, how these differ from business risks, and why these have become a little bit more prevalent during the COVID era. I'll talk about how some of these attacks are perpetrated and some of the people that can look at perpetrating them. So just a little bit about me really briefly. I'm currently a technology specialist at Microsoft. I'm based out of Perth, WA, as I said before. I'm a husband and a father, and I've been in the IT industry for a little over a decade now. Makes me sound older than I am, but a decade it is. And I've managed cybersecurity and compliance in one way or another throughout all of those different roles. I've started my career at the service desk, working in IT support like a lot of others. And I then moved into some network security, network architecture roles before focusing on security as a consultant. I've been involved in the security community for many years. I run a Microsoft Perth security user group, but I'm hoping that, and I'm starting to hope that I've got that level of experience that I can share some of those experiences out and the knowledge into other people coming into the industry and kind of help them that way as well. So let's kick off. I guess the best way that I think is to start by defining the difference between an insider and a business risk, as they get confused a lot in some of the conversations that I've had with people. And I think it's key to be able to tell the difference between the two. So business risks are defined as the exposure a company or organization must factor in that could lower its profits or lead it to fail. So let's think of things like regulatory changes, increased competition, or other like large external factors like fire or theft to a building. They can be business risks. But when we start talking about insider risks, these are those security risks that occur from within an organization, and it's normally attributed to an individual user. And these users normally have access to things like sensitive data or privileged accounts. So now that we've kicked those out of the way, I guess let's cover a couple of different kinds of business risks just to round that out. Anything that threatens a company's ability to achieve its financial goals can be considered a business risk. And these are influenced by external factors. It's due to this that it's kind of impossible for any company to completely remove a business risk. These can scale from factors from things like the state of the economy down to regulation changes. And businesses typically manage these with a sort of risk management strategy. These risks can't be put down to any individual and are broader in scope than you might typically expect, but they can be broken down into a few categories. I'm not going to list them all because there's hundreds of them, but I'll list the four kind of main ones that I see a lot. We have strategic risks, and these come up when a business don't follow their own plan. So when companies don't follow their own business model, their strategy becomes less effective over time, and it makes it harder for it to achieve its initial goals. Some examples of this can be things like technology change within the company or the industry as a whole. Materials could become more expensive, or there can be other large-scale changes that can affect a business. There are compliance risks, and this is something that I've been working on fairly heavily over the last year or so, but these are the chances that you could break law or regulation and get hit with a financial penalty. Most of the time, an organization won't do these on purpose, but they do occur due to things like oversights or errors. Laws and regulations actually change more than you'd actually expect. So you've got to make sure you're keeping up to date with recent changes, or the chances that you're going to get hit with a compliance issue just increase over time. We then have probably the most well-known sort of risk from a consumer perspective, and these are the operational risks. These are related to the potential of failure for their day-to-day operations, and they're normally a result of a failed process. That said, they can be people or process failures. It can be a technical failure, like let's say, for example, a network outage that everyone has seen before in their life. And we've all seen those sorts of things in action. And just to round it out, there's financial risks. So most categories of risk have an element of financial impact, right? That's what companies primarily care about. So these are things in terms of extra costs or lost revenue. The category of financial risk in this instance specifically refers to that money coming in and out of a business, as well as things like sudden financial loss. But now that we've covered it, how are they different from an insider risk? When we think of insider risks, these are primarily focused on threats that exist internally. Think of malicious users that just simply aren't paying attention, or even moles within an organization are all considered to be insider risks. They are the human element of an organization rather than a technical one. Business risks, in contrast, normally focus on external things, changing of laws, changing of regulations, another company potentially growing and taking some market share as a competitor. They would be business risks. Unlike business risks, insider risk can be attributed to individual users or a group of users, and this normally comes down to an action that a user took, whether that was malicious or accidental. And they're much harder to measure in absolute terms. So let's say that a user uploads data into a Dropbox account. That could be considered an insider risk, depending on the data, depending on the organization's posture. But in other situations, it could be a normal business process. This all comes down to the individual use case of those organizations. So far, I've been focusing on those insider risks as they pertain to the technology industry. But they've existed throughout history in every profession. They're nothing new. There have always been people looking to share secrets or to create some sort of embarrassing situation for others. And most of us have actually probably experienced this in our own social circles, whether it was large or small scale. The impact is probably higher when we're talking about large organizations with a lot of IP and lots of money involved, but the behavior of those users remain the same. It's the same concept moving forward, whether it's in a social circle or an organization. Recently, with COVID shifting an organization's mindset, a lot have adopted a hybrid work model. This is allowing their users to work from wherever they need to. And studies from as recent as 2021 show that 73% of employees actually want this way of working to stay, me included, and it's not going anywhere, at least in the short term. That said, this further removes the old school mentality of having a company's walled garden, where users would work within a perimeter network and have those protections in place to safeguard against threats and data theft. Things like network controls, firewalls, those strong perimeter controls that might be in place. With users working from home, or they could be in a local coffee shop, often a library somewhere, anywhere that has internet access realistically, those protective rules of corporate networks aren't in use anymore. They can't apply to those situations. People have sensitive data on their own devices now a lot more often as well. And this only increases that risk profile of the potential to have insider threats. Another thing to consider when we're talking about this is the Great Resignation. There's been recent studies showing that there's 41% of current workforces considering leaving their employers this year. And that kind of provides the perfect situation for users to either accidentally or purposefully take sensitive data. This could be due to an employee simply forgetting that they have sensitive data on a device. But in the worst case, it could be a malicious employee looking to take that data to a competitor to use it as an advantage. And that kind of creates a perfect storm lately on why these have increased. They have become much more prevalent over the last couple of years. So if your organization hasn't seen an attempt or an increase in an attempt or actual data loss during that time period, you might want to revisit it and just see if you're watching the right stuff. So what does this kind of look like over the last year? How has it increased? There's recent reports showing that there's been a 72% of actionable insider risk since 2020. This includes things like theft of trade secrets, theft of source code, as well as working with foreign actors. And a lot of us would have read some of those articles or saw it in the news. If we break this down even further, there's been a 42% of increase in IP or data theft. And these are those malicious insiders purposefully exfiltrating data out of an organization. This has grown the largest over that period of time. We've had a 25% increase in unauthorized or accidental disclosure. And that includes activities such as the user potentially accidentally sharing confidential data that they didn't mean to. And this can be due to things like a lack of education or awareness on the subject, or just not understanding what the correct process is to safeguard that data securely. There's been a lot of things about things like S3 buckets being open to the internet that haven't been secured. And that's just one of those types of incidents that have recently been occurring. The last thing I wanted to call out from those studies is that there's been a 19% increase in purposeful malicious sabotage. These are insiders that want to break the environment. And statistically, when you have a look at a lot of those studies, they're from disgruntled employees or people that have been slighted by an organization. They might have been terminated, and then they've used that insider knowledge to break something within the environment after they've left. A lot of the time, it'll happen when a user account's not been disabled. It's really common within an organization if the process fails for someone's account to remain active for weeks, months after they leave. This has gone to a large amount of people coming back in and destroying data. These numbers might be a little scary to look at, and honestly, they kind of are in relation to some of the other threats, but you just kind of show how new ways of working have only helped this risk kind of evolve and become more prevalent as we go on. But the kind of thing you want to think about is, are these insider risks always trying to be malicious? And the short answer to that is no. They normally exist in two different categories, like most other things, the good and the bad. Most insider risks are actually in the good category. These are those users trying to do the right thing, but they're either making mistakes or just aren't aware of what the process is to safeguard that data. On the other hand, we have the bad, the people in the organization that are trying to cause damage. Maybe they've been paid off. They might have been planning to leave to a competitor, or maybe they just want to see the world burn after they leave an organization. Something to really quickly note as well, when I find that a lot of people get confused when I'm having conversations with people about it, is that insider risks and insider threats are two very different things. Theoretically, 100% of your users could be considered insider risks, either malicious or accidental, but it's that 1%, and that's being optimistic, that cause issues that actually become an insider threat. So in other words, there needs to be an action associated with an activity for it to be elevated to that level. So let's have a chat about some of the different human types. So I like breaking these sorts of human-related risks into different personas because I think it helps try to understand the kinds of people that you should be looking out for within an organization. And keep in mind, again, they're not all malicious. So this first instance here of the good kind of personas, they're not doing this on purpose. So for example, let's start with the saver. This is the type of person that won't take any chance of losing data no matter what. They have copies of sensitive data locally. They've backed it up into the cloud. They've printed this off at home. They have that data in every single circumstance so that no matter what, they will have access to it. They can't stand the thought of losing this data at all. They say things to personal accounts. There might be company policies prohibiting this kind of behavior, but they're just trying to make sure the data is safe. They might be the most risk-averse people within an organization. And the easy way to identify them is how much storage they're using. These people won't delete anything ever, and they automatically sync things to personal devices or external hard drives just to make sure. We then have the planner. And this is the person, they're planning for their future after the organization. Every piece of work they've worked on, if it's confidential or not, they've taken a backup of it. They've got that saved locally. Sometimes planners are mixed up with savers, but where a saver saves literally everything, planners focus on the work that they themselves have created and contributed to, whether that's going to be used for when they go to another organization as a way to kind of pad out their resume or not, they'll save all the work that they've worked on. The next one is the sharer. These are those people that want to collaborate no matter what the cost is. And often they want to get more and more people involved into a project in order to have a better outcome. The risk that they typically present is that they often share data with people that shouldn't have access to it in the first place. Even worse is how they could potentially share that information. If they're not aware of the secure ways of sharing this data within an organization, they'll share it over USBs and external hard drives. They'll throw it out over personal email. They'll put it up onto an online note-taking app. There are plenty of companies that have confidential data in personal shared notebooks, and often these are shared with people outside of the organization without them even realizing it. Worse yet, in that kind of instance specifically, it's really hard to capture that kind of data exfiltration activity unless you're specifically looking for it. And finally, we've got the advisor. So these are the people that just want the best outcome for their customers, even if it means showing that customer how other customers do it. They'll work on whatever platform the customer wants to use instead of using already pre-approved sharing methods. If the customer wants to use Dropbox, for example, to share files, so will they. If they collaborate over Google Docs, so will they. They're more than happy to put confidential data into these systems to help one of their customers out, even if the organization has no visibility into those services. All of these different personas, like I spoke about before, have no intention of being an insider threat. They're all well-intentioned, and they're either trying to do the right thing for the company or their customers. The majority of insider threats in this actually come out in this category of user. They are the accidental sharers of confidential data, and they're just trying to get things done as efficiently as they can. Obviously, on the other side, we have the bad. And these are the people that are trying to cause impacts, that are purposefully trying to be an insider threat. They want to break things, they want to cause issues, they want to cause drama. Whether they've been paid off by a third party or they feel like they've been slighted by an organization, they don't particularly care. So let's go through a couple of those as well. So first of all, and probably one of the most well-known, is the sellout. And this is spoken about a lot in a lot of studies. It's always raised. And they are the people that have received a great offer from one of your competitors, as long as they bring something with them. And most of the time, that's access to their current organization's data. These users will typically be in positions where they have access to confidential data. It could be source code. It could be proprietary data. Either way, it's valuable to their competitors. They'll try to exfiltrate this data out through personal email addresses, out by external hard drives. But either way, they're trying to take that data out the organization to give to a competitor and get rewarded for it. There have been a lot of reports recently with this exact thing happening. So why would you bother trying to put all that effort into hacking your way into a corporate environment when you can just drop some money to a user and get them to exfiltrate the data for you? Better yet, you could get privileged credentials and you can go in and get whatever data that you want. Next, we've got the prankster. Simply put, these kind of people just want to cause trouble for the lols. They will open firewall ports randomly. They'll grant themselves RDP access to networks so they can log in from home. They'll use unapproved apps to bypass security controls. Most of the time, they're bored in their role, and they're just looking for something to distract themselves, even if it causes damage to the company. The next one is something that is always in movies. So this is the mole. So these are the threats for hire, also known as corporate espionage, and they exist in all sorts of different industries, but primarily in companies that house confidential IP, like research. For example, last year, AstraZeneca had some blueprints for the vaccine stolen. It's not been formally attributed, but it's thought to have been an insider threat. And finally, we have the clicker. These people have had months of corporate IT training about not clicking every single link that has ever been presented to them. But no amount of training can stop the impulse to click those links. It is embedded within their DNA. After all, what if they had just won that competition that they don't remember entering? Some people might not categorize this persona as malicious, but I can say with experience from working with users for a long time that after the 100th click on a random link, that user has to be messing with you. So let's talk a little bit about what we can do to find some of these risks. I found the best way to kind of detect this behavior is to use a platform that monitors user behavior and generates alerts when weird or abnormal behavior is spotted. There's heaps of products and platforms that do this for you, and they'll build up a picture of a user's behavior and alert when that user deviates from it. For example, does Dave in accounting suddenly have an interest in HR documents? It's probably something we want to be alerted on. You want to be keeping eyes on users that are logging in at weird times as well. So for example, we're an Australian-based company that might only operate in Australia, but we have a user randomly logging at 2 a.m. This could be a sign that an insider is attempting to hide their activities, or it could just be a case of an account that's been compromised. You want to be watching out for unauthorized applications within the network as well. It's likely to be a dream that you're going to have full control of every single application that is run in every single device of your entire organization. But it's pretty common you're going to have a couple of approved sharing platforms, whether this be OneDrive, Dropbox, or any other number of cloud services. You want to make sure that you're monitoring and blocking the kind of services, particularly for sharing and collaboration, that you don't want used. Insider risks also typically look at downloading data in order to exfiltrate it, whether this be out to an external device or over email. Make sure you're monitoring and alerting on excessive downloads of data that are outside of the norm for your organization, particularly over a longer period of time. because it will be a common way that someone's not going to try to download 1,000 files immediately or try to trickle it out. So just make sure you're monitoring for that behavior. You want to make sure that you're looking for people that are downloading or copying files that they don't actually need access to for their job. Ideally, you're already going to have some controls in place to prevent this, but even the attempt of trying to do this should be logged and followed up, even more so if that end user is going to be leaving the organization soon. If you're using data classification of any kind within your organization, make sure you're capturing when that data classification is downgraded and a reason for it being downgraded. There's no point having a data classification scheme in the first place if any employee in the organization can downgrade it completely freely without being monitored and alert raised. And I guess finally, and most importantly, is make sure you have a built-out implemented cybersecurity awareness program within your organization and include insider risk in it. A lot of organizations are relying on awareness campaigns that are several years old that don't cover today's threats, and these need to be updated regularly so users can be across these in order to prevent some of these current threats. Like I said before, the majority of these insider risks are accidental, and they're simply done due to those users not being aware of proper processes when it comes to confidential data. And I guess with that, we've come to an end. So I could have spoken a little bit more about some of the different technologies to prevent these things, data loss prevention, correlating these events into a SIEM, but these are going to be dependent on your environment and the technologies you actually have access to. Hopefully, I've provided everyone with a better understanding on what insider risks are and some of the personas that you can be on the lookout for. I have primarily focused on people and process, on technology and process, but those soft skills and people are just as important. Most of the time, people will know that a malicious insider because they can tell that they're acting differently than they normally do. Maybe they suddenly have heaps of cash. Maybe they're asking other people to send confidential information to them. So the last thing that I want to close it out on is make sure you're listening to your users. If they're saying something is wrong, chances are it probably is. And with that, thank you.
Amazing talk. I can't believe that's the first time you've done a presentation. That is so cool and
that was the
resonated
first time.
a lot.
Definitely
That
have been
wasn't your
practicing
first
for hours.
time. No,
No,
that was
100%.
awesome.
I'm zero conference presentations. So
No,
that was amazing.
Amazing presentation.
Yeah,
was
really good.
And I would take the
Super
fact that there are
info.
no questions because of that. Everyone was really clear on understanding. Like, it was a great presentation, honestly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of info and a lot of really good follow-up info too. So thank you. Good takeaways.
Yeah, so if you've got any questions for Beau, please put them in the Q&A page. We probably don't have time to read any out because we're going to have to move to our next speaker. But thank you very much, Beau. That was amazing talk.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
No worries. I still don't have a drink, and I haven't rectified this. I will go have to do that. But I can't miss.
Isn't that what Hoodie's there for?
No, Hoodie's not there to make drinks for me. No, don't do that. I'll feel bad. But our next speaker is here, so I will let them in. Hi, Eleanor.
Hey, it's Emma from Switzerland. How's it going?
Hello, Eleanor from Switzerland. I'm Dad.
Yeah. Hi, Dad.
For those who don't know, Eleanor is my child. It is true.
Yeah. It's decided fact. Yes.
It is a decided fact. How is Switzerland today? Is it nice and cold?
Yeah, it's like 3 degrees. We had the traditional cold snap at the beginning of April. It's allegedly supposed to snow today, but I don't think it actually will here.
Okay. And I think we've asked you this before, but chicken nuggets versus tendies, where do you sit on the spectrum?
Yeah, I gotta say, I rarely consume either, but I've had more nuggies, so I'm gonna have to go with the nuggies.
And
But I'm not very committed to this take.
You can't say they can't come back, Shanna, because that's not allowed.
Did you see I was silent? I was silent. I was
I
pretending
know
I didn't
you
hear
were
that.
being good.
I was pretending I didn't hear it. What?
So in the-
What happened? I missed that.
Nothing.
Last couple of
Nothing was
minutes.
said. So I have to sing a song apparently before Eleanor. Before I put the presentation on because it goes with the and because I'm making a fool of myself with a crappy voice, which is good God, y'all, what is it good for? Because
Absolutely nothing.
yes, because Eleanor's presentation is about quantum computers. So,
what are they good for?
Yes. For those who
I
don't
hope
know,
not
Eleanor,
absolutely nothing.
Not absolutely nothing, no.
Oh, you've just given it away. Eleanor is an Aussie living in Switzerland, doing their PhD. Lifelong interest in programming and infosec. They're a mathematician and a physicist. They have 2 cats. We can't get rid of them, even though they moved to Switzerland. So I'm just going to hand it over and learn all about quantum computers.
Cheers, Ian. Very excited. All right, let's get stuck into it. I've got my Twitter handle up there if you want to check out. Mostly a bunch of tweets about cats, food, and not a lot else. If you get the reference in the handle, I'm really sorry. It's a bad pun. Okay, so quantum computers, what are they good for? Good question. So I am an academic. I'm very sorry to say. I did my degree in physics because I was really interested in physics as I was a kid. So I learned a bit of quantum physics. It's very cool. I defected, I'm afraid, to computer science because the job market for physicists is not great. And now I'm a PhD student at the Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule in Zurich, also known as ETH Zurich, doing my PhD in theoretical cryptography. So crypto is sort of my little specialty that I've carved out. And obviously I'm going to be talking a bit about the implications of quantum computers with cryptography. All right. So this story that we're going to tell today starts with what's called the Church-Turing thesis, after Alonzo Church and Alan Turing. Maybe you've heard of Alan Turing. There's a movie about him that I haven't seen, but I've heard it's pretty good. So the question is, what can computers actually do? Are there more powerful kinds of computer? Is there some amazing technology that can solve problems that today's computers can't, theoretically? Well, the Church-Turing thesis asserts that every realistic computation, every kind of computation you can think of, could be done efficiently by a probabilistic Turing machine. Okay, a probabilistic Turing machine is just one that tosses coins. And a Turing machine, if you're not familiar, it's this abstract idea of a computer. It's got a tape. It can write symbols on this tape. Think back to the old days with punch card computers, right? It can read symbols from this tape, maybe write new ones, do certain kinds of operations. And the claim is that these can actually do everything. And this is quite interesting because as far as we can tell, no model of computing exists that is inherently more powerful than a Turing machine. Some of them can do stuff a bit faster, but some of them seem to be more powerful. And we'll revisit this as we go. All right. So the question that we really want to answer, are there more powerful types of computer? Maybe there are, let's explore it. So to give you some background on what we call classical computing, non-quantum. Classical in this context just means it's not quantum. Basically, the way that we think about this, well, it's really just a bunch of circuits, right? A bunch of digital circuits working together. So if we want to compute 1 plus 1, I've got a little diagram on the right here. I've got 2 1s, and I'm going to compute 1 plus 1, which is 1, 0 in binary. Okay, so how does a classical computer evaluate this? Well, the first step is we're going to copy that 1 bit, because we're going to have to do it, we're going to have to use it again later. And then we compute, okay, we push forward, and then we compute the bitwise XOR, exclusive OR. If you're not familiar, this is how computers add numbers somewhere in their little CPU circuitry. So we're going to calculate the 1 XOR 1, oh boy. Take a drink, everybody. Press the back button on my mouse. Okay, so if you want to know how computers calculate addition, we're going to take this 1 bit, calculate the bitwise XOR. In this case, if they're the same, it's 0. If they're different, it's 1. Okay, so we've got a 0 because 1 and 1 are the same, and then we're going to push that 1 forward. Now we calculate the bitwise and we're going to put it in this second here. Okay, 1 and 1 is 1. So now we have our answer, 1, 0, read bottom to top. This is the mechanics of how a computer works. We have these binary circuits, these digits that are doing logical computations. And really, that's just how a computer works. That's how, if you really zoom in, that's how that's how it all works. So what we're interested in is what happens if we try to find other ways. what if, in fact, our computer could work with bits that are between 0 and 1 somehow? This is the idea that leads us to quantum computing. No longer do we have bits that are either 0 or 1. We're going to try something a little bit more general. All right, so now we get to do some physics. I have a lovely picture of the Large Hadron Collider over near Lausanne, half in Switzerland, in fact, which is very exciting if you're a nerd like me. The basic idea, you have electrons. These are the little particles that are responsible for electric current in wires. Teeny tiny little charged particles. And it turns out that electrons are sort of spinning in some sense. As I've got a little asterisk here, it's a lot more complicated than that. And if you do a whole physics degree, you'll learn about that. You can think of it like it's spinning, right? And well, it's charge that's spinning. That's kind of like a little circular circuit, right? Got charge moving in a loop. And whenever you have charges moving in a loop, well, you have a magnetic field. This is some physics that humanity worked out in the 1700s. Whenever you've got current moving in a circle, it's a magnetic field. You've got one of these doodads, a wireless charger. That's kind of how these work. You've got current spinning around, that creates a magnetic field. Your phone picks up that magnetic field, induces a current, and uses that to charge. It's exactly the same principle. So an electron, okay, it's a little charged particle, but it's also a tiny magnet, okay? So here I've got a diagram where it's spinning, it's got a north pole and a south pole, just like a tiny little bar magnet. And this is how we are going to do calculations between 0 and 1. Okay, so the picture that you have in mind, I've got an external magnetic field, okay? There's a magnetic field. You don't really need to know about how that works other than the fact that, well, it's got a north and a south, right? So here it's pointing upwards, okay? The magnetic field in the background. And electrons can go one of two ways. Either the north can be aligned with the field, which is the case on the left here, or it can be aligned against the field, which is the case on the right here. It's like how you have little bar magnets, right? They move around and they try to snap to fit the magnetic field. We call this spin up for no particularly good reason, and we call this spin down also for no particularly good reason, other than the fact that up is the opposite of down. Physicists are very creative people, I promise. Okay, so the way we're going to build our quantum computer is we're going to call spin up 0, takes the role of a 0 bit. We're going to call spin down 1, it takes the role of a 1 bit. Now, because we're big nerds, we like to write numbers. We have this little notation, we've got this straight line and then a number and then an angle bracket. This is just saying it's the state that we will call 0, right? The electron can be state up or state down. We'll call this one 0, and we use the fancy brackets to say this is a quantum state. That's all that means. Don't get scared by it. Okay, well, but electrons don't have to be aligned with the field, really. They could be stuck parallel like this. So this is kind of half up and half down, right? We've got an up and a down. If you sort of mush them together, you get half up and half down. And we write this as it's a 0 plus a 1 divided by the square root of 2. Square root because mathematically you have to square it to get a probability. It's basically, you think of it as half 0 plus a half 1 gives you this expression here. Half up, half down. Interesting. It's not just 0 and 1, it can actually be in between. And of course, well, the real world is 3D, right? It doesn't just have to be, it's not stuck in this 2D plane. It can also twist this way, pointing inwards into the screen. So we write this using this fancy I, which you might have heard of, imaginary numbers. Oh, complex numbers, very scary. All you need to know is that these electrons can be aligned up, down, left to right, or inward. And we have a mathematical framework that lets us combine the zeros and ones. Okay, so these electrons with their spinny states, the tiny little bar magnets, they're called qubits or quantum bits. And each one is a combination of 0 and 1. And then we can just do circuits. They're not the same binary digital circuits that we had before, but it's the same idea, right? We start with the qubit that is just 0 pointing up. And now we have this Hadamard gate, which is this little construction that I won't go into the details of because I'm not giving a math talk today. And then we have this controlled NOT gate, which again, I won't go too far into the details of, but it's a bit like the XOR to add the XOR and the AND that we use to add numbers. It's a little bit fancier. So let's just run through this quickly. Apply hat amount to qubit 1. What this does, it takes our 0, gives us a half 0 and a half 1. That's all it does. Okay? We're taking the 0, we're rotating it so that we now have a half 0 and a half 1. All right. Now, controlled NOT says the part of it that's 1 is going to invert the 0. Okay? So we've got a half 1, and we're going to invert the 0 by a half. That means that half of the 0 becomes a 1. So we get the half 0, half 1 state again. Okay? Don't worry too much if that was a bit hard to grasp. I'm just getting across the point. They can be between 0 and 1, and now the operations work with the combinations of 0 and 1 that we've got. Now comes the more conceptually difficult and confusing part of quantum physics that even professional physicists don't have a great understanding of yet. We know how to do the numbers, but we don't really know why it works this way. Basically, I've got a half 0 and a half 1. If I measure it, I force it to pick either 0 or 1. Well, then half of the time I get a 0, half of the time I get a 1. This means, because I've got 2 coin tosses, basically, a quarter of the time I get 2 zeros, quarter of the time I get 2 1s, quarter of the time I get a 0, then a 1, and a quarter of the time I get a 1, then a 0. This is how quantum computers do this. You may have heard this tagline of all the possibilities at once. Basically, they're a combination of zeros and ones, and you're going to measure them, and it's going to draw it from a distribution, right? Here's just an even distribution of all of the numbers, but when we do fancy algorithms, we'll have a good shot at getting the value that we really care about. There's also the slightly awkward point that real quantum computers have an error rate. Okay? You're not always going to get a perfect even distribution, even though mathematically you should, because real quantum computers, there's some interference going on. Maybe the qubit didn't get rotated quite all the way, or there's some other interference happening, so you don't get the exact value that you want. So normally the way that we deal with this, we just run the computer a bunch of times, take the average result. Obviously, it's very unlikely that you'll get 10 tails in a row if the coin is fair, but you might get 2 or 3 in a row. So you do it a bunch of times, take the result. Okay, so I'm going to very quickly talk about how one of the most famous algorithms of quantum computing works. You can think of these 2 qubits as representing the numbers 0 to 3, right? Just like in binary, 0, 1, 2, 3. If I had 3 qubits, I could represent 0 to 7. What these quantum operations let us do is apply some kind of function to all of these numbers in a single step. So here's a small piece of how Shor's algorithm works. We do what's called modular exponentiation. 3 to the power of 0 is 1. Okay, so here's a 1. 3 to the power of 1 is 3, so here's a 3. 3 to the power of 2 is 9. If I take the remainder mod 4, I get 1, right? Divide by 4, remainder 1, and same here. This is how Shor's algorithm works to calculate modular inverse exponentials, which breaks RSA. Okay, the basic idea, you're applying this exponentiation, and then if you know what a Fourier transform is, we're going to figure out the period of the exponentiation, and then we break RSA. Cannot go through this, unfortunately, without it becoming a math talk, so this is just the idea behind Shor's algorithm. All right, if you're really interested in getting stuck into this, there's a great textbook, Quantum Computation and Quantum Information. Highly recommend it. You do need some math background, I'm afraid. Okay, so let's revisit our Church-Turing thesis. What can quantum computers do? Maybe they can do something that a classical computer can't. So the quantum Church-Turing thesis says, okay, well, now we can do things efficiently with a quantum Turing machine. An interesting result is we actually think classical computers can do everything quantum computers can do. You can always simulate a quantum computer, right? Pretend you've got a quantum computer, just like how you play old Super Nintendo games on an emulator, right? Quantum computers are way more efficient at some problems than classical computers. Some problems. They can't do everything faster, just certain kinds of things. So So here are some things that quantum computers are good at, and I'm finally answering the title of the talk, what is a quantum computer good for? Okay, good at integer factorization. Okay, I've got a really big number, and it has two prime factors, two big numbers that divide it. I have to figure out what those numbers are. This is really hard classically. It takes, I think the world record is something like 700-bit numbers, whereas RSA uses 2,000 or more bits. But if you have a big quantum computer, well, that's it. It can easily compute these factorizations and completely break RSA, the RSA signature algorithm. What else is it good at? Well, it's good at discrete logarithms. So ECDH, which is a protocol that you use with TLS to agree, when you go on HTTPS, you log into a website, you're agreeing on a key, you're probably using ECDH to do this. Quantum computers can completely break this as well. Also ECDSA, this is another type of signature algorithm. The certificates that you get from websites are often signed using ECDSA. Quantum computers can break that as well. So in other words, TLS and HTTPS completely busted with a large quantum computer, completely breaks the way that it currently works. No hope whatsoever there. There's also Grover search, which is a way to speed up guessing symmetric keys. So you've got your cipher, you've logged into your website, you've got an agreed symmetric key with your HTTPS handshake. And now if your key is not big enough, well, a quantum computer can break that too. The good news is there's AES-256, which uses a longer key that is still safe even with a quantum computer. So this is not really the end of the world. Okay, so quantum computers are great at breaking cryptography. Fantastic. I did say large quantum computers. So if you want to break RSA, you need thousands of qubits that have no errors in them at all. No, I said quantum computers, real quantum computers have errors. You need thousands of the things, and they have to have no errors. The good question mark news is if you have noisy qubits, ones that do have errors, you can actually simulate error-free qubits. So you have something called an error-correcting code. You need at least 5 noisy physical qubits per perfect logical qubit that you want. And the error rate can be at most 1 to 3%, right? Your real noisy qubits can't have more than a 1 to 3% error rate. Nobody has done this yet. Okay, it has not been done. We have not got physical qubits that are anywhere near this good. Okay, so we don't need to panic. The biggest quantum computer that I am pretty sure actually exists, as opposed to marketing spin, it was built by IBM late last year. It has 127 physical qubits. That's like maybe 20 logical qubits. Nowhere near enough to break RSA. Okay, your RSA keys are still safe right now. Nothing. No panic, all right? We're all chill here. Great. What are other things quantum computers are good at? If they were just good at breaking cryptography, this would be kind of boring, right? Oh, okay, they can sample from fancy distributions like a bell curve in 1,000 dimensions, okay? They can do that really efficiently. Classical computers can't do that. This is useful in some like quantitative analysis, financial market kind of algorithm. They can also do, in a related manner, they can do some kinds of machine learning much more efficiently than classical computers. Again, if they exist, which they don't yet. They're also really good at optimization problems. So the traveling salesman problem is a classic. You've got a bunch of cities. What is the most efficient way to visit every city once, given that there's different roads between them? It's a classic problem that computer scientists love. A certain kind of quantum computer can solve these problems super efficiently as well. This can be useful in some business context, logistics, scheduling, these kinds of things. There are problems that classical computers are just too slow to figure out, so we have to estimate solutions. Quantum computers, once they exist, if they exist, could do these a lot faster in a different way that I don't have time to get to, called an adiabatic quantum. Quantum annealing is the D-wave marketing terminology. It's very promising, but yeah, it's super experimental. All right, now let's get into post-quantum crypto. Very exciting. You might have heard of this, okay? Post-quantum crypto does not use quantum computers. It uses a classical computer to do crypto that quantum computers can't break, okay? Post-quantum crypto just means it's still safe even when quantum computers exist. does not mean it uses a quantum computer. Really want to stress that. Okay, so we've got replacements. All these things I said quantum computers could break. RSA, ECDSA, ECDH, all of this stuff that large quantum computers could break. We've got replacements. Good news. The NIST in the US is running a competition to decide on the new standard protocols. It's not done yet, but we've got a few candidates that we are pretty sure are still safe, even if quantum computers become real. So we don't have to panic. I am 100% sure that a real-world deployment will exist that you can just plug in and use before any large quantum computer exists. 100% sure. If I'm wrong, feel free to make fun of me for the rest of eternity. All right, now we get into quantum cryptography, crypto that does use quantum computers. This is super speculative. It's all research. None of this is really practical yet. One of the problems, we're going to have to transmit these qubits, these electrons that are 1 and 0, and maybe a bit of both and pointing in different directions. We have to transmit these from point A to point B without breaking them, without accidentally forcing them to be 0 or 1. This is a really hard problem, and we don't have a large-scale solution. There's no internet for qubits, okay? This is one practical problem that means this is still a research thing. My summary, very cool stuff, should be ignored in practice for now. This is the realm of research, okay? So there are some things that quantum computers are not very good at, okay? Quantum key distribution, there's a few companies offering this right now. To be blunt, it's complete garbage, okay? You can have so-called perfect security key distribution, right? Get two computers to agree on a key in such a way that no one can spy on the key. Sounds good, right? The problem is the two computers already need to be sure that they're talking to each other. They need to be sure that they're really talking. Alice is really talking to Bob. Bob is really talking to Alice, which classical algorithms can also use to do the same thing. Okay, so there's a sort of a theoretical benefit to quantum key distribution. Absolutely no practical benefit as far as current research suggests, right? So yeah, you can do it. Doesn't really do anything useful. They're also bad at normal computer stuff, okay? Quantum computers are not very good at rendering 3D models or drawing pew-pew maps or scanning for viruses. They're not very good at that. So quantum computers cannot replace classical computers. They work together, kind of like a GPU and your CPU work together to solve problems. They won't replace classical computers, cannot happen. All right, and now we get to the fun bonus slides. I went around and looked at some quantum computing startups, and there sure is a lot of snake oil. So I call this section whatever the hell this is supposed to be. QRCryptoSA.ch. Full range protection from 2G to 6G, whatever 6G is. Security concern if X plus Y greater than Z. I like that they've got sort of a copyright equation here. It's X plus Y greater than Z. This is not rocket science. They're also, for some reason, talking about DES, which is a cipher that was broken in 1999 when I was 2 years old. I don't know why they're talking about this here. Now I've got Singularity SDK, Docker/deployable. We have this lovely diagram. It's some kind of cloud services thing. And they're saying, look, you can encrypted, anonymized talk to quantum computers, the thing that doesn't exist yet. Don't know what's up with that. The world's first commercially available cryptographic key generation platform. What, you mean like HTTPS? How whenever I connect to my bank, we generate a key between each other for the purpose of commerce. Don't know about this. Also, if I take it really literally, it's almost like I'm buying a key. No thanks, I want to generate that key myself. I don't want anyone else to have it. So, not really chuffed about this idea. Now we have some blockchain crap. I will go out and say that I don't think blockchains are completely useless in theory. I think there's some interesting research to do, but this sure is a bunch of absolute nonsense. Quantum encrypted blockchain, that's not a thing. Not a thing. PySec foresees a future where AI technology serves humanity and does not endanger it. I don't know what this has to do with blockchains. This seems like a total non sequitur. I didn't patch this together. This is one screenshot from one section of the web. I just don't know what's going on here. We believe that using QKD for blockchain, we can create highest possible security, so-called information theoretic security. Not how it works. You still need an authenticated channel. It's not going to be information theoretic secure. It's not how it works. All right. So let's sum up. What do you need to know? You, cybersecurity specialist, doing whatever it is that you guys do. I'm sorry, and I'm an academic. I've never worked as a cybersecurity hands-on guy. Number one, don't buy anything that says it uses quantum computing. There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. Not yet. Okay? Don't buy it. Post-quantum crypto is not quantum computing, but you do, I strongly recommend, have a plan to migrate to post-quantum crypto when it's available. Okay? Have a plan with your TLS certificates, your SSH, all that kind of stuff. Have a plan to change the key schemes once these things are practically available. They'll probably be integrated into future versions of TLS for your web servers, for your SSH, all this stuff. This will come out at some point, okay? It's maybe not deployed yet. It will come out. Don't panic. It's not the end of the world. Your RSA keys are safe, okay? But yeah, definitely have a plan to migrate, okay? That's my takeaway for you all. Also, yesterday, I can't put this in the slides very nicely because it just came out yesterday. The latest version of OpenSSH uses post-quantum crypto by default, okay? So when this ECDH key exchange, when you're connecting to SSH, you're trying to get a secret key between you and your SSH server. They now use this scheme, streamlined NTRU prime plus X25519 key exchange method. They use these by default. That's pretty cool. I haven't looked into it in detail, but it seems good. The idea of the hybrid exchange is, okay, we'll use the one that we know works, ECDH, and we'll use the one that's post-quantum secure, and then we'll stuff them together. That way, as long as at least one of the two is secure, we're good, right? So if there's a bug in NTRU, no problem, we still have this one, which we know is good. If quantum computers come out and break this one, no problem, we have NTRU. So this is pretty cool, and I think we'll see a lot more of this tech come out in the next few years. So keep your eye on it if you're the sort of person who manages servers, keys, all that kind of thing. Also, quantum key distribution is a scam. It's a scam. That's it, it's snake oil. Okay, thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that quick whip around. If you've got any questions or anything, what's up, Ian and Shannon?
There's definitely a lot of questions. However, the most important one for me is, you're a crypto person. What's the new currency that you're really interested in?
I'm interested in Hatcoin. It's a competitor to Dogecoin, and it's really fluffy.
Oh,
that's where my money's on.
I have multiple Dogecoins here, so look, I think a lot of us were going, we don't know what's happening, but it was really good to hear from you. No BS, what to actually look for. I know I've been asked about the quantum thing a lot, and I have no idea. I just make it up.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of questions. Hang on, I'll pull one out just because we've got a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
That's what she said. We haven't had one of those today.
How do solar flares and cosmic rays affect quantum computers?
Yep, that's a good question. I don't know the answer off the top of my head. What I would expect, maybe they could collapse the superposition, right? Switch the electron from a combo state to a single binary state. This is something error correction can handle as long as it's a good enough qubit. So basically, maybe you've heard of error correcting RAM. So solar rays can flip bits in your computer's memory. But we have error correction methods to deal with this. Same thing with quantum computers, I would.
No, fantastic. Alan says he specifically requested this talk and it answered all of his questions. So thank you.
Fantastic.
So I think there's going to be a couple of questions still in the chat, but of course you're very
Yeah,
active there.
I'll
So
check that out, 100%.
thank you very much, Eleanor. You've given us lots to think about.
Awesome. Have a good one.
Yeah, my brain is exploding.
Yeah, my brain is exploding too. It
In a good way.
In a good way. We're up to our last speaker of the day. Oh, It's been a long day, but I'm excited for this one, so I will invite Jackie in. Hello, Jackie. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. Make sure I was off mute. Hoping someone's going to get bingo. Has anyone got bingo yet?
I don't think anyone's got bingo, but I think that's because they forgot the bingo card.
We
did have Simon. We did have Simon earlier, just letting it rip with the swear words. Like, apparently no one's heard him like that before. So, you know,
Wow.
I'm sure somebody could have had bingo by now.
Yeah, we've had like slides not going. We've had people on mute. We've had dogs in the background. We haven't had any kids this time.
No, we had kids in Hilts, but they didn't like wander in. They were actually part of the presentation.
Yeah. No, that's a bit different. Not the kid wandering in, and I was at a virtual con, and the kid wandered in and said, "Daddy, I just did a poo."
Thank you for
In the middle
announcing
of
that.
presentation.
Did everyone clap? Because I would have clapped.
It was awesome. It was
That's
really
awesome.
good.
Yeah, I love that.
So, Jacqueline Jane currently serves as security awareness advocate for the APAC region for Debi 4, the provider of the world's largest security awareness and simulated phishing platform. She is well known on LinkedIn and a whole bunch of other places. My LinkedIn feed is full of stuff that comes up and involved in the community as well. So we're really happy to have her here. And today she's going to be talking about how to create a cybersecurity education and awareness program. So I will add your slides and hopefully it works. And you are ready to go.
Fabulous. And what a day. I hope your brains are okay, Eleanor. That was amazing. You explained that beautifully. My brain is sore. I'll do my very best not to lose it as I present. However, today we're going to be talking about how to create a cybersecurity education and awareness program to change behavior. Beau mentioned earlier about the out-of-date type of training and things like that that's happening from a security awareness point of view, insider threats, insider risks, human error has been mentioned a lot already. I know it'll be mentioned again a lot tomorrow, and it's something we really need to understand. Now, yes, a bit of mention about KnowBe4. We are the world's largest integrated security awareness training and simulated phishing platform. We've got a head office in Tampa Bay, Florida, office in Melbourne, office in Singapore, Japan, and all around the world. We do help tens of thousands of organizations, and this is important, manage the ongoing problem of social engineering. And we've won a heap of awards, which is very exciting. Something I will say, whether you are using any platform right now for security awareness training, fabulous. We're all fighting the cyber criminal. So this is not about platforms. This is about that human element of cybersecurity and education and how you go about engaging people and getting the right shit done. Okay, let's have a look at the threat landscape as it stands right now. Now, I suppose I could talk for 3 days on the statistics. However, these was kind of important because cybercrime is up 600%, just a bit, since COVID. And it's not necessarily because of COVID. COVID has definitely added a dimension to it because of the opportunistic nature of fear-mongering, misinformation, fake news, etc. But it also, we went to work remotely. So remote work has increased that average cost of a data breach because people are home and they're not necessarily aware of what's happening. So those things have definitely made a difference. In 2020, I think this is terrifying. I know it's more for stats from 2021. The average time to identify a breach was 207 days. Now, I'm sure there are people watching right now who say, actually, it's 300 or actually it's 800. The average has increased dramatically. And it means that cyber criminals are spending more time in our systems, and it's the way they get into our systems that's so important. Now, the majority of cybersecurity breaches and successful attacks are in fact the result of human error. Multiple reports from multiple different places will tell you it's 70%, 80%, 90%, 95%. The majority is because of human error. I'm going to talk about more about that as well. And malicious email, phishing, I'm sure you all know about phishing, is the main way they do this. Someone's engaging in a malicious email that they really shouldn't be. And most of the time, guys, this comes down to awareness. People don't know what to look for. So we'll look into that. Firstly, I always like to educate because there could be one person here who may not have heard of what I'm about to tell you. I'm sure you've heard of phishing. This is your malicious email sent in bulk by cyber criminals to everywhere, like a big bucket of mud on a wall, see what sticks, see who engages and opens up a malicious attachment, clicks on a link, whatever it might be, to deploy malware, go to a website, give away the keys to the kingdom, which is, of course, your login details. And these phishing emails have become very sophisticated. You can't spot them anymore. Even the people with the cyber brains can struggle to spot these. Then we have spear phishing. Again, you've probably heard of this. Spear phishing is a lot more targeted, as the name suggests, and it's about targeting an organization or an individual in an organization, same approach, but research takes place. And they're a lot more specific about the outcome. It could be a BEC, business email compromise, where communication's taking place, money's about to change hands, in jumps cyber criminal, takes away the money, people don't know for a while, and it really is very frustrating. We also have, and as you may be realizing, this is the Ishing family, I-S-H-I-N-G. I've called it the Ishing family because it really is. Because vishing, some people think it's video phishing, it's voice phishing. So you've probably heard of it, either real people on a call or that robot call from the ATO. If you're based in Australia, you've probably got this call where it says, this is the Australian Tax Department, very convincing Aussie voice, by the way. And it says, you've not paid your taxes, we've got a warrant out for your arrest. Press 1 to speak to our friendly customer service people. You press 1 and off you go, you're talking to the scammer, and it proceeds. This happens every year. It's been promoted as in, please don't do this, don't engage. And Australians are still losing millions of dollars because of it. Why? Human error. Again, it's a theme, you'll get used to it. The other thing we have is smishing, and this is the SMS or text version of phishing. So malicious text messages. Your parcel, we can't get it to you. Click here, give us your details. You missed a voice message. Please click here, download this software to get your voice message. And a recent one, which I'm really finding fascinating because of the human response, even though I know it's fake, it says, we've been capturing you off your webcam for the last 3 days. Click here to watch the video. Terrifying. People click. Why? Because it's the human response of, oh my goodness, what is that? Then we have one of my favorites, quishing. Now, this has become very, very popular because, and it's a QR code version of phishing. Been around for a while. I'm sure some of you might have heard of the QR code phishing that has taken place over time. However, because of the Super Bowl, where Coinbase used a very brilliant ad, in my opinion, where the QR code was bouncing around the screen for 60 seconds. How many people clicked? How many people took their phone up to that screen? 20 million in 60 seconds. 20 million people just blindly said, oh, curiosity, what's this? Click. So what did everyone in sales and marketing do around the world? Oh my goodness, we have to use QR codes. Let's do it. Epic Games just had one yesterday. I love my games. Yes, I wanted to join this thing. QR code. I thought, wow, it's happening already. It's going to hit mainstream as one of those things. And cyber criminals, being the opportunistic creatures that they are, will take advantage of it. So something to be aware of. Why am I telling you this? Do you know all about this? Probably. You're in cyber. If you're not, you need to know about it. Do your friends, do your family, do your co-workers know about it? Does the C-suite, do the executive team know about it? Do your kids know about it? They need to. So this is where the education comes into play. Human error. By the way, cat warning, I've got 2. And this is witching hour, so there's every chance. However, if you're lucky, that is, they're pretty precious creatures. Human error. Now, this includes those wonderful things that Beau did bring up before about that insider risk and insider threat. Human error is not always technical in nature. There's a technical and a non-technical element. Yes, I'll make the slides available, of course. This is a very popular slide for some reason. Actually, I get it. It shows you that human error is so complex. It's not one thing. So there's all these different elements we need to educate our people on to understand it's not just where the star is at the top, the Ishing family. That's very important because it covers the main threat vector that cyber criminals use because it's the path of least resistance because people aren't aware. If you don't know about something, you don't know about it. It's that aha moment we get when people realize and explain things like Eleanor just did so beautifully. It's like, oh, okay, that's how it works. Wow. That's when you start to open yourself up to the possibilities. So when we think about human error, this is the type of stuff we need to be educating on. And when it comes to the security stack that we're probably familiar with that term, Most customers that we find are building 4 layers, and of course there's layers within layers. We've got devices keeping them safe, we've got the network, the infrastructure, and then there are the people. Now, interestingly enough, I was reading, I have to find the article because someone might want to see it. There's an average spend of around 3 to 5% of a cybersecurity budget on the human factor. 3 to 5%, which means, now just think for a moment, my friends, if we're looking at between 75 and 95% of successful security breaches in organizations are the result of human error, and only 3 to 5% is being spent on that human error and educating them, it makes absolutely no sense. It's like saying, we know they're breaking in through the door, we know they're coming in the front door, so let's reinforce the windows. It makes no sense. Could be a joke there with reinforcing windows. However, I digress. Let's come back here. The human layer is important. We cannot look past it anymore. I'm very passionate about it, as you probably realize. I get on the soapbox because when it comes to security, IT professionals, they have done a very good job at the other elements. It's the people element that is so important. And even the brilliance they've done can't stop all of the emails that are malicious, the phishing emails getting through to the inboxes of the end user. Could be 5% of them. We've got to do something to make sure that they don't click. So cybercrime has no borders. There's no two ways about that. It's a global approach that we need. And historically, IT have been responsible for cybersecurity. And as I mentioned, done a very good job, and they'll continue to do so. The attack vector has changed. We are mobile with some pretty powerful devices that we're walking around with. And the technological developments, it's not easy to say late at night, increased internet speeds, accessibility. Even our kids have access to incredible things, but we don't tell them what they should be doing. Parental control seems to be a really challenging thing for parents and caregivers. They get a lot of flack for it. However, they're making the same mistakes that the kids are making online because they don't actually know. And the increased level of risk and threats means that we all have a role to play. There is a level of responsibility now when it comes to cybersecurity that we can't say that's IT's problem. It isn't. They're the SMEs, they're the subject matter experts, but we have a role to play. We look after our cars where we should be. Don't drive on bald tyres, make sure you've got petrol, get it serviced, look after it. If you don't, there's going to be a problem, and you could even get fined. And drive safely on the roads. Another thing, I love my car analogies and driving analogies with cyber. It tends to make sense for people. So we can't say to people in a workplace, just do your training or don't click on malicious links. It doesn't work. You can't make it compulsory. You can't do that. People need to know why. Why do I need to do this? Why is it so important? What does it mean? Explain it to me. And that combined approach to cybersecurity is so important. I'm going to talk about what that is. All right, let me click on. Here's some observations important to you all. Training people on cybersecurity once a year will not work. Compliance, tick box, it will not work, so don't do it. Changing behavior takes time and effort for anything. Think about kids, pets, yourself. Changing behavior takes time, and you really need to buy into it to do it. Knowledge and awareness is not enough. To know about something and to be aware of it is one thing, but what do I do when it happens? How do I know? What's the next steps is just as important. And there is a need to make cybersecurity personal to everybody these days for any real change to occur and for the ideal scenario of a culture of cybersecurity to develop, which means that when you are away from work or at home, you're making better decisions when it comes to staying safe online and security and not sharing things and saving things on Dropbox because you just want to. You're aware of it. It's so important. And changing behavior is akin to integrity. It's the type of thing you do when no one's watching. It's just, hopefully, we're all moving that way as far as cybersecurity goes. So how do you go about it? What do you do? Now, everything I'm sharing with you is based on what I did years ago to actually roll out a cybersecurity education and awareness program that did change behavior. And the reason it worked, and you'll find out why, but it's my background and the skill set and what I did in the approach. So it's not just the content of the training, it's everything else around it, getting that executive buy-in. So remember, you can't just roll things out once. You need research and preparation. I'm going to talk about these in a little bit more detail as well, just so you understand, oh, okay, that's where it all fits. And the first part of research and preparation also includes part 1 of executive buy-in. We have part 2 of executive buy-in, which is probably the most important part. And then finally, launching and then managing a cybersecurity education and awareness program. I know, it's a lot. It kind of needs to be. It's not one of those things, just train the people or tell them not to click on shit. It doesn't work because they don't know what it is they shouldn't be clicking on. Okay, so these days, the people are, we've heard this term, they're the last line of defense. We've got to build the human firewall. We do. It's the path of least resistance. It's the weakest link. Those words have been used for many, many years. And the fact is, if you educate your people and you change and create a culture of security, you have probably the most powerful and empowered people in your whole organization to protect the crown jewels. And also, they'll be grateful because they're protecting their own personal stuff as well. All right, let's get into it. Research and preparation. Now, this is about usually creating a program, and the request will come down from, let's say this could be the board says we need to educate our people, auditors, compliance, regulatory bodies. You need to make sure people aren't clicking on links, or how are you protecting your PCI DSS? What are you doing in this space to protect all of this stuff? Most people say, I don't know, we better train the people. To do it properly, create a program, bring some people together. If you can, depending on the size of the organization, I'm just going to say that once as a caveat, bring in someone from HR if you can, with learning and development, communication, organizational development, even change management skills to work with them. This needs to be a team effort, folks. You can't just get one person to do it. It's not a common thing. Find an executive sponsor. Maybe someone from IT might be a good idea to act as that subject matter expert, because it is. They are the subject matter expert in this. But when you're trying to change behavior and engage an entire organization, that's not in IT's wheelhouse. That is just not going to happen, and it's unfair to even ask them to. But they have a big role to play. Now, the whole point of this is to find out what's your program's intent, what's its objectives, how are you going to measure the success of this program? And by the way, if you want any more details about this, please let me know. I have quite a lot of information that can support it if this is something you're looking at doing or currently doing and want to make it better. Will you get a security awareness training platform to underpin your program that has all the content that you need, the training, the e-learning, the videos, the opportunity to do simulated phishing emails, because they are so important for people to apply their knowledge. You can't teach people things and not get them to apply their knowledge. It doesn't work. That's telling. Teaching and educating are very, very important. It's not telling. What are your key messages? Is this about, protecting our information? Are you in healthcare? Is this about protecting our clients? Is this about protecting your information we hold in HR? Because just think about the information you've got in different HR places around the world where you've applied for jobs. They've got everything about you. So you want that protected. I know I do. How will this align with the organization? So if you want to teach people about cyber and get them to do the right thing and make good decisions when it comes to security, make it align with what you currently have, your vision, your mission, your values, all of those things. What's your strategic plan? How will that align? If you want this to work properly, this is the correct way to approach it. Reporting, how are you going to do that? How often, what information will you report on? Who needs to know about it? Resources, will you need some budgets maybe? Will you need people to actually do this and manage this program part-time as part of their role, whatever it might be, when this moves from a project, because that's what it is if you haven't worked it out, to business as usual, because it is a big setup and then off it goes to an ongoing situation. What will the employees be experiencing each month? Is it 2 types of training they'll need to do? By the way, it's not a lot that you need to do. It could be 15 minutes of training per month in e-learning videos, talks, newsletters, whatever it might be. It's not a lot that's required. It's the ongoing nature that's required, because this stuff changes daily and we cannot be on top of it any other way. Then what's best practice out there for security awareness training? There's so many resources for you guys to find these days. Have a look at a timeline over the next year. Here's what we're doing now, research, then we'll launch. Then we'll have a look at things. We'll do a baseline to see how many people are clicking on stuff, and then we'll do training. We'll see what happens then. Here's the big audits coming up, so we need reports for that, etc. Then we have engaging the organization. You've got to tell them what you're doing, why you're doing it, back to the intent and all of that kind of stuff, so that they know what's coming and they know what's in it for them. It is so important to know what's in it for them. Then the communication plan. Are you going to email? Are you going to be at town square and walk around with a bell? Or will there be posters? Will you send out snail mail or something to people's houses? What are you going to do to communicate what's happening with this program? And then what are the expectations of the program? From a leadership all the way down, what do you need to do? What do we expect from everybody? So it's quite a lot, guys. It's not just roll out some training and she'll be right. It doesn't work that way. Then we move into executive buy-in part 1. During all of that process on the previous slide, which, that could take 2 months to do, could take 3, depends, depending on where you work and what you do and how many people you're actually looking at working with here. Executive buy-in is about understanding the universe of each of those executives or business units, departments, whatever you want to call it. Because if you can get the information from them about the stuff they have, as Beau mentioned, like looking at marketing with how they might share information, or even sales, or anywhere in an organization, finding that path of least resistance to just get the stuff out there. We need to communicate and understand what's happening to bring it all back in, because in the next part, we're going to present it back. And as soon as you present information back, that's out of the horse's mouth. It's really hard for them to say, actually, we don't like that. So just something else to think about. Now, we also want to know information such as what data do they have that's important to them? What would it mean if it was stolen or breached? These are logical questions, guys, and you would know the answers to them. That's not the point here. The point is you want them to tell you. You write it down and then you present it back. Because if you make it really clear that we're stuffed if all of our data gets stolen and breached, how are they going to ignore the fact that they need to do something about it? And by doing a security awareness training and education program is the way to go. And then, do their people understand how to protect this data? Most of them won't. That's good. You want that feedback. It's like entrapment in a nice way. It's strategic entrapment, getting the information so that you can shift the needle and create a culture of security. And then what's the biggest challenge they have when it comes to cybersecurity? Really, really enlightening question. Some of the answers will be, we have no idea what we need to do, or we're just too scared someone's going to click on something, whatever it might be. Again, you write all that down. Then we move into, I like to call the next level of executive buy-in, where you are bringing it all together and presenting it back. At this point, you're wanting agreement and sign-off to what you want to achieve and how you're going to do it. So remember, the organization as a whole doesn't even know you're doing this yet. This is purely to get buy-in. If you don't get buy-in, you will fail. The program will fail. Because if you don't do all of that, and you just roll out training from IT to everyone and tell them you've got to do this training, guess what happens? We don't have time for this. This is taking productivity away from everything. We don't understand why we need to do this. We're sales, we haven't got time, we've got budgets to meet. This is why you need to do all of this process stuff first and create this project before it even launches. So part 2 of executive buy-in, this is where you get agreement and decide, are we going to get a security awareness training platform? If we are, which one are we going to go with? Okay, yes, let's move forward. There might be a budget requirement for that. Will there be a look and feel, a logo, something to engage people? The marketing and advertising brain is so important in something like this for engagement. It's not just security training or cyber training. People don't even know what cyber is if you actually ask them. They'll give you 10 different responses if you ask 10 different people. How are you going to communicate, get that signed off? Are you going to do a benchmark phishing email? I hope so. A simulated one, because you want to know where you're at. You want to know, where am I starting? So if you're ever going to get healthy, you weigh yourself and think, okay, I need to lose 20 kilos. You need a baseline. It's no different to cybersecurity. You want to know, we can say for certain that 20% of our employees will click on a link. Now let's train them. Now let's do these things and let's see that come down. It's a good, easy first measurement. But in the ideal world, you want to come down to behavior. That's where the change actually takes place, and embedding things. Will there be some assessments? Because it'd be great to know what our people know about cybersecurity and what are our people's attitudes towards it. Do they actually care, and do they realise that they've got a role to play here? So it's about building that whole story around it as well. The simulations that you do for any type of social engineering or phishing, you need to have thought into that, depending on the culture of where you work, nothing to do with cyber security culture, but just where you work. What type of simulated phishing emails are off the table? That could be anything to do with HR, for example, or we don't want to do anything COVID related because we've had a lot of impact from COVID. Whatever it might be, have a conversation. There's thousands of different templates that you can choose from on our platform, and I'm sure with others. Don't try to be clever and send something out, he, let's see who clicks. It can backfire, and it will be in social media, and you don't want that. So a bit of thought's required. Then, what are the training minimum requirements? You need sign-off. People will be taking time out of their usual days to do this. So that's going to cost productivity to the organisation, and you need to get the okay to do that. Then, how the reporting will work. So all the things we've been talking about, you need sign-off and agreement from the exec team. Then you're thinking to yourself, this is ridiculous. I've got no time for this. I just want to just train the people. Yep, it won't work if you have the attitude of you've just got to train the people. There's so much more to it. And the fact is that you're doing something pretty big here, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Firstly, launching and managing. Now, when you launch a program, it's like a space shuttle launch. When I'm trying to think of analogies here, you don't just take off. There's a whole process that takes place before there's actual countdown, ignition, and then liftoff happens. It's the same with launching, preparing to launch a program like this. Everything we've just talked about, we bring it together and think, okay, when are we going to start this? How's it going to go? How are we going to communicate it? And now you put it in place and start that process. Tell everybody what's happening. Maybe before you do is a really good idea. Send out that benchmark phishing email first, just to see where everyone's at. Then you say, we're going to be doing this. Here's why we're going to be doing it. Maybe share the results of the baseline test so it freaks people out a bit. Not name and shame. This is about here's where we're at and here's where we want to be. So all of these things pop in. People know what to expect. You're treating them as adults. They need to know why we're doing this. It's very important, but you can't just say, it's important, you have to do it. We need to know why. So the what's in it for me is so critical. And sharing, put up posters, all sorts of things that you can do to get engagement, maybe gamification, etc. And it'd be great to have some security officers, like first aid officers or mental health officers, which I'll talk a little bit about as well. And then you launch the program, which is where we say, start your training. Once that happens, it's moved into BAU. So this is where it's time for, we look at the rocket launch scenario. After there's takeoff, the engine cuts off, the payload separates, ongoing checks. It never, ever ends until that device comes back or that rocket comes back to Earth, if that's its plan. It's the same with the cybersecurity education and awareness program. The success of this requires some ongoing time and management. And it could be like in an ideal world, depending on the size of your organization, it could be a job share situation. It could be a part-time person. It could be a full-time person if it's a big company that's actually going to do this. This is stakeholder management. This is communication. This is learning and development. This is organizational change. This is quite complex. So if it's a party of 5, totally different. You still need to follow the process though. If it's 5,000, 50,000, it's just scaling it up to suit that particular group of people that you need to educate. And then we're looking at, well, what does the month look like? And you can see listed there the type of things that you actually need to do each month. And it doesn't take as much time as you might think if you've done all the preparation first. It's just that continuous iteration, sending it out like anything that you might be doing in your organization. And as I mentioned, the cybersecurity safety officers, CSSOs, whatever you want to call them, they're like work health safety officers, your champions, your security advocates, whatever you want to call them. They're so important. They're the ones who know a bit more about cyber and can help the team who are putting this in place to really be a touch point for others to say, is this a weird email? Should I do something about this? Or I'm not sure what to do with this USB I just found. Those type of things. It can make such a difference. And then some other considerations, because it never ends. Never punish human error. It's a learning opportunity, and please see it as such. People will click. People who have a very good cyber brain will click. They will do things they shouldn't do. They're tired. They're multitasking when they shouldn't be. They're just not paying attention because they're human, and human emotions still come into play. Develop maybe a newsletter or something on your intranet. You could do something on LinkedIn. You could do something anywhere to communicate things. developing useful tools and just giving those to people as reminders of what they need to do, share them with their families. Do some live hacks if you can, or demonstrate them using YouTube if you're not comfortable going down that rabbit hole. Share them, scare people. They need to understand what is actually going on out there. Education, deep web, dark web, here's what it's all about. Those type of things. Do some OSINT, open source intelligence, with permission, just to show how easy it is to get information on people. And if you can, give some information what's happening in the organization where you are. Let's say 10,000 emails come in to the inbox. 5,000 of those are known malicious spam, yucky emails. We don't let them in. Then we go through another filter and we get rid of another 2,000. And then 2,000 end up in the inboxes of our employees. And there's going to be a percentage that are malicious. Let people know what's actually happening, because they really have no idea. And have a look at the data you have, how you can protect it, what you can do, what is its real value, because as soon as you put a value on things, it becomes a different conversation. And focus on the data that you have for each employee to say, we've got everything, all of your personal identifiable information here, we want to protect it. So this is a responsibility of yours. It's not just about our customer data or our IP, it's about your information as well. So incorporate that. Because what you're embarking on is a whole of organization change management program that results in everyone making better decisions when it comes to security, ensuring all regulatory and compliance elements are achieved, risk is reduced, and your people are a formidable human firewall, and a culture of security is actually created. It's not just that, train the people, as I mentioned. All right, quickly with what we do at KnowBe4, the platform we have provides that. We train the people, we can phish them and do other simulated social engineering, and the reporting that we provide can give you so
Oh, I think we had a bit of an issue there. So unfortunately, that is going to be the last talk of the day. Shanna, what are your thoughts on the day?
Good. I still got to finish frying my chicken.
Have you not fried it yet?
No, I haven't had a chance. I just crumbed it, put the batter on last time, so I sent those videos. I still need to actually fry the fucking
We need to
out.
make some dinner then.
I do. I've had cheese. I had a whole bunch of cheese. But I'm gonna fry the chicken after this. I'm gonna film it, and then it will be done.
Cool.
So yeah,
Sounds good.
that's my thoughts on today.
Yeah,
I
look,
like
I
the
think it's
wine
been a
glass.
great day. Look, I think there's been a lot of awesome talks today. We've had some amazing people speak. We're going to have some amazing people speaking tomorrow. What have we got tomorrow? Let's have a look at the schedule. So Jess is going to kick us off with her talk from, she's done before, but with more swearing, I believe. We've got a couple of talks from Cole. Cole's going to talk about writing. We've got a talk from Beck Millward, who's also going to talk about her career in cyber. And we've got a talk finally from Alexi and Alex. Alex is going to talk about Deus Ex and why they were promised augments. And Alexi is going to talk about beg bounties as well. So there should be some amazing talks tomorrow. And we hope we can see you there. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Don't cause too much trouble. We'll be back again at 12 tomorrow. And we will see you there.
We'll see you then.
Bye. I'm ending.